nice to turn the cheek on. If I said that, I mean it. Basically got DJ to eat it. Fat cash stacked up to the ceiling. Ain't no time to waste, no deep in my bag. Way too fly, the manager lag. Happy bottles like the new tag. Way too fresh, no jack in my swag. If I said that, I mean it. can we ever bounce on the rhythm, bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the
was real, only to be ghosted. I thought you were my friend. To the end. Thought the time would heal, but only for a moment. I thought you'd stay on my side, but now you run and hide. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, could be broken. Well, I guess that I was wrong. All alone. Now every day I'm lost. Flooding in my ocean, sinking over time, sinking. No one saved my life. Okay, fine, goodbye. Okay, fine, goodbye.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's qualification day! Hello everyone and welcome back to Champions Paris. We've had upsets galore, but it's now time to lock in and start sending teams through to playoffs. I am your host Yingsu and I'm delighted to be here joined by Mitchman and Tom Biz. How biased are we gonna be today, guys? Is it EMEA's day?
Extremely. I have a feeling me and you might be going a different way, but we'll see.
Oh no, that makes me nervous.
He's been doing this all tournament long, Sue. He is betraying our region every step of the way, and frankly, we can't let him get away with this.
I've got 0 EMEA predictions correct so far, but one of them was on purpose.
I did, Doug and I made a deal and ended that we're trading you for Sideshow. They want you.
Okay,
I'll
no
take Sideshow.
one will tell the difference
I'll take the
anyway,
deal.
so it's okay.
Yeah, what did you say? You'll take the L?
I'll take the deal. The deal.
You say you take
Whoa, whoa,
the
whoa.
L.
Sideshow, brother.
But do you
Wait.
know who did take the L on day 4? Do you remember?
No.
Oh. Yeah, I think it was RRQ and BLG.
Yeah, here we go. Is that what you expected?
No, not really. Especially the BLG game. They come in as the #1 seed. I had fairly high expectations on them. And then I think that they just got blasted. Like, I was really impressed with Aspas, like, coming back in, like, picking up that Waylay, especially on the first map, having a load of really cool setups within it. And they played a great game, in all honesty.
Yeah, I came into the studio thinking I predicted MIBR, but I was wrong. So I was really cheering for every round before realizing I was betting against myself. But Tom, you didn't go for Fnatic, but that one I think was influenced by outside forces. You want to explain yourself?
Devad put up a video of him mooing as a cow. as Cal Paolo, so that was the trade. I had to predict RRQ, and you're welcome, Fnatic fans.
And how's your groupology been going, you two?
Oh, well, the parts I was involved in, pretty good, but Big Brains over here overruled me on some of them.
You said RRQ was going to win.
All right, listen, I went a little bit crazy, a little bit off the edge, but I was spot on with some of my predictions, some of which you even overruled.
I let you have the MIBR one, though.
You did. Aren't you happy about that now?
I let that happen because I knew.
You had your back turned the whole time.
Well, I mean, good stuff for you, Mitch, but Tom, you've got plenty of time to catch up. But of course, a lot happened in the first 4 days. And in case you missed anything, you weren't there, you want a little bit of a recap on everything going on. We went behind the scenes. I did a bit of a writing job for each other in a segment I like to call Definitely Not My Headline. Of course, I didn't write anything for you guys to say. Right?
Yeah, let's
I
pick
don't
up
think
with
that's
that.
You didn't write anything for me to say in this segment. It's all about the news, so why not just kick things off? And I'm going to start by telling you guys that critics are saying that XLG's defense holds collapsed so quickly they will now refer to them as Taylor's version of a defender. This is due to them constantly re-releasing the same mistake, and I'm going to kill somebody after this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Tom, you want to carry on?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know, I don't even know what that one meant, but I'll see what happens with my one. Demon One has drawn criticism in his debut on the Sentinel role. Despite putting up good numbers, his passive stance to site holds had some pundits worried, with sources saying he retreated faster than my hairline. Wonderful.
Low-hanging fruit. Yeah, carry on with the
Easy hit.
news, Mitch.
Oh, I'm worried about this one. To start, PaperX won their opening match versus XLG, and their coach Alex, the last hope of France, will take the stage again today. Luckily for me, he is the only Frenchman I would ever want to see at an international event. Enzo who?
Enzo who, indeed.
That's horrible, Mitch. Why would you say
I
something like that?
can't believe you would do that to
We're gonna have
Enzo.
words
I'm
after
sure
this.
the next headline is going to be perfectly normal. In a shocking turn of event, Fnatic Boaster carried his team to victory on Abyss with a flawless attack side versus RRQ. He was quoted saying, "I did it for the love of my life," which must be true because Crashies finished the map for 5-14. Another low-hanging fruit there. All good, all good, all good, all good. Yeah.
TRX pulled off a stunning upset against the EMEA #1 seed team, Liquid. And as one of the casters that's been there since the very beginning of Nat's career, I firmly believe that the following round 22 on Bind, Nat should rebrand himself from no access to site to never at the site.
Tom, that is a horrible thing to say about that. Why would you
dear.
do
I thought you
that?
two were tight, man.
Me
Yeah,
too, I
oh
thought you were
my God,
mates.
that's
So,
crazy.
so did I, weirdly.
Yeah, so what's the last bit of news, Mitch? Finish it off for us.
Well, lastly, the opening week of VCT Champions Paris has been full of surprises. Back in the UK, we'd describe what happened last week with the popular idiom, out of left field, or as they say in French, quelle surprise.
What do they say in French, Mitch?
For out of left field,
Yeah.
I have to say I haven't brushed up that, but I can tell you what cheesecake is.
Yeah, that's
What's
good.
cheesecake in French?
Cheesecake.
Well done.
I don't know
Practice
why
that one
you
in the
would
mirror.
want to say as they say in French and not tell us what they were saying in French. A bit
Yeah.
weird, no,
Always
Tom?
leave him wanting more.
Yeah, it's a
course.
strange choice there, Mitch fluently.
How'd you ask for the bill?
Yeah.
Don't start this.
we have
Tradition.
fun. We have fun here. We have fun. And we have even more fun coming up for you guys. First, the global power rankings, of course, powered by AWS. Anything that's surprising you guys here? Because there's been a bit of a jump and a bit of a relegation.
I'd say I think we're getting to a point where I'm actually quite liking the look of the rankings. I'd say like G2, PaperX, Fnatic, they'd probably be the teams I'd put quite near the top. I think maybe I'd slip PaperX just that little bit higher, but obviously they weren't at that first Masters, so that's making things a little bit different. DRX breaking into the top 10 after what was a fantastic result. So, you know,
Yeah.
we're seeing it change quite rapidly.
Very much making waves. I think for me, a surprise, NRG, weren't they 4th last time? They've gone down a notch after beating EDG. But I thought that maybe it was overinflated in the first place. Evidently, they've surprised us all here with how they performed.
Yeah, and they have a great chance later today to make playoffs. I think
Yeah.
out of all of the Americas teams, I don't think many people expected NRG to be the first to probably take that step.
Yeah, well, I feel like that's going to be our day today. We could potentially see GX as well being that first team in playoffs. That would be madness, but yeah, I think NRG have really impressed so far.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned DRX as well, because with that win over Liquid, they are now 9-0 in opening matches. And since, Tom, you've been so good with, you rebranded Nats to never at the side. Anything for DRX? Anything that they could use here at this point? I like to call them Dr. X, personally.
Dr. X?
Yeah.
Okay.
You like that? Is that Tom approved?
Sure, why not?
I can't wait to ask Nat if that was Nat approved as well.
Yeah, I feel like he
Yeah.
might take issue with that, but let's make sure he knows it was Tom that said that.
Specifically,
yeah.
can somebody clip that? Let's have that clip.
Clip
Let's
it and
have that.
ship it.
Yeah, on TikTok, Instagram. Let's just make
Tag
sure it's
Nats,
everywhere.
tag Tom.
Yeah.
Let him know.
The thing is, with how things are going for them, they might be on the same flight as me at this rate.
Oh! On that note, let's go to the MasterCard fan poll, because we like to know who has the best Abyss. At Champs, is it NRG? Is it DRX? Or for some reason, is it Fnatic?
It's DRX.
One of those things is not like the others. Tell us who you're backing with the hashtags VALORANT Champions or VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast. I never thought we would have this question about the best Abyss team and for Fnatic to be in the running. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but to be honest, are they really in the running with how DRX played the other day? The way like Yoru, they
True.
completely caught Team Liquid off guard every step of the way. I mean, I have not seen Team Liquid look that lost throughout the entirety of the regular season. This is a team that we hail as they actually have that structure and the individuals to fall back on, and DRX dismantled them. So I think there's a clear front runner in that conversation.
I agree. I think it will be, but that's also the team we expected, right, to come into Champs to have the best Abyss. So that is one thing that wasn't left field, at least from last
Or as they say in
week.
French.
We.
From Dr. X to Professor X, see what I did there. Paper X have been perfecting their smack talk lately. Let's see what they have been cooking up.
Welcome to the latest edition of Smack Talk Seminar. But we're going to do it in French today, which only seems fitting because we are in France. Now, fellas, I'm not going to lie to you. I took a semester of French in middle school, and I think the only thing I remember is that there's a difference between poison and fish. That's about as much as French as I know. Forsaken, what about you? How's your French?
Bonjour. Merci.
Great. You're well ahead of us on this. It's going to be great. Alex, I imagine you're pretty comfortable here. Fluent, right?
Not at all. I mean, you've taken more classes than me. I've never taken a class in French in my life.
Perfect. So this is the blind leading the blind. And we might have a few issues here. All right. So I got a couple of phrases that I want you to teach us how to say. I want us to learn how to do a little French trash talk, if you will. The first one I want you to teach us how to say is sit back down.
That means rassis-toi.
There's no shot.
Rassis-toi. No, you have to roll the R a little bit. Like,
Right,
rassis-toi.
You're not rolling your R. Where?
Rassis-toi. Okay, it's not really rolled, but it's like comes from. It's a bit nasal.
Rassis-toi.
I'm like gargling. There's a it comes. It's a little bit nasal. Like it's at the back of the nose, I think. Rassis-toi.
Rassis-toi.
Okay, look.
No, that was bad.
Totally clear. I don't even know if this trash talk is right because I've never trash talked anyone in French before.
But do we sound good? I feel like we sound good.
Rassis-toi.
Perfect.
Yes. And maybe if I do the
Rassis-toi.
Yeah? You believe me? Yeah. Nice. All right, let's do the next one. No, I don't want. No, I don't want to do that. Learn to aim.
Learn to aim.
Apprendre à viser. How do I say this without? I need to know how to say it like aggressively. I don't know.
You said it pretty aggressively.
Apprendre à viser.
Yeah, I feel like that felt like, all right, my bad. I messed up.
But he should learn how to say that because we can't shoot, I think.
You
that's true.
you guys,
He should be telling us that.
Not bad.
How to say? You guys.
Apprendre. Oh, you guys.
Who?
Novo is you, so like. I can't say it.
We can't ask questions other
Wrong
than what's
teacher,
on
wrong
this card.
teacher.
Yeah, he's the wrong one. All right, say that for me one more time.
Translating is hard.
Oh,
like,
okay.
in my head, you know. Apprendre à viser.
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 I think we're still missing something back
Yeah.
here.
Apprendre à viser.
Apprendre à viser.
I'm like trying to channel my Van Silly. He could, and he'd do it back here, and it sounds
Canadian
really good.
French,
Yeah.
he'll
You ever heard him
be
say
fine.
tour de force?
No?
Like, it just sounds incredible. I don't know. It
Tour de
feels like,
force.
yeah,
Oh.
way better. All right, next one. No skill, which is us
This
trying
one,
to
I
speak
don't actually know what
this
this
language.
is.
No, like this, Alex.
I've never seen this word
like
in my
this.
life.
Let me see.
Okay, you try first.
I've couldn't skill.
Is that a V?
I think it's Okun skill.
Akun.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with.
Okun skill.
I'm gonna go with Alex on this one.
But I've
Akun
never seen
skill.
this word in my life. So
Akun?
Akun skill.
Akun skill.
Okun.
Okun.
Okun. I think
Okun.
it's Okun skill.
Akun skill.
Akun skill.
This is terrible, man. I don't know what we're doing.
We really-
Akun
We
skill.
probably should have checked Alex's French
French.
skills before we did this one.
Did
But
it.
you know what?
I think le mec is guys, so the guys.
Le mec?
Le mec. Apprendre à viser le mec.
Upon official le mec.
Yeah, I think I'm right.
Dude, you're killing this. I'm like genuinely. No, yeah, I'm not even gonna try it. One more time. That's gonna do it for this edition of Smack Talk.
Right.
Smack Talk Seminar. I forgot the name already. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and upon la vise.
Upon official.
There's something really nice about having a member of the talent, Doug, being able to actually speak French on our show, right?
That's definitely true. He's put the work in, and other people, well, they can't even learn how to say cheesecake.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, some people out here embarrassing themselves. I should have went straight to the maestro himself.
Yeah,
learned.
it's nice to hear Alex speak French as well, you know, representing, I guess, technically his home ground. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he is the only standing member right now
Yeah,
who
you
has
said
even
that
a
earlier.
connection to France. So as I said, you know,
Yeah, for Paper X though, they have historically been super strong in VCT against the EMEA region. Will this ring true today? What should GX be worried about here?
Oh, I think there's an abundance of things that GX should be worried about. I think on an individual level, I think almost every single member of the team is at like a peak form. I think they've proven themselves against many different styles of play. I think even on maps that maybe they don't look the strongest, PaperX can still upset you. And unfortunately in this series, a lot of the middle ground maps, which we'll get to later, are actually very good maps for PaperX as well.
yeah, and I think as we heard from Alex in the interview that happened in between one of the maps they played the other day, or in the halftime, he was saying that for them, they needed to just feel confident, warm up, and that map 2 would be a completely different story. And we saw them come out then, PaperX, looking so much more confident, looking dominant from the get-go. They've warmed up down on that stage. I don't think they're going to need the same reset coming into today. They'll be on form from the get-go. And for GiantX, I don't think they've ever played. Look, until you've played PaperX, you've never played against a team that plays like PaperX. Because even if you try to imitate their style, you don't have the individuals to back it up. And that's just a guarantee because only this team does. So for GX, they got to come in confident off rip. But we're also going to need to see them tighten up the ship massively because an individual mistake will cost you the game against these guys.
Here's the thing though, let me cope for a second. I mean, I'm a paper girl, but I think I will be more worried if GX didn't coming off of the back of beating Sentinels. That is a confidence booster.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance across the board. Like we saw Ara come out firing, even after being a little bit sick a few days before. I think it was very good that he seemed to look fantastic individually. Cloud, I think, had maybe the best performance he's had all year. Like, he was phenomenal all the way through that matchup, and he was the one player that had that additional little bit of experience. So the fact that he was able to take some rounds into his own hands were fantastic. And then one of the major saving points for me was the fact that I feel like players like Westside, who most people in EMEA highlight as their best player, actually, he was okay. It wasn't his best game by any stretch of the imagination. So coming into this one, if he's now at peak, hey, this could be a different story.
And a new hat. You like his new hat? It was the
it suits
wingman.
him.
I prefer the old
Cap.
one.
Yeah?
But the reality is, right, Westside didn't need to show up for that game, and that's what's beautiful to watch, because when we started out this season, not only were GX playing a sloppier game that they have tightened up the ship on day in and day out, week in, week out, but we've also seen them have Ara, who was, I'm going to say, it looked like a mistake to pick up when he joined this roster. He was not performing. He would have great maps and horrible maps, and averaging out at like smack bang average in the league. It's not what they needed. The last couple weeks and coming onto that stage the other week, he was on fire, and that's what we need to see from this guy. It's also impressive because, as you said, he was ill. They weren't able to practice. I believe they got 1 day of practice before that opening game. Everyone was just playing ranked, focusing on their individual aim training, and it paid off, especially for Cloud. So this is great signs for GX, and I've learned to never doubt them. My bad, Pipson. I was starting to question. I lost faith. But I won't beat Tom anymore. I'm not going against our region. I think they've got what it takes if it's their day.
I do like, though, that, I forgot what I was going to say, is Westside reflecting on GiantX's win in our Open Player moment.
I mean, I expected us to win because I believe that Sentinels is not someone like unbeatable. We started off good, but as many people probably know us from like EMEA, we like to just give up the first map for free, and then last two we will just demolish. I think it's pretty hard for a team to get on a champions and still think as we are a bad team, you know? I think we don't need to prove anything. If someone will still doubt, you can doubt, but we are coming for others as well. I think here in the champions, everything is good. So I think here is gonna be super close games, you will see.
Side sight where he's so fantastic at anchoring. Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner. Danger abounds. West side, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it.
To be honest, even when I had my in-ears in and when I had headset, I still heard people like scouting like Giants, you know, and it felt insane because every time I heard it, I knew that behind me there was so many people from Giants waiting for us to win it. So thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, and that's what Westside had to say from the last time. I do like your point about how they didn't need him to be the Westside that we know in order to win. But Paper Rex also know that though, and Paper Rex are so well known for just not caring about their opponent, disrespecting them, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like I think you can have a full highlight montage of just a single one of their games. Like it was the flank we saw from Forsaken and so many different like crazy individual moments that were just performing to such a high level. And it was when they needed it in some cases, and in other rounds it was just like, oh, this just ended it quick.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to what, you know, some of the boys on the side of GX have to say. It is still Cloud +4 rookies. You know, some of these guys never been to a global event. They have to come in and start with champs right off the bat. So let's hear from the leader of GiantX, Cloud, who chatted with Mika Fabs a little bit earlier.
Mika here, and I am with Cloud of GiantX. Now, you're up against Paper Rex, and a lot of teams have said that playing against Paper Rex, especially on the first time, is quite shocking. So I'm wondering, what are you expecting out of this match?
I'm expecting hell of a fun playing against them. I think it's gonna be a crazy game, but also like really, really fun to play against them. That's what I feel like. Is there crazy plays and moves? Yeah.
I think the whole crowd is expecting a lot of fun as well, so good luck to you.
That's what they all say, right, though. They expect crazy plays, they expect fun. But there's one thing to expect, Mitch, and another thing to be able to actually deal with Forsaken and co.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Because Paper Rex are that team that are going to come out and just, they're going to hit you hard off bat. And getting back on your feet from that is going to be a real challenge for anybody. Cloud, look, he stepped up individually in their matchup. I have no doubt he'll be able to match pound for pound. One of the things, though, that worries me is the fact that you have got some of the best components that we've seen within EMEA. Looking at Flickless, for example, providing that supportive utility, getting that set up for Ara to then go in, and I think up against, it was on Haven against Sentinels, he was 10-2 in opening duels. I mean, he gave them so many chances to hammer home those rounds. When you see GiantX now play against Paper Rex, will they be given that space to set themselves up for success? Because Paper Rex are going to be so disruptive to the GX early game plan.
Well, that's what it is. They're very good at sort of hitting the timing so that when you're trying to get in for your execute, which is something I think GX do fantastically well after starting off in their default, they come into these execute scenarios. They may not get there because of the way that Paper Rex are actually going to be playing this game.
Yeah, and this man on your screen, I mean, on paper, there is definitely a gap, maybe even a diff that people will say between Forsaken and Cloud. But I do have a tweet here, you know? We want to feature some of our watch partiers from Finesse or Jean, for those people that you know him, saying Cloud called maybe one of the best attack halves I've seen in years on Haven today. And if you're Cloud, you got to feel happy that one of the top 13 America's IGLs has such high opinions of you.
Wow, that's a tough comment to follow, but yeah, I think that he did it. He's been growing into the role. I think that's the best way I'll say it, is that it sort of started off with being a little bit questionable. I think maybe not having the right players at the right time for the role. And then I think the credit to Pipson as well. This team now looks like a well-drilled machine. And I think him versus Forsaken, it's definitely going to be a very different sort of leadership style. You can see that a lot of the mid-round on-the-fly stuff for PaperX is what makes them such a good team, whereas I feel like it is those structured setups that are what works for GX. If GX can get into that rhythm, they'll be great, but there's a good chance that maybe they won't.
Yeah, and also, do you dare to BM PaperX? Do you dare to stand up and give it to them? I hope they do.
You can try.
Yeah, they could try, but I think it's enough yapping from us. So let's just hear from the man himself, Forsaken, as Mika Fabs caught up with him earlier.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I am with Forsaken. Forsaken, we know you're good. The whole world knows that you're good. When it comes to global events, though, you're exceptionally good. You're a different beast. So what is it about these global events that really, really lets you perform in that way?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's just like because VCT Master or like Champion, I think has my biggest goal so far that I want to like achieve really hard to get the trophy. So I know that I need to do my best to do this. So yeah.
Fueled by the dream. Love it. Good luck.
I mean, Forsaken really growing into that IGL role now. But Mitch, show us also what the MVP of Pacific something managed to do in his opening game.
Yeah, I think this is actually a great point. We're going to go into a little Telestrator bit now and talk about PaperX against XLG round 16. And keep in mind, in the previous round, we had actually seen Forsaken go for a super late flank all the way around and end up going down way too late. Like, he got to the site, the round was already over, they'd been disrupted. The last thing XLG expected was to see this same attempt from PaperX. Remember, they're playing this map without a Sentinel, and you're going to see them start out with a Yoru flash here and a Raze ult fired through towards Bathroom, using a lot of this cover. I think there's a snake bite here too, which is a lot of their utility burned up early, but it gets them the space in the plant. The thing that's interesting though is the second that flash is thrown, this teleport takes place, as now something becomes that Sentinel utility. He's the one locking down their flank as they go for the plant. A little bit of a disruption attempt from Rarga, but unfortunately they end up pushing them back with the Mosh. Now this is where things get interesting. Again, we see utility being burned up. We see a Molotov thrown through here to allow for the plant, a nade going deep towards the spawn, towards the corner that's going to catch Rarga. And all the while, they're not seeing anybody on the flank. They're seeing utility be thrown through. You have the flash come out from Coconut in a moment, confirming that this is all going to be a play for the A side. They're attempting and setting up for the retake and their disrupt. So we have this flank continue from something. The benefit of this comp for a lot of people that PaperX are running is going to be the fact that you have so much utility for that post plant. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And a lot of it's already being used up alongside the nade, the C's, everything is gone. They've just gotten the space and they use the Viper wall to fall back. And this is the point that you were making, Tom, about how PaperX will get ahead of you when you're setting up for your retake, you're getting ready to take that site. They're disruptive. Here comes something on the flank, as the whole idea from XLG is, okay, they got the plant, but they've burned their utility. We're going to take that space back, put the dog through, use the Thrash to reconfirm the space, execute deep into their lines to get ahead of whatever utility they might have left, get ahead of those post-plant positions, and something ends up with the easiest flank of his life, just locking down that double. The round's already over. Happy Way is just completely screwed with no time up against 4. And this is the problem. They lost a round because of playing a late flank, and PaperX's response was to play a late flank in the next round, like to just do it again. They were disrespecting XLG, who had no idea what was going on in their backlines till it was too late.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to what you kind of expect a team to do and what PaperX does. They are very good at, as I said, being disruptive even on their defensive side, where they're getting aggressive and trying to cause you issues before you take that plant. But even in cases like this, where they've got themselves into the site, they're on the attack and they're taking that space, they then have another layer that you haven't even thought of. And all of that comes down to, I think, some of the individual players having very good initiative of like when to hit those timings, when to take that space, and then also just the mid-round calling in general. Like the rest of the team is happy to sit back when you said they don't have that post-plant utility because they know that flank is coming and we don't want to make a mistake that gives up the round.
And I hope to God that, you know, Pips and Waylander Cloud, they know what they could expect. They can be a little bit more diligent with this. But it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked who you think is the best Abyss team at Champs, and you guys are trolling because you voted for Fnatic.
We should have just added Boaster as an option. They have his own option.
I think this is a little bit, yeah, I think it's the fans just liking Boaster.
The thing is, I look at DRX and their comp and I say, they're going to do this in every game. This is going to be difficult for any team to play against. Do I think Boaster's going to hit that level in every game they play?
Yes.
Absolutely. EMEA all the way, baby. Fnatic in the finals. I can't wait.
But I do think that we can't predict the future, so who knows? Maybe we have to get DRX versus Fnatic on Abyss to settle it. Who knows?
I'd
Who
be down.
knows? Who knows? I will be super down as well, and I'm also super down to see what we predicted for today. This is one of the harder ones for me because, you know, I'm always gonna predict Paper Rex, but I was hovering over the GX button for hours. I was going back and forth. What do I do? What do I do? I ended up going, of course, with my head and my heart in Paper Rex. But if it was GX versus anyone else, maybe not EDG, but anyone else other than that, I would have gone with GX.
Listen, as the current leader in terms of predictions, I decided to give everybody a chance to catch up, but that's my NRG pick.
I'm terrified.
GX, I'm locked in, and I'm certain that I've got the right
I
answer.
have the same picks as Bren. That can't go well.
Yeah, that's not looking good for you, Chief. That is not looking good for you.
Yeah, don't worry. But Mitch and I witnessed this. You know, you went first. He copied you. He
Mine
copied
technically
you.
should be 4 and 4. That's all I'm saying. I sacrificed one of my pick'ems intentionally.
Yeah, NRG. I think we both. Where did you go for NRG? You didn't go DRX, right?
I didn't go DRX.
Why
no.
did you go NRG?
I think NRG have a better map pool to fall back on, and DRX right now, like, they showed a lot of promise, but I'm not fully bought in just yet.
Again, that was like a bit of a. I was sort of straddling the lines a little bit, but I think after seeing NRG, it's really hard to doubt them. But unless you're named Tom Biz.
And unless you're me.
Yeah.
I just loved the Waylay Yoru stuff. And like, they've only played it on 2 maps. So you look at their past sort of stuff that we've seen so far, you can't really judge because it seems like they've completely reinvented themselves coming into this tournament. So from what I saw, I really enjoyed it.
I'm just really happy I got away with my BS answer of the map pool being better, which the real reason is double Odin, honestly. I was like, NRG, I like what you're doing.
So normal
I like the
about
style.
This? I like the Doden. What about a Troden? I think
a Troden could work.
A Doden is like fine, you know, 2 Odins, you know, you got my attention.
Yeah.
But give me a Troden.
Oh.
Yeah, what's stopping? What is stopping them from running 3 Odins?
What's that after that? Quoden?
Yeah, Quoden.
No, that's too far, Tom. All right,
sorry, that's ridiculous.
I think
Cool
you're
down.
taking the mickey now.
They need one outlaw as well.
You need an outlaw and a judge. Come on.
Yeah, I also think being sort of living in a scenario where on the first day of qualification, the 2 teams we send to playoffs could potentially be NRG and GiantX is insane. I definitely couldn't have seen that coming. I don't know about
Well,
you guys.
especially, well, for GX, if you did, you're kind of mad because they've never made it to playoffs before. So it could be their first time ever, and I'm very excited to see if that's true.
Me too. The doors to Champions playoff stands half open, but will it be Paper X, GiantX, DRX, or NRG who push through and take the next step to the trophy? It is time to find out.
It's been since 2023 since I've been on the champ stage. Feels good to be here. Definitely feel like we all earned it. We're gonna make this one count.
Can NRG vindicate themselves in this match against your reigning world champions?
Now that we have the first match jitters out the way, you'll see an even stronger energy.
We're just coming into this tournament sort of like an underdog feeling, which makes like less pressure when we play the games. Our performance on stage 2 was not a very good showing. In Champions, I think we can show a very different version of DRX.
To take down DRX, I think mainly all 7 of us follow our protocols. Everyday grinding is just meant for this moment. So as long as we don't crumble under the pressure, we'll be fine.
I believe Energy is like a really, really great teamwork type of team. When we go against them, I think it's just a matter of who aims better that day and who just plays together as a team that day. I'm starting to feel like the same feeling that when we won kickoff, so I think if we just keep on going, then we will be able to win out.
Champions, for me, this is the moment when you come here and you know that you will face best of the best.
Sentinels completely neutralized.
And this is the time where you can prove you reached out here with certain work that you put, and the amount of the time that you put into the game is paying back.
It means a lot to back to the champions. It's give us a lot of confidence since we won our first trophy in Toronto.
PaperX, your Masters Toronto champion.
We still have a lot of drive to win champions.
PaperX, we played many teams like this, super aggressive, super fast, double duelist. So we are kind of prepared for this, and I think it's gonna be a good game.
EMEA overall as a region, they are quite methodic and quite structured, the way how they're playing. I'm trying to adjust myself, how I wanna be aggressive versus them and what timings I wanna push and stuff I wanna pick.
We have nothing to lose because we are gonna be probably 100% underdogs, right? If they will start losing against us, they will start to feel some pressure on them, because how can you lose to a team that have 3 rookies?
Since we are PaperX and we are in good form, good luck on the server, cause you're gonna need it.
GiantX versus PaperX.
Qualification to playoffs, a chance is on the line, and it is the team that everybody expected to be here versus the team I don't think anyone expected to be here. But you heard it in that trailer. GX, they're hungry, they know they are the rookies, and sometimes being the underdog, at least for them so far, has been a massive benefit.
Realistically, we didn't even expect them to make the event. They made a run in the first place. Now they got to try and do it again. I don't think we're getting anything too crazy surprising. Both teams good at the sunset. I'm praying we get to that on the third map. Ascendo's a bit of an interesting one because we saw some recent change coming out of the side of PaperX, and they kind of dominated versus RRQ. It's a weak map for them overall and a pretty decent one for GX, but I wouldn't say that map is set in stone.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Ascent's going to be really interesting. The Vice against this Cypher is a conversation that I think a lot of people are having right now. The stopping power of Vice just looks so difficult to deal with, but on GX's side, bringing the Cypher into play, they've got that KO to potentially take out some of that utility when they move towards sites, and I think that brings a big advantage compared to what PaperX are running in the Sage. The difference is, this is PaperX we're talking about.
Do you think they're going to bring that comp again? Because they do. I just want to make it known for the global fans that don't, watch Pacific necessarily, is that is their comp. Maybe some other teams have shown it since then, or they showed it first on the global stage, but we saw PaperX do it in Pacific. Will they carry this comp on here?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think especially when it's Jing pulling out that Sage, I feel like it's a very comfortable pick for him. It does mean that going into the map, I'm expecting it to be incredibly defense-sided. Like, both teams have shown that is where they are favored. And with, on the other side, GX playing that sort of more default comp, I think it's going to be very interesting. The other thing as well is the Lotus choice that has come out from PaperX. Overall, over the last few months, 9-2. Those 2 losses were in the last 2 games versus RRQ and then Zeta, which I've heard from every single member of Pacific Talent that was a blip, but they still took their L. So I'm very interested to see if they've managed to recover back to their better form.
It's such a pick your poison though, right, into PaperX. GX, they have to know that if they ban bind, Lotus is coming. I'm most excited for Sunset because maybe it's me coping, but I think that is an even playground for both teams.
100%. Well, they both picked it in their last series.
Yeah.
They both dominated their opposition, and let's not forget, GX was against Sentinels. That's a big statement from them. I hope we get to a map 3.
Me too.
Because we deserve it in this series. GX have played almost double the regular season, the stage 2 games that PaperX have. They've got the reps. They know what went wrong back then. They've come into this tournament. They look more individually dominant than we've seen throughout the regular season. And week on week, they've been playing better Valorant. I think this is going to be a challenge for PaperX, but more so I look to GX. I look to Ara, a guy who started out the season on a low point. He has really built on that every single game, but this is the one game that he cannot go missing in.
Yeah, let's take a look at agent select here. My eyes actually go towards Flickless because I truly believe he is a phenomenal KO player.
He was going to be my highlight coming into this map because I think that he has some of the best supportive flashes, even if his team memes them sometime. But also the timing of the knife, especially on that defensive side, is going to be integral. Starting off on the attack, though, a lot of the focal point does come more so onto Ara. Like, is this guy going to be set up to be in that space? And so that combo of Flickless and Ara need to be on point, especially with the sheer amount of delay the PaperX have. You need some of that utility removed. If you're hitting a site and it's all online, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're coming into a game and looking at Flickless and saying, well, his utility's got to be on point, that's a pretty safe bet. The guy was unbelievable. For me, at least, just at an eye test, I'm not using stats or anything, just watching the damn game. Flickless, I think, is the best utility in all of the MEA.
Yeah, and more importantly, the age-old question, what's better, a dinosaur or a giant? Here's Uber and Wyatt to answer that.
Sure, yeah, one of the more compelling questions. Keeps me up at night. They might have Giant in the name, but MEA's #2 seed are definitely the David in this David versus Goliath matchup. It's PRX. We know what we get from these guys, and what we get is up-tempo, fast-paced, audacious, in-your-face Valorant.
I'm excited for this matchup stylistically. I think GX are coming into this tournament, for me, as maybe even the most interesting EMEA team, certainly as far as how they play like their defensive sides, you know, how they run so many aggro set strats, and against PaperX, who are probably the most unique team of all time in Valorant, I think this should make for a very interesting stylistic game.
It's going to be GX on the attack side to start us off, and already Ara's gotten himself pretty deep up mid. Something ready for it, turns to flash, and now for contact is just too good. What an opener. Talk about wind taken out of the sails for GX. Spike dropped in mid, and Cloud and Westside trembling hands to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, something pretty much just continuing the reign of terror that he has been on throughout Stage 2 until now, and one of the absolute peaks of his career at the moment. Forsaken caught getting a tad bit too adventurous, perhaps, in mid. So the tiniest of openings for GX, the PaperX are ready to just float onto them and get an ace.
Full ace. Full ace for the boy. Jump, bound, just like Bambi. Something. Well, we get what he came for. Pistol round ace for something. And PRX start out with a very nice little burst of confidence. And this is why PRX can get away with such ridiculous stuff, Wyatt. They have this individual talent. I feel like it's rarely seen at this level.
Absolutely not. It's just across the entire team. They're all capable of this, but genuinely though, yeah, Something's form at the moment has just been utterly outrageous, even for his standards. Feels like he's hitting a real career high at the perfect time right now heading into Champions.
That 1v2 clutch with the off on bind against Sheila Gaming had my jaw on the floor. The guy is ridiculous.
Oh. And he gets away with 1 HP under a lot of pressure there with the Judge. That 0 point connects onto a couple players, so a good paranoia is sent in. Device so weak on account of Aura.
Still having a fight for a spot. Patman having trouble digging him out of Switcher.
Yeah, that was some pretty solid util actually from GX to get back in there with a 0 point into the paranoia. Couple kills. They're going to get the spike down. A low HP for Westside. He has picked up that stinger. Definitely needs to play close range. Wants to play a flash even, but
pretty isolated there, Flickless, without an opportunity to actually get involved. And now that slow orb will make it difficult for him to work his way back out. Defuse here for PRX, and the important weapons will be maintained. We're going to have a switch up of our diffuser here briefly as Jing gets off, something gets on, working towards a very early dimensional drift for the Yoru.
One orb away. Nice that Something goes down to 1 HP, but then gets a heal with Jing, so he can just go run it Flickless with a Judge. Go for part 2. GX fans hoping that first round ace, and what we've witnessed so far, not an omen of the next 11 rounds to come for PaperX. This is such a challenge for GX. I mean, they're off the back right now of the biggest win of the career in these players' history, genuinely beating Sen in that first round. I'm so impressed by the level of play they were at. PaperX, whole different beast though.
But they have to fight PRX for this space, Wyatt. They've got great set plays, they're really well drilled. That's something that stands them in good stead to tip the scales in their favor.
Device able to throw down a pretty deep shear wall in B main. And when you're not feeling that pressure, you can kind of just go for the the jump with it, throw it down deep, and then back away. PaperX are doubled up here on Cat, and something still with the judge. And while there was that sound bait coming through from Jing, he was just kind of tapping, trying to make a little bit of a distraction.
Slow start here for GX. Now they've sort of decelerated through mid a little bit with an out drone, this time clearing market. They do not want to run into a judge in that corner or someone else. Patman with a shoulder pick. Ara sees an opportunity to come forward, but actually backs out of it. Devi knocks him down to 20 as well from Switch.
That is a lot of damage exchanged. Grabino does have that full kit available at the moment, Paranoia, so the team could try to get into tree, but I'm not even sure they're aware they're walled off until they're going to get much closer here. Wall about to break, though. 3 PaperX players expecting this to come through, though.
They're going to fight out of this
What
smoke.
a setup.
PaperX, for God's sake. You know they're not going to sit here and let you pass them by. Paranoia thrown out. Jing's able to capitalize. Ara very low. Strong wind to blow him over, and Forsaken's got more than just hot air. Here's Grabino. Has to walk up onto the A site. There's a smoke in his way. Spike on the other side of tree with 12 seconds left. He knows he might need to batten the hatches here and just try and survive.
Only option at this point in the round. The way that PaperX maneuvered the map there was so lovely. Late into that round, they insert something with that judge close up in B main. The rest of the players on that sort of B mid side, they pivot over towards tree. Reading that GX, we're going to try to go for an A split up Cat when that wall expires. As soon as they start making noise there were 3 PaperX players ready to go. Paranoia, and then initially it's just the run and gun from Jing. Patman able to trade off, swinging with the Phantom. Really lovely round for PaperX. They convert the bonus.
This team surrendered only 1 defense side round over to RRQ in that Pacific matchup, in that final. They were so dominant on this defense side. Some wine position taken up this time by Forsaken. Again, PaperX ready to fight for this space.
And the second GX activate, they could get hit by slow orbs from Jing. Yep, that one's going to go down, but Aura gets ahead of it. Lovely Paranoia. Again, there's been some good util setup for GX. Unfortunately, it's just come on eco round so far.
Blown out first. Jing flattened by West Side. Always good with the Sheriff, and now into the site. GX are swarming over it.
That was just alert to Cat, I believe. Something stops the plant, though. Very low on HP. A lot of danger. He's got to back up just a bit.
Yep, this buys time for a
Oh
check.
my
You've
God.
made a Patman! Does not allow further passage. Are able to hold it down here from A main, and look at this wrap from something. Look at the gate crashes.
He has flanked so quickly. I do not think Cloud is going to expect this whatsoever.
Initially, he was just checking mid in case there was a late flank. Now, though, he stepped up. What an angle! Ara, though, has the presence of mind to check for it. A massive thrifty here for GX.
PaperX were trying to show some of that aggression towards A main. The slow from Jing came a little bit too late. And a couple rounds now, we have seen Grabino throw out a Paranoia at a great time, and Aura able to capitalize. It happened on just the round 2 eco, so they weren't able to convert. They didn't have the weapons. But here, Aura had a hero rifle, so he gets in. He gets that first. West side flanks through Cat, gets that pick. Super well done.
West side pretty terrifying with the Sheriff in hand. That was something showcased extensively against Sentinels. PaperX falter slightly here. Money such that, though, they can continue to make a buy. Because they can eventually stave off a mid where 4 players for GX taken up shop.
He's picked up the op. Oh my God, West side. Those are the kind of shots he hits with some crazy consistency. Just the good crosshair placement, fast reaction shots.
And he didn't have to be firing against Sentinels. The rest of his team were doing so well, but now it's a great opportunity to step up and show that individual skill. Shorty here for Ara. Inside the smoke, and it does its job. Forsaken is dealt with now quickly, trying to double back around to the site. Digging out that last defender. Devi in the corner. Only going to be able to find his one. Patman kept off the fight with that smoke towards defender spawn.
And now that remaining PRX duo, they're just forced to save. GX have really played with a lot of high tempo early round on these last couple, and it has paid off. It's resulted in early picks. Something going for that aggro play in B main, immediately dealt with. And then the exec onto the site really accelerated. Aura beats the timing into the smoke. The Devi is just left on site alone, overwhelmed. GX have done a nice job of catching out PaperX early.
Just well set up. I think Grabino was a player we definitely want to highlight here early. 4 assists to his name. Paranoia setups, though, have been excellent. Now PRX got to be a bit more respectful off the rip here. That was that, early presence by Forsaken over towards Catwalk that was punished. There was some spam through, and then a push off of that B side.
Look at, I mean, something barely even got around the corner before being hit by that. Aura beats timing for Forsaken into the smoke. I like that from him. It's a calculated risk. Pays off.
There are similarities between how these two teams played the defense side. I think GX almost see a reflection of themselves in some of these info pushes and this proactivity from PRX.
So PaperX investing into this round a fair bit around the 2 guns that were saved. Of course, if they lose, they'll have that 3-round max out loss bonus. But something picks up the Judge on account of having that dimensional drift. And they have the Hunter's Fury to combo with it. So that could be very potent if used at the right time. Getting Hunter's Fury's tags, but then also in the chaos, popping out with a Judge on someone.
PRX insisting on some mid-control with a smoke at tiles that just gets walked up through by GX. They've been able to drift over towards that catwalk position, but now 2 players taken up in tree. Let's see if Forsaken play back towards the site a little bit more, but once more, we're going to see PRX fight if there is a push off catwalk. Refresh that one way at A main. Forsaken trying to imply some main presence, hoping to funnel elsewhere. But GX are unperturbed so far.
See if they just have to wait that out. They do have a drone from Cloud that could be used to clear through it. Yeah, that is going to be the maneuver. And now Paranoia immediately going to at least stall GX up. Something getting close with this Judge right into main.
Ara has to be mindful of this. Check close is going to be important. There it is. Okay, 0 Point comes in, but something just steps back. He doesn't have the gate crash out, and then opts to step forward. Cloud now with a Hunter's Fury, Forsaken avoiding it for the time being. Does get pinged out by that second shot. Goes low, it doesn't matter. He handles Grabinho. Manhandles him up close. Now that tree control is there for PRX. GX, though, forcing it onto the site. They got Gen presence. Patman got an owl in. Spots that A main player.
Cloud crossing to Wine. Door went down at the perfect time. No one for PaperX having the opportunity to flood in because of it. But now with the man advantage trying to press through Catwalk. Issue being Forsaken has to close the gap with the Judge at some point. There's 1 Sheriff. Weaponry better for GX.
But just has a room to clear the dart, but they know he's there. It doesn't seem to matter. Here is the Null Command that comes out. It's Devi and Jing. They have to fight through it now. There's no other choice for it. From upper, West Side finds yet another. It's on Jing. Suppressed, knows Cloud is likely in A main and sends his crosshair in that direction. Drops down, tries to isolate the 1 versus 1s. The flickless will not be shifted. And GX have even upped the game.
So difficult to get a kill on the drop like that. Lovely shooting from Flickless. That initial one onto Cat. Tight angle was really clean. I like that decision to use the Hunter's Fury just straight away from Cloud when they got the position on something, and because he was hit by that 0 Point, then he just feels pressured. Oh, I gotta do something. Goes into the open, he's scrambling. Gets shot down, and then again, it's GX. They pick up the pace nicely after that.
Pinging out 2 players of that Hunter's Fury was pretty big. I think Forsaken ate the 2nd and 3rd bolts from it.
I mean, yeah, if Forsaken gets that crazy kill in the smoke, because it was just such a chaotic situation for Grabinho to try to figure out. But yeah, he took so much damage. GX set up well in the post flank.
ZPRX always trying to arrange their pieces to have like at least decent numbers for these GX pushes. We see Jing trying to refresh that one way to A main, hoping to funnel GX through towards tree. But GX had their own gameplay and they're confident. They owl drone in. There's a Paranoia straight away just to try and deny any direct follow-up right behind that owl drone. A fast play gets shut down, but in the end, there's so much to work with. Null Command, Hunter's Fury, both committed to that engagement. And it pays off for GX. Hard-fought attack side rounds wide. They've evened things up.
Yeah, and PaperX, they did make a pretty big investment into that last round, right? So they can get a meager bit of a half buy going. Looks like something not going to commit any cash here, so you can buy the operator on this subsequent round.
Yeah, it's truly been PaperX's year so far. The only thing they're missing, of course, is the cherry on top. Global title, all well and good. They're looking for that Pacific World Championship. It's on the table here. This is the kind of matchup they need to kind of be dominating to give that level of confidence. Remember, the winner in this series will advance to playoffs.
PaperX just hoping that someone early would have gone over towards B, walked into that multi-stack of players, and it looks like now if they get a ping with this drone, they might just swing out with a few from mid.
It's going to be flash dart here to follow it up. There's a lot for GX to deal with. Their hands are kind of tied in mid, and now the push is going to come up. But Cloud, comfortable enough from Catwalk, is ready to receive this, and I think PRX have overestimated the level of disruption they've been able to induce. Down in Divine Forsaken. They take a classic gamble up mid, bit of a Shiko vibe.
It was a cool play attempt, you know, syncing up that paranoia, plus the flash from Yoru, plus the recon. After confirming information on a player mid with the drone. Not mad at the play. Cool attempt, but yeah, ultimately GX just have way better guns.
Cloud also had turned the flash and someone else shot the dart for him, so he had his crosshair positioned correctly and was ready to fight. Some stall here, of course, on this belated attempt at B. The sheer wall has to be respected. That will be drawn out now. Gets Westside at least over to logs.
Sank it and anchoring pretty deep in the site, but now all alone and dealt with perfectly clean, flawless round from GX. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I was the only one. After those first 3 rounds, when PaperX converted the bonus, I was worried. I was worried that they were going to begin to run away with the game, but then GX eco them back. A 4-round run. They're looking really good right now. They're playing with a lot of confidence, and maybe it's, you know, what the players had been mentioning before this game of, we don't really feel pressure. We're GX. People didn't even think we were going to be here. Yep. We're going up against the best team in the world, the reigning champions from Toronto. We have 3 rookies. We don't have any pressure. We're huge underdogs.
Divide trying to hold close here. It's going to be a steel garden thrown out. Ara already got himself over towards that spawn side. Not a lot to see there. Somehow Cloud is all the way back there. What a wrap here for Forsaken. TP obviously gets himself in a position now to harry them from defense spawn. From the attack side even. And so Grabinho never really got to set foot on this B site at all.
What a crazy counterplay from Forsaken to just disrupt the plans of GX entirely. I mean, look at the X's on the map right now of where the dead GX players are. It's like in the spawn of the defenders damn near.
It's like we used to see Jing do on Icebox. Same idea, right? That TP into spawn. Smoke assisted though on Icebox, in fairness. This guy just just rips it. Love that from Forsaken. And on the other end, right, it's a steel garden that definitely slows GX up. So it puts them on a real clock when there's an Omen player teleporting into this
just pushes them into Forsaken. Alright, that was a crazy little scenario.
Yeah, like Ara got ahead of it, right, but not in a position to be sort of followed up on it all. It was a PRX round of all rounds, for sure. Grabinho loves that spot. So does Boaster, by the way. That little TP on the box of top mid. Nothing to be gained from there right now. It's actually pretty deep dark cover thrown out here by GX.
Something has this operator was saving for on one of the prior rounds, controlling mid at the moment. As GX currently setting up for a split into this B site. Patman ready to let that recon go once they get through the choke point. So they can try to spam some of these players down from back site through Boathouse.
Oh, that is dirty. Ara is so close. And there's a noise cut in mid, or rather PRX don't see GX as they pull out of that part of the map and leave the insert. Something's back in the game and Ara might have something to say about it, but the slow orb meant there's no direct follow-up on that res attempt. It's Cloud falling. Divine getting control from stairs here. Caught inside the fragment and Gravino's got the follow-up now. Patman has to fight for himself inside Boathouse. Chucked down, still gets the kill. The now Dimensional Drift is going to get something into the site, but he's holding nothing but an operator. Jing can also work out from spawn as well. There's Westside. Damn, he's been good today. Very sharp, and Jing should wait a moment. He's got something with him now. Seen this guy retake 1v2 with an op. He's got Jing to help him this time. Flickless watching Speedway, though. Jing's going to have to be quick with this adjustment, and he is. So much so he doesn't take any damage. Westside now under pressure, shot through the wall, and something alights with the shorty. Hard fought round for PRX, but they'll take it.
Beautiful attempt from Westside. Just feels at the very end he needs to adjust the positioning, and it's something right on top of him with that shorty. Fast for the trade. This was an insane little shot from Aura to open the round up. Look at that from Something's point of view. The second he checks that left side, Aura is right out there.
Sick two-piece there from Westside. For me, it's Jing being able to get that correction of aim onto the plant spot.
And having the res available in mid, just bring it right back to the 5-on-5.
Yeah, it kind of negates all of our patience, just staying as that insert in mid.
Super important round to use it. And that was onto something who then has the dimensional drift to follow up into the site.
But that'll condition PRX now. That deep smoke into mid could imply an insert being left behind by GX for later in the round.
West side with Cam. Does get something up Batman and something that time, a bit of vengeance onto Aura. That is the duelist, the entry, the space maker. When you're trying to hit one of these ascent sites, totally removed. This is going to be really difficult for GX from here on out, especially if they go towards that setup with the Vice. You're just going to get your team fully stalled out by the Thorns. If you go into the Sage, one slow orb, no one can get past it. You're all just trapped. Maybe Grabinho can try to go for some kind of crazy TP, but outside of that, not a lot of options.
There's a sheer wall inside tree. Something can play off that after trying to take a pick.
And that did turn off the Vice util for but a moment, but no one is able to, it's not really a play to be made off of it, unfortunately.
Down mid, look at this double face that's been set up randomly by PX. They've just assembled this in response. That deep smoke's there again, an old Cloud! Spammed out just as the smoke bloomed. Flickless fortunate to get across. He can play off his player in B main, but it's a Sage wall there to play with.
There are rotates being drawn for PRX, aside from the fact that Jing is just entrenched here in the corner.
No!
What a
Behind the wall!
transfer.
That is disgusting! And again, Jing with the crucial frags! Knock the wheels off the GX bus.
GX had a really cool game plan there, honestly. Grabinho was working through A main. He found a pick. If you looked at the top of the minimap, everyone from PaperX, after he got that kill, were being dragged towards A. It was just Jing who was fully committed to that site.
30 seconds.
If he even goes 1-for-1, Grabinho's teleporting back. Obviously, still a horrific position for GX, but I think they had a cool game plan that is just ultimately unraveled because Jing puts together a really sick multi-kill.
Remember that solo hold for Jing with the wall sets up the double face in mid for that spam kill. So sick.
Wow, Paranoia straight away catches everyone slow orb as well.
Oh my God,
this is miserable.
Doesn't know where to be. Here come the shock darts. This could be painful. Patman's got another one where that came from. Grabinho would love to get up on the corner, but Jing has been felled.
Everyone on GX aside from Westside just damaged up. Him now too from the spam. They are all so weak. Sold out. Double flash.
But Paranoid to get them on the speedway here. Patman respects it though. Tries to fold away. Forsaken TP out in the open. Apparently Flickless punishes.
What a
his
kill
null
from
command.
Flickless.
This is dangerous here. That util turned off. Patman had to fight out the old-fashioned way, and that is beautifully done, but Westside will be waiting. Look how low he and Flickless are. By no means a sure thing for GX. And it's up to Divider, dig them out. Flickless low drifts across the side. Westside will be set up on the speedway. Drop down on the side and wins it out. 12-8 for Westside.
Oh my God, man, he is on one right now. The crosshair placement is just excellent in these fights, and he is so quick with the reactions. By the way, though, beautiful kill from Flickless. That one right there onto Forsaken. The highest impact kill in the round at that point. Opens up the site. Westside clutches up.
Okay, that's only DEFCON 5 for Alex. We're doing fine. But GX really proactive. Remember, they throw that neural theft in and then immediately Paranoia Speedway. They're very, very keen to get onto this
And
B
it
side.
was synced up with a flash from the KO. Insta just pop out. That was with all four players so weak, stuck in the choke for ages at that point.
There's
And
just
they
a
still make
symphony
it
of
work.
util lined up. These set plays for GX, man, are so clean.
That's what has really impressed me about them on both attack and defense, on their executes. The sequencing of their util and timings, so tight compared to the competition.
And that contrasted with PRX's just innate talent, ability to flood like no other team. A little bit of a difference of styles there. Paranoid, Forsaken, he tries to back away. He actually avoids the one that comes in Jen's direction. And Nara now is above him, not ready for Forsaken to be crouched, perched from below. Something gets in and then gets straight on out, like only he does. There's Artisiri here from the Heaven's side. As Forsaken's ready to get messy on the side itself. Cloud barely alive. Jing puts him out of his misery now. It's on Flickless. He gets bounced, flashed, and rolled by something.
What an outstanding flood from PaperX. And this is the exact kind of fun pace that I wanted to see in a PRX versus GX games. Two teams that are highly coordinated and willing to absolutely send it on the opponents.
I mean, PRX are the team that are going to force you, they're going to drag you to pay at that fast pace, right? You will need to compete for timings, fight aggressively over this space, but GX are happy to do with that because they've got such sick prep, such a good foundation of set plays on this map. They will go to that gear. Let's have a break here at halftime. Standing over to the stage, Lou is standing by with a very special guest.
Et pour un jour de semaine, on est ravis de voir pas mal de fans de GiantX ici à nos côtés. It's a pleasure to welcome Elise with me, who's a GX fan here. Welcome, first of all. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, you're rocking, that T-shirt and the jersey. How does it feel, to have GX fans here in Paris, despite the French and Spanish rivalry?
It's so cool to see everyone here rooting for GX, and I think you are too, right?
I'm an EMEA girly, but never biased, guys, never biased, of course. Donc, première question, qu'est-ce que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans français ici, malgré la rivalité Espagne-France? Eh ben, c'est trop cool. On a évidemment l'ambiance ici et on a peut-être une hausse qui est un petit peu biaisée pour l'EMEA, mais jamais trop. And second question, we know that the season has been hard for GX. No one was expecting them, at Champs, and yet here they are. So what is your advice for fans, who struggle to follow their team in hard times?
Well, you just have to believe in your team, really. And they had such a great run on stage 2. It was really nice. And seeing them putting up a fight against PRX, it's so nice.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that. Donc un petit conseil peut-être, c'était dur la saison pour GX, ils sont remontés de loin, et bah oui, il faut continuer de croire en sa team, ils sont remontés pendant le stage 2 et ils ont une vraie belle run. So let's see if the fan buff can carry GX on Ascent.
And honestly, I think there are more and more GX fans being made by the moment. They've been looking very, very good, standing up against the most terrifying team in the world. And this guy is a big part of that. I suspect something here, the highlight for your Coinbase Econ report at 63.5. Just pure audacity. I think he's 7-0 at the start of the game. He does slow down. He goes, 14-7 after that fact, but obviously always in the engine room for PRX.
And keeping that rating high while purchasing 3 ops as well. That's, I think, kind of the standout part for me. Was getting a lot of value with those late. Some of the shotguns, too, had some great dimensional drifts. But, yeah, something right now looking like the best player for PaperX up until this point versus Westside for GX, whose aim right now is also just unreal.
It's crazy. We saw GX on the attack side, but in these post plants, Westside is anchoring like he's a defender, looking pretty ridiculous. Yep. I also think the setup, Grabinho and Flickless with some mad util. Really, really well set up. I think Insu wanted to highlight that as well about Flickless. I think we're seeing that. He's sitting on 11 assists here.
Yeah, and speaking of, it looks like GX maybe wanting to go for a fast play down mid early with some of these flashes. Perhaps synced up or just a deep flash. No, it's just going to be a straight up contact down. They've got some sheriffs on catwalk. That good long range. Matter of fact, they have 4 sheriffs just across the board. There's a lot of classics and at least some armor. So
I think PRX have sniffed this out. I think they realize something is afoot behind them. So now they'll accelerate now through B main. Paranoia is an option, of course. They get smoked off from B main and just walk straight through it. So tick-tock, though, GXR got to start nipping at their heels, and G might be the first to see it. He thinks about it. Timing's not quite there for him, though. Spotted out already. And there's Patman. Might have to do something about this. Ara with the stopping power to put 2 PRX players in the dirt.
Not a lot of util to work with for PRX, just that one Paranoia for Forsaken. Can it get a good connection? Something playing up close. 2 players all the way back.
With Razorvine there.
Cleared by Ara! Oh, wow, something takes a timing off that. What a bold play.
Grabino is also quite low as he tries to make his way onto the side. A decent 0 point now, but PRX are ready to fight for their lives in this site. Gonna be 3 players come downstairs. Something that can turn his attention along with Forsaken to the rest of it. And that is a 3v5. PRX tucked in the site, and this is their bread and butter.
What a sick play from Something. He takes the timing to jump into the smoke off the break of the thorn. So he knows that that player's crosshair going to be down, adjusting it back up, and he's right in Aura's face. Really cool maneuver to get them back into that 3-on-3. And then PaperX doing what they do best, which is everyone fights together. Yeah.
It's unspoken. It's purely instinctive from PRX in that post plant. Like the idea from GX to contact play up mid. Got them a backstab opportunity, but 2 from Ara is not enough.
It felt like it really should have been Paper X take down both pistol rounds now.
They're so proactive. Look at GX. Look how fluid they are. In motion constantly. Something that's going to fight for this, and no one shot that dart. That is very enlightening.
How did that hit all three of them? That was crazy.
Yeah. Now they're going to make a play off of Catwalk, but PRX are ready to fight for this space as well. Heal up. Grabinho gets him one. But now that leaves the A site pretty loosely held.
Didn't expect Grabinho with Flickless baiting for that position, but even still, things traded out. What a shot again from Aura. Oh my God, GX, what on earth is happening? They're just winning straight up duels, hitting crazy shots with pistols.
Divide realizes he needs to put this Vandal to work on the side itself for a retake, and he's just got around the corner. Why are you fighting? What is that West side with the classic?
He has the Vandal at range. I'm fine with the fight, bro. You gotta win that.
That is unreal.
I cannot believe GX are winning these fights though. Still, Forsaken, long range, open angle with the Bulldog. These guys have a combined 50 HP.
30 and 20 respectively. What on earth is that from West side? What a filthy round from GX, man.
Thrifty.
Proactive, always asking for more map control. MasterCard Thrifty, I won't soon forget.
I am just stunned. I didn't see that from Westside's point of view. What was that? I mean, he must have seen Forsaken's legs under the smoke or something. Well, I mean, I don't even know, man. Double dink long range. Westside is, it feels like he's just playing cheats right now. Westside can't miss. Man, Paper X in this game so far won both pistols, but also, flip side, GX, they've won 2 eco rounds.
Yeah, 2 massive thrifties at pretty important points in the game. All right, PRX realizing that their opponents are not to be trifled with. Grabinho here committed to wine and just took the swing. That has definitely put PRX off their lunch.
Aura has pressed all the way down mid to watch this B main cross with the Outlaw. Something, does he expect it? Does he go for a little jiggle? No, he is just caught out in the open. Aura smoking that angle off. The cam is watching top cat for him as well.
Aura can be dug out here by Cloud. He can very easily support him through mid.
Or rather, I think that might have just been a ping from the drone. Either way, you know, he did have support. Someone able to keep eyes on top cat while Aura was in this very forward position, which he's just retaining, by the way. But he'll have that support. Here's Flickless.
I'm going to recheck this. So set Aura up. Pop flash for his duelist. Cloud and Flickless, though, put this one to bed.
And the 2 major things that Paper X are going to have to overcome to win this out on attack, I feel, when you're playing against GX on defense, is their willingness to aggress, throw set plays at you. We've already seen on attack the way that they're able to sync up their flashes really well. Paper X will have to contend with that, and they'll have to contend with Aura always going for the scoped weapons, being very proficient with them. And then if you're trying to avoid those, you're going into Westside Sight, who is just not an actual Cypher one-trick, but plays Cypher as much as he possibly can because he's so good on the agent, so strong at anchoring. That is going to be the test for Paper X.
Already audacious early posturing from Aura up mid. Wanting to claim this space, and no one from PRX looking to challenge top mid themselves. They play to the externalities of the map.
Westside has pushed up quite far into B main, can just play this angle, try to get a headshot tap, run away back to that Cypher setup. If they chase, it's really close for him. Takes some damage, definitely needs to be on the run. Do Paper X try to accelerate to actually catch him going to backside? There are trips close on this choke. One of them just procced by that clone, destroyed by a shock afterwards.
Beijing. I want to bring Westside down eventually. I think he was concerned about a push up into his other tripwire. Couldn't play off it.
Something gets backside very quick off that teleport. And now GX having to play a 4-on-5 retake, make that 3-on-4.
Spike planted.
Aura turns up with the operator. It's more than Forsaken can handle.
Paper X had to buy very late coming through B main. I think he'll potentially be this critical factor if GX do go for the retake.
It's being smoked for. GX trying to cover that at least. Now making her way towards Switch. It's actually something back in the side, got picked off. What a flash! What a setup for Flickless. And Ara's got himself a rifle to work with now. Patman about to be swarmed. Finds the first. That was the Blade Storm now down for Ara. Divided the rescue off. A good timing out of B main. Gets the Speedway. Flickless now has to dance. Dodge. Duck, dip, and dive.
He's gotten it to half.
Davai over the top, though, is able to put him out of the game. But man, that was as close as it gets. There have been no clean hits from PRX here. GX fighting tooth and nail.
Grabinho had gotten it to half for Flickless as well there. Jing again over the top, done that on the pistol round. This time catches out that very low HP West Side, trying to retreat back sight. Good attempt, and I like as well that once GX get a couple kills here, they realize, okay, one of these guys is going to be late B main. We just have to get to the site ASAP, go forward. But then Patman
just run out of time.
Yeah, Patman does a good job there, but Divide closes things out. Pretty sick round.
Still a buy for GX though. These have been very, very costly. Attack side wins for PRX. Costly as they've been though. It's a 2-round lead that's secured themselves after a very weird start to this half.
The cash for both teams looking pretty dismal after this buy, by the way. This is a very important round in that regard.
Paranoia here from Grabinho in response. Saw one come from PRX. Hunter's Fury now active, and Flickless tries to step out, take the fight on his own. Grabinho will be called on as well. Ara on top of the wall, made use of Jing's architecture to his favor. Down to 2 PRX. Need this spike recovered, but Ara's not going to leave that area for free.
Both GX players on the way. No way, Ara's is looking over top. Is that it? Yeah, he's got the angle. Patman goes down. It's all on Divide in the clutch. He won it out last round, but this one, surely not, right? Too many GX players alive.
And look at them starting to encroach now, especially behind this Al drone. Ara knows he can probably play off that. Arc Rose for Divide doesn't get him enough equity in the 1 versus 3. And step by step, GX are staying alongside PRX in this race.
Ara getting some very, very high impact moments in this second half. He has been on point. Rookie debut at a global event. Kill leader in EMEA Stage 2 for a reason. Up to 16, now tied with something at the top of the board. And as I mentioned, that round economy was tragic for both teams, of the utmost importance that either of them had taken that. Now GX have a real opportunity to tie up this game at 9. They just have to handle a Paper Rex eco, couple sheriffs, something, Divide with the 2 of them.
Trying to imply a pocket for themselves for that smoke forward in B main by the attackers. 0 Point only spots out the Sage here.
Something going to keep control of B main.
See Dink happy to make noise as he runs away from B main.
Nice on this eco round though that Paper Rex do get access to the orbs across the map, can round the world it. When we get to the next buy, they're going to have likely 4 ultimates. I mean, pretty much guaranteed Divide will at some point get a kill, go down. Either way, we'll have the Steel Garden.
GX have seen enough though to stack correctly for this eco push off PRX. A Ghost and a Sheriff's all they really got to work with now, so this Outlaw should feast. Ara gets his. Grabinho happy to stand on the site and fight, but he's down by the Ghost player. Jingo now have his hands full with the play out from Tree. Flickless belatedly brings him down. Something with a TP forward onto the side, but that spike's still loose out in main. And Flickless has no reason to leave that fairly passive position. Divide had a good hold. Crosshair placement broken. And so is the lead of PRX.
So they get those orbs, they get 4 of their ultimates ready to go. A bit of damage could have been nice, given the GX economy is not off the ground just yet. And if they kept it honest and win this next round with a lot of ults, they could have gotten control of the game back. But hey, even still, they'll be happy to just get to this gun round with the ults they've got. Timeout called from Alex now. Cooking up the game plan with them to ensure that they win this critical round.
Yeah, this gun round is everything for PRX, and they've invested in it, of course, getting those orbs earlier on in their eco. All but the Hunter's Fury at the ready. That means, of course, Dimensional Drift, there's a res there if needed, and a Steel Garden for these side hits. It's a big point of contention, I think, between the Cypher and Vice choice on this particular map. And you can see that frustration here for Alex, because PRX are being disrupted frequently by GX. They are very fluid on the defense side. You watch them, they look like a kicked anthill, even early in the round. Always repositioning, always establishing control of the map, re-clearing in 2s and 3s, just drifting back and forth. Tough for PRX to put their thumb on them, and honestly, GX are stalling well enough to make sure they've got a decent shot at these holds, right? They don't want to play off sites for post parts. They want to get in an anchor and they want to throw down. Bloody hell. I mean, Grabinho sat inside Jing's smoke that he tries to, or rather Forsaken smoke that he tries to TP into. These guys are not giving any ground.
Just uses that as his own anchor smoke, basically. All right, what is the plan here for GX with a few players towards mid? They've been doubling up Garbino flickless towards Cat early round a lot.
This goes here.
Do they try to go for something proactive on a round where they know Paper Rex will have some kind of big ult play in, as the idea? And yeah, they do. I think that's a good move. Try to do something to disrupt the plan that Alex has just provided to the team. And the timeout!
They walked into it. This is not the first time we've seen this push up in the mid for GX.
Garbino can stay pretty damn aggro because he can teleport whenever he wants. Yeah, he's just going to do that now after getting the first kill. Safe line, but they've got the advantage. Just get out. It's totally fine, right?
Gate crash at home, really.
Smoke off so the res can come through onto something. That's one ultimate expended for Paper Rex. Very important one, obviously. So, though it always feels bad that your opening kill amounts to effectively nothing, hey, you got a crucial ult out of Paper Rex, so...
But that's your early mid-control smoke burn.
Who's next?
By Forsaken.
And now an immediate pivot to B main, where this dimensional drift will be used by something. You will soon learn that the B site is absolutely free for the taking. Paper Rex can maneuver their way in and will be headed towards just a big 5-on-5 retake in which Devi has the Steel Garden ready to go, but Market not smoked off. Patman, Cotton, GX, it looks like they want to accelerate.
They don't have the smoke because they had to use it in order to get the res up land. Already PRX's util is being taxed before they even hit this B site. The slow warp, though, towards defense side spawn denies any anchor, any fight for space for GX. They have to play retake now.
Paper Rex will have to get a really good timing out of B main. They have two players there right now. Paranoia into the Steel Garden. It looks like they want to fight.
It's timely.
No, they're going to take it slow.
Devi and something opt to just stay in B main, just to ratchet the suspense up to 10. Primary's now going to be available. Devi tries to swing off that, but there's West side inside the fight. Flick this down, Guarino finds his, and GX! Unreal! Gladiators inside this B site. A hard-fought round that gets them the lead.
What a retake. That is astounding from GX. They open it with this kill, trade it for the res, sure. But then from there, in the site, West side just deletes both anchors.
Enemy remaining.
He is in outrageous form at the moment. Paper Rex were fully divided 2 and 2, 2 B main, 2 on site. I mean, Alex is questioning why they're so stacked up in main. They get the Paranoia with the Steel Garden out, but they can't really do much off of it because they're smoked off. But even still, that just caused so much delay that it felt like that would be enough. If Westside gets traded on, they probably lose the round. He kills both of them. But how does he do that?
PRX never had market control. So those two players inside B main that were smoked off, you could swing that out into the Steel Garden and fight for it. But you don't know if Ara is still sat in market. You don't know if there's still someone there that can punish that kind of play, and you have limited info about who is in the site. There's no recon left available. And PRX actually look reluctant in that round to go aggressive. They do, in fairness, identify the risks of pushing a smoke when you don't have the info on the other side, but they have to spend this random smoke from Forsaken early in the round to get something back in the game, and they don't have it available to cover the B side adequately when they hit it. And normally that's fine, because they got a dimensional drift that gets them in there and gets them the info. But no one shuts the door. They have one smoke, I think, towards defense spawn, and they've got to go. They've got to take that risk.
And GX really played to their out, which was, just fighting earlier, trying to apply pressure earlier, getting that kill when they were crossing. Because if they do go into a situation where it's just a straight up 5-on-5 retake and they have to contend with the ults, they're in a terrible position, right? That's going to be really challenging.
Ara there, just making sure his connections are all good. Best of our understanding, it was...
Certainly seemed all good.
Yeah, no,
given he's
20 and 12
on one. I mean, he had some impressive maps against Sentinels. That last Haven map, he was the top performer there. But this is a totally different level right now.
You can see just how much he thrives under this really diligent application of util to set him up. And that's the second time now we've seen GX, in that prior round send 2 people up mid, 2 people off catwalk. That's definitely set play that they've been leaning on fairly heavily. And a PRX, I don't know, don't have a player tiles or don't have any mid presence at the start of the round. That is quite punishable. But that round, that was the round that PRX invested Dimensional Drift. The Resurrect obviously was drawn out there earlier on. Steel Garden was used. It was a round that they really pinned their hopes on. And for that to go up in smoke, you absolutely need to get in the boys' ears and sort something out here. This looked like a tech pause for Gear. We'll be getting our ready checks in just a moment, and we'll be off with round 20.
Coming back into this, Paper X just going to be forced into a half-buy situation. economy has been pretty tough for both teams throughout most of this half. Except now, GX, with a string of rounds, have a couple capped out players with the money. They are in position to take down their map pick, one we haven't seen from PaperX much at all in this last stage. In fact, it was only in their most recent outing where they beat RRQ in the grand finals. For GX, a map that they've had some success on, a couple losses as well. But of course, both these teams, home map being Sunset, neither of them really wanting to waste their pick on it in a way, so they just allow it to float into that final position. And if we get there, that should be an absolute banger game. Both of these teams on that map are unbelievable to watch.
We had, of course, a keyboard change there for Ara. I just feel like he needs some LEDs in his life. I respect that. It's very late 2010s gamer coded, but I'm here for it. We're bringing it back. 4 stingers here for PRX. Are GX the kind of team that are going to be surprised by this? I feel no.
No, I mean, the money was good enough that, you know, there's going to be a half by some level, right? So they'll certainly be ready for that. It's just so important again to note as we get back into this, that round loss for PaperX on the prior one. They used 3 ultimates, 3 of them. Rez, Steel Garden, Dimensional Drift. GX, no commitment. They have Hunter's Fury and the Null Command. When we get into the buy round after this, PaperX would love to, at the very least, force them to use those ults on a round here where they've bought Stingers. That would be a solid consolation prize.
Look at this dynamic setup here for GX. Now into mid. Ara is now taking that timing, taking that map control. Confident that he can post up here and look towards tiles. It's going to be a fast hit coming from B main. Ara's going to try and wrap around pretty quickly, if I'm not mistaken. Westside, though, just, flat with all this. Util and Cloud come to the rescue. These guys, man, it is against Stingers in fairness. But they have got each other's backs for real. Forsaken is to fight inside the sight under the effects of his Null Command. Can't make use of any of that Util. And Ara pops him.
So that is one ultimate expended for the sake of GX to win that round. Can't blame them for using it. Those side anchors were under a hell of a lot of pressure. With the teleport right on top of Westside, the Cloud had his back.
Westside was done, the Cloud is not ready for that.
And then again, just look at the way he gets on that angle and the crouch to keep the crosshair on the headshot angle. He is a crazy good anchor.
GX already emerging as one of the most compelling stories of this VALORANT Champions 2025. 3 rookies, taking it currently to
and
what
many
many
would
would
consider
consider
the
the
best
best.
push straight away, but PaperX already. Hunter's Fury a bit too late.
Cloud's Crunch is probably one of the least novel plays in the GX book. Something PRX have definitely seen before. That one is shut down.
That is a classic Ascent play. Teams have been running that since the dawn of time in different variations, but hey, it still works frequently enough that there's nothing wrong with mixing it in. Cloud catches something on the cross, now 1 versus 3. They have an opportunity to isolate anything else. The IGL for GX, but individually has been no slouch in this tournament, far from it in fact.
He was 23-9 on Sunset against Sentinels, plus 15 kills deaths across the entire series.
But Forsaken on that crouched angle, a bit too quick for Cloud to deal with. Crosshair not ready for that, so PaperX able to capitalize on a round where they absolutely nullify this aggression from GX. And the timings end up being a little bit off because Cloud is waiting for that recon to land before sending out the Hunter's Fury. So the pace of that was a little bit too slow, with the players actually pushing down, with R getting through tiles to push out a B main. Rare moment, honestly, for GX where things are not
didn't quite line up
too tight with the timings. And so PaperX, obviously with the quality of shooters they have, they're able to just dismantle that somewhat disjointed effort.
So tech pause here, it's Ara's in-ears, if I'm not mistaken, that are now being just handled. When you've got a player who's newer to the stage, maybe newer to some of these match conditions, but obviously an MEA plays under a very similar setup, so just wants to make sure everything is ship-shape as we're getting towards the pointy end of this map. And like I was kind of saying before that tiles crunch came in, this is a team that's considered by many to be the best in the world, PaperX. The favorites in this tournament. GX came in with no expectations. They've been very clear about that. And they start by rocking Sentinels. I mean, the performance on Sunset was like a 13-4. Sentinels just look horrendous by comparison. And GX have been able to, despite being matched up against a team who plays so fast, it's hard to actually put things in place against them, have been able to execute a number of set plays, not just on this defense side, but obviously also on an attack side in such a way with a util, the exception of that previous round, was layered so well, almost effortlessly by GX, and they're able to find edges against some of the best individual players as a world, as a team. GX have got such a deep playbook as far as it seems to us. No two rounds really look the same.
I'm definitely impressed by the fact that in no situations has it felt like they are shook by going up against the best team in the world, the reigning, defending champions from Toronto, heading into champs. They are just sending it. They are playing to that underdog mentality. Players are making individual confidence plays, taking timings. We've seen that from Aura, especially on this defense side. Oh my God. By the way, Flickless has 20 assists right now. That is crazy. I just noticed that, but that is crazy. And it makes sense. We have seen him hit a number of important flashes throughout this game.
It definitely feels like, you know, the GX we see when Flickless is on KO, for example, as opposed to like Viper, someone who's less able to assist with like that faster play or less positioned to set a duelist up
like
for
his
success.
breach on Sunset as well, right? And that is just that is the duo that was added. Flickless, Aura.
An insane flex player. And again, that experience with, you know, playing alongside some of these players in the past on teams as well, in challenges. I mean, don't forget, at the end of stage 1, GX make wholesale changes, pick up these players from challenges, and then become a force to be reckoned with in stage 2. After a bit of a up and down group stage as the playoffs where they really came alive. These guys are the real deal now. They've had enough time to get settled. And in a blink of an eye, they've gone from playing their stage 2 into going up against the reigning champions from Toronto and giving them a heck of a go.
Paper X.
Look at this top mid grouping.
Can they get back into this must-win round of GX? They'll be on match point. The economy for the defenders still strong at the moment. Patman is built to that Hunter's Fury, and honestly, you know, Paper Rex, one thing they have done a great job of on this attack side is controlling the orb game, right? Yeah. Despite using it just a couple rounds ago, Devi is almost at that Steel Garden.
But in doing so, they often give up mid early, which has allowed for these plays from GX through it. This time, 3 players up mid, they are going for it.
All the way up mid, use that wall to cross from spawn so you can't get shot. Flash for lane, something ready to go in.
Cloud and Westside fully anchored for this now, though they are tucked inside Boathouse. Cypher U2 coming up, and Patman's trying to clear them out. The perfect opener, but Cloud is ready on the swing.
2,
and there's more coming. He might just be ready. What a flash from Flickless again! The setup is too good. Ara gets involved. Cloud's able to hold his own, and PRX are down to just Patman, who was supposed to be the one that opened the way up. Let them move in behind this Hunter's Fury. Now he's got to do it himself. This could be the map.
30 seconds left.
Aura on the angle, ready to go. The double swing out. I mean, GX, they come into this playing the oldest comp in the book for Ascent, the classic. And you don't really see it too much anymore. And I think it's valid if you have questions about, man, they're still running this. But then you watch them play it, and look at the timing on this. The flash over the top with the double bounce, Recon comes out. It is just perfect from them. I mean, they are maximizing the tools that this comp has. So impressive.
Flickless adds another 2 assists off a devastating flash.
Or up to 24 now. 1 round away from taking map 1 against Paper Rex.
Ara is basically walking on palm fronds this game. That is how well he is being set up for success.
Retrieving flash.
All right, just straight up B hit off the Steel Guard, and the Devi's been able to get quite quickly. Westside relegated to just that. Sheriff, as Paper Rex are on the entry. Cage about to drop. Can he get the skill on a Forsaken? No. Sheriff not strong enough.
Seen him find those we need to see. Classic W Gaming from PRX now, and they have that massive advantage weapons-wise. They're able to leverage it to get this B-side control, but eventually GX can reach for those primaries once more. Sage Wall, there's got a gap in it, so Flickless has to show himself briefly with that little gap. Something working those angles pretty effortlessly, and there's a slow warp that will waylay Flickless further.
Gravino working through B main. We'll discover that there are no Paper X players there this time, everyone on site. No reason for GX to not go for this. Only 1 round left, and they have a ton of money, but it's something who's ready to clean things up.
Okay, don't know who wins that one. Flickless at 10. And we know just how solid things have been for GX. They've got decent money here. And now to get 2 guns out of the hands of PRX as Pacific's #1 seed stays alive in map 1.
Just keeping it simple, straight up Big B execute with the Steel Garden. You know that GX have been anchoring this site hard. Westside is always playing there. You know you're at least going to catch him right. So they get in, able to draw out those cages, they wait things out. The Forsaken swings through. He's only got the Sheriff Westside. He can't win that.
Devi had to pop his ult really hastily because that 0 point was about to turn his abilities off. So they had to go there. So round 24 comes up. GX still with a map win at their fingertips. Putting PRX out of commission is a hard ask, but look at his mid take again. PRX play more towards an A side of the map. They don't get involved here and they don't see Ara coming.
It is the last round of this game potentially, and GX playing with no fear at all.
Unreal stuff from GX. They pick a set and they have got to look for every single round. It's like Paris Fashion Week out there. Always something a little different. Taking that mid control on the defense side. PRX not ready for this style of play. Not familiar with their game. What an opener for GX here. An upset map win to make the series that much more interesting.
Aura with 26 kills topping the board, 5 first bloods. He was lethal on defense.
All right, up next we're going to hear from Yintu and the analyst desk to break down map 1 with a very, very pleased, I'm sure, Mitch Man.
Nice cyber! No, but hey, if you chase the ace, you won't get it. You have to let it come to you.
Yeah. Okay, what do you choose? Win or ace?
Win and ace, that's what I choose, brother.
2 minutes later.
Dude, guys, I knew it. One of us gonna get ace today, right? I knew it. Instant, dude, instant first round ace, dude. When I said that.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Alpha Hill behind 1. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way. Finally, we won. Finally.
with Pipson of GiantX. Now, that was a very impressive first map. Congratulations on that. I'm curious if you had to change something in your preparation just because PRX's playstyle is a little unique.
I mean, yeah, we switched a little bit the preparation, but not really a preparation. It's more about that we have to be ready mentally to certain things, and we have to understand that we have to expect certain things, and probably we had an idea that we want to stop fire with fire, you know. So if they run us down, we run them back every time, no matter what. Like, and that's kind of, I think the game was really excited because of that for the viewers, because I felt that there were so many fights happening consistently, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
Oh, definitely looking good out there, and let's see how you guys fare on the second map.
Don't worry, Pipson, as a viewer of that map, I had an amazing time. But at what point do we stop saying miracle run for GX? At what point are they just that good?
When they win champions.
Okay, deal.
I think we're past that point, honestly. Like, I was willing to accept a few teams losing to GX through the regular season and go, okay, bad day for the other team. Okay, lucky day for GX, but we're well past that point now. I think they've proven themselves. If they can win this series, doubt is gone.
But
completely.
first, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment. It was from pistol round and an ace from summing up sort of how PaperX were playing this game.
Yeah, I think they still had some of those brilliant individual moments. He definitely slowed after that first half, and that's where we started to see the more interplay really work out for GX, like having those aggressive flashes coming out of the likes of Flickless, who I think had an incredible map. I think you had Ara. It was mentioned on the cast quite regularly that he was put into so many high-value positions with great utility, and that is what made this GX team so special. And even with plays like this, taking over rounds, it wasn't enough.
Well, I think that's what we said about PaperX, right? A lot of their wins have been off individual plays, bailing them out of bad situations, or the initial play working out. And it seemed like GX was ready for either side of that coin.
Yeah, and I can't believe it wasn't a PaperX player that topped the scoreboard. You know, it was on the side of GX. And West Side, I owe you an apology. Mitch, you know, feel free to gloat.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to. This guy, he is unbelievable. I mean, I think he was the top for headshot percentage we always talked about in EMEA, and you got to see it here on fire. But there were rounds where, like, they even sent him into a retake after Steel Garden had gone down, where he ran to site, took fights, and 3 players stayed behind to hold the players coming out of main. They had so much confidence in Westside, retaking by himself, and he made it work.
Yeah, Coach Alex had some moments there, so I can't wait to see what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika back here, and now I'm with Alex of PaperX. Now, there's been a running trend of confidence, especially when it comes to the boys. They've been talking about it in various interviews, but on this first map, we saw that GiantX was really unafraid to take the fight to PaperX. Did you feel that the confidence of the boys wavered a little bit on this first map?
Yeah, of course. I think we play a little bit scared. Normally, we'll be all over the map, but this one we were like forcing ourselves to go into like one bomb side. And I really don't like how we played, so I'm hoping there will be a lot better on Lotus.
Hope you guys can bring it back on Lotus. Good luck.
Oh, I don't ever remember PaperX feeling scared to go up against a team on the server. But Tom, tell all the fans as to why they shouldn't be worried just yet.
Well, I think Lotus coming up next and Sunset, these are 2 of their best maps within the entirety of the pool. They did have a couple of blips as of recent, but if anything, that kind of fills me with even more confidence coming into this. They've had some time to fix the little issues, but in terms of compositions, not massive amount of change. What I want to look forward to, though, is the 2 Fade players. I think they're going to play a huge part in this matchup. Cloud, if he's on point, maybe this map can go in their favor. If he's missing, I think they've already lost.
And one other thing is, you heard the conversation from GX about Corrode swapping Flickless over to the Viper for comfort. And you might have looked at that game and said, well, his utility's so good, and his Viper, it wasn't really that great. Here is where you're going to see why Viper's considered Flickless's comfort. He owns on this map. And now coming in with confidence, hell, we saw GX in the last round play PaperX's style. They ran it down. This is going to be a hard bounce back for PRX.
I disagree. I think this is where PaperX, Uber, and Wire should be able to find an answer.
And we just come off the back of what feels like a masterclass of playing the default comp on us and a symphony of set plays and supportive util. It was impressive to see. Lotus, though, a little less played from GX, and it's the map that PRX did end up losing to RRQ in that Pacific final. But this is where they feel their bread is buttered. And they're choosing this over the Haven, which is a good map for PRX.
Ultimately, though, PaperX across this year, I believe they're 18-5 on this map. So I think despite losing it in the last couple of outings,
perhaps.
I want to feel that that's not indicative of some kind of downtrend. They're sticking to the same comp. GX played this a couple times late in Stage 2, really against only the cream of the crop EMEA teams. They seem to only play this map against some of the best in the game. This one obviously follows that trend. PaperX love this double duelist here. They're pushing out, taking some space A main early.
Look at this already. B door opened up by GX. They get that Mound control.
GX love this play. They love taking C Mound, opening door, fighting into B main. When
Fast
Aura
rotates.
has an op, they'll do that as well later. But yeah, PaperX, they are just on the move. They want to get into this A site. West side is anchoring, heavily committed.
Okay, this Rapper's going to come from GX, but it's going to take some time to get up from Rubble. In the meantime, West side has to hold on, and the clone catches him out.
Yeah, that's the wrong Yoru, my friend. GX, obviously, as we were saying, they were very fast out of C. They're all now on this flank. And PaperX, they are aware of the situation. Look at the way they position themselves on the site. Taking space towards Heaven is a really nice idea. Jin can even wrap back towards Stairs. This is going to be tough for GX.
Oh, attacking shots though through the smoke. Grabinho pushing up onto Stairs. That's Jing out of the picture. Now PRX knocked down to 4. Paranoia comes on through. Something though found Cloud as he attempted to get into the site. And now the challenge towards upper. Ara wins it out, but finds himself alone. And Forsaken will swoop in to give PRX the start they need.
Yeah, they really, I think, inevitably cement themselves the win when they just flip the site, get into Heaven. Even Jing, he loses that duel on Stairs, a little unfortunate, but ultimately still, they're at a man disadvantage, having to retake with 2 players in Heaven for the attackers. Like, PaperX just positionally play that well.
If there's a fast rotate coming, PRX know they can't afford to be slowed down by stalled util. That Viper Wall on A, they're just disrespected. They've got to run in a tree. They've got to play with that speed and give themselves a player advantage on site. So now, anti-eco here for GX. They're, again, really active on look at what they're doing over at A, right? Really a lot of dynamism here. How do you punish this sort of fast rotate style?
I mean, they can just exploit GX's rotates by drawing them really quickly. Wow, okay, Westside just, all right. Random right click, oh my God, he almost one-shots Devi.
Down to 20. Cloud has to back away though from this paint shell. A lot done here by West side. GX ready to fight into the side as the smoke clears, but something cleverly picks Ara off with a wider angle and then waits for GX to walk into his crosshairs. 3 for something. PRX, no nonsense on this anti-eco.
On the verge of some real danger, but they are able to win out the important duels at the end when GX go for that multiple player swing. PaperX make the most of their superior weaponry, and they can have a pretty competent bonus round now with a couple of those rifles. Fullback coming through for GX. Looks like they want to go for some of that early mound presence. When they do that, it is always initiated by Cloud. And then they'll maybe go for that door open again if no one's there. Push towards B. This is fast for PaperX to get a control.
Yep. No C's nade combo here out of GX, so they know the raise probably isn't here.
Same from GX. Pushed all the way through door, then Prowler into B main. And with all this noise, PaperX just want to accelerate into A yet again.
Forsaken is solo there, pretty much on his own, and Flickless takes it for top stairs. Now into the site we go. Something trying to push in deep. West side has the Prowler to deal with it. Shoots straight through it. It is Flickless activating from pit. My goodness, PRX. Nothing but scorch marks on this A site.
I'm going to need a replay on that West side kill.
Run it back,
Prowler. Not going to lie, going to need a replay on that. Was that intentional? Hard to say, honestly. PaperX had some good util there to try and get an advantage fight against the anchor suit. I mean, specifically West side. There's a Prowler in his face.
And if this GX anchoring is moderately successful, there's enough time bought for the entire rest of the team on these fast rotates through B main to help out at the site.
Yeah, but I'm not mad at that. You know, the idea from PaperX of just, okay, they're pushing with 3 players on C again. GX love having 3 players on C. Just hit into the site with less players, but tough to do so when the anchor is West side, where he is at his most proficient. It's just Devi going to go ahead and save in this instance.
Look where these trapwires are, basically untouched. Forsaken pushed ahead or pushed towards that Viper Wall and got picked off very early. It's such a nice opener from Flickless.
Yeah, I got to see that one on the replay as well.
He just rotates around the pit, right? Kills the tree player. Dude, I do not want to go up against Flickless or Westside trying to hit these sides, man. Or both. Nah, forget about it. That's brutal. But it's either that, or you take a mound fight against 3 GX players, including their Raze and Fade. Pick your poison.
Yeah, I feel like it's so much more common to have that Viper towards the C side, but comboing it with the Cypher util here? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought something like that happened. And then Cloud even gives the supporting Haunt. I mean, that's a crazy kill. And the Haunt comes in over the top at the perfect time.
The west side of his crosshair set for, the swing around the corner. He felt like there would be a fast swing off that Prowler. He was right.
All right, PaperX now onto their full buy. Something just one orb away from getting the dimensional drift very early. Has started both this map and Ascent really hot in terms of the kills, in terms of getting an early dimensional drift.
This looks like much more of a default defense side setup for GX.
And now it looks like PaperX, they want to make some sound here towards A, and then something can just teleport over. Thought maybe they were going to try to bring him over towards that C side to get the orb. They had mound control.
Something just did not like the prospect of being dug out of rubble there. So opted to leave instead. Going to work this rubble, re-clear it slowly. The Haunt into that B side reveal Ara.
And this time, obviously set up adjustment from GX on this defense, having that duo of Westside and Flickless towards C. The other trio, emphasis on A. Aura in a fairly committed position. Grabinho trying his best to support, trying his best to draw attention, and he does. So 1 for 1, but a fast trade from Divide.
Ara getting his is big. He took a lot of damage just crossing to that position, but blink and you'll miss it, folks. GX get hammered. They're over towards that baby door direction. Divide with 3 already. And Westside doesn't have a lot of business, I think, being anywhere near the B sides.
He is shredding them apart, and off of all that distraction, you just had Patman, Forsaken, kind of biding their time towards B main to take the perfect moment to swing out, get a kill, get the plant.
How deep do you think the playbook for GX is on a map like this, as opposed to their Ascent?
I mean, that was something I was mentioning to you before this game. I feel like watching them on this map compared to some of the others like Ascent, especially Sunset, where it feels like they have an infinite amount of set plays. I don't think they have that same depth on Lotus. The map has been okay for them. It's been mostly close games, close in win, close enough in their losses, but like those other maps, I don't think they have the same number of plays to get them consistent wins.
In EMEA, up until the playoffs, Lotus was only accounting for about 16% of the picked maps in EMEA, the lowest since 2023. So definitely, EMEA teams gone off the boil on this map a little bit. Especially Fnatic used to always prefer to go over to that one, but they've not really touched it.
Yeah, very different to PRX, who played this map over 20 times.
Lotus aficionados.
They love playing it.
They probably have played as many Lotus maps themselves as have been played entirely in EMEA.
Now GX are back to the triple on C. Grabinho pressed up very far forward, ready with that paranoia. Swing out left from Aura, 1 for 1. Forsaken happy enough to just teleport away after the kill.
They had to know there was going to be a mound fight brewing here, PRX, if they've seen the tape. Now, of course, see the exchange of smokes. That one way is going to be renewed by Grabinho. He is insisting on maintaining the control of this part of the map. PRX are going to have to allow it. B pivot?
Yeah, work towards this B main off the Prowler. Can show some presence in different areas of the map. Something in a position where maybe he could catch off some kind of rotate or at least just work some space towards A.
Oh, Cloud! Unreal. Patman has a feeling for the timing. He was right.
Just shows the tracers. Something has this dimensional drift for a late round. And GX have pivoted 2 players towards this C side, which is seeming like the right call.
How quickly Cloud rotated off B. We need to be here now for this anchoring attempt. Grabinho does not have a paranoia to work with, and this is a dimensional drift that will allow something to pave the way. Cloud a little bit low after that exchange with Patman earlier, and that was a clone scene. Here come PRX ready to throw down, get their hands dirty on the site, but the rotates are coming in. Westside already going to set up here alongside Flickless in Waterfall, and something wasn't quite ready for it. Swings a little bit wider than he was ready to account for, and Divine now has to get it done. Finds Cloud, Steel Garden to give him the edge. Doggedly defending that spike location, and this will slow things up for the retake. Flickless and Westside hold an approximation of a crossfire for the time being. But once those weapons return, they'll be ready, and Flickless is there. PRX have to hand over the second round, as even the Steel Garden is not enough
Respect the usage, though, from Devi. Awkward little moment for something. All good. GX go 1-for-1 on the early C fight. They're kind of standard. This was a pivotal moment in the round, obviously. Like, it's just some random spam from Patman onto a commonly held angle, but then the Tracers were spotted.
I mean, they,
out of the Vandal.
They started shooting at the same time. Cloud is less so responding to the Tracers and just thinking of the same timing as Devi. Very, very solid. West side up to 5-2. Anchoring prowess on A on full display already. Will be populating the C side, and we might see a rubble fight instead from GX now with their raise and fade over here. There's the haunt.
Teleport across from Forsaken to play towards that door. GX pivoting the setup, just kind of bouncing, ping-ponging west side back and forth from that A site to the C site to keep PaperX guessing, who are fully invested into this round. Would love to get that showstopper access for Jing. Finally with the AWP, but what a tap! That's mental.
Yeah, there's that individual prowess from something on display. Get a weapon upgrade for himself, going into baby door. We'll have some backup that might pivot towards a B hit from that. Flickless is going to be the one that has to stand tall in the face of this level of pressure. Steps up, knows it's coming, going to try and take matters into his own hands, but something still has the Guardian and still tears his head off. Scream with the Guardian! Bro, it refuses to be stopped.
They're not even going to the B site. PaperX are just on their way over to A. All right, little bit of a TDM round there, felt like. What was that first shot, though? Stunner from back rubble.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
I mean, the jiggle to bait the shot, then swings a bit wider, instant tap.
Yeah, you just feel a little different.
Holy.
Holy
shit.
is right.
What a hit.
4-2 is the round score now for PRX. That time, yeah, no aggressive mound presence. PRX didn't actually see the raise, I think, off the rip, so weren't sure. But there was no explosive fight at rubble like we thought there might have been.
And that was a super important round in terms of the economy. Both sides were quite low, but now PaperX with an opportunity to really stabilize if they get a clean anti-eco. But GX want to get in quick. West side 1-for-1. Back sight, but under the pressure of the Prowler. Yeah,
he doesn't shoot through the Prowler and kill
That's a
Jing.
wrap. That's a wrap.
PRX go very aggressive. No, they have a chance here to really just stack up an important 5th round for themselves. Gravino but lately going to take that door toggle. Ara joining him in mounds. There's an Arcros out there that does confirm the two players' presence. And they know full well that the Razor Vine is going to be in their way. Devi decides to step ahead of it though and get this one out of the way nice and quick.
There's something where Patman would love to get another kill here to get close to their ultimates, and yeah, that will be the case. Obviously, GX for this buy round have the full arsenal. 5 ults ready to go. PaperX at the moment have just been having their, just instilling their will upon the map. They are taking space everywhere, pretty much any time they want. Moderate amount of success for GX with the mound fights, but that is about it. Outside of that, yeah, they're getting away with everything.
This is 3 rounds in a row they've got the race fade at A instead. So they're now leaving West Side solo on C as opposed to on A. Are we going to have a fast hit towards B here behind this showstopper?
Certainly could be the case. Prowler going to go right through main. Showstopper in. Jing blinded up in a lot of trouble. Doesn't know what the hell is going on, but something able to catch out Flickless.
Nightfall pretty important here. It's going to be a showstopper now coming from GXR. Needs to get back in, and it goes 1-for-1. Trade of raises. Beautifully done by Gravino. Something out there on the side. Does get picked off. The Nightfall for Cloud helping to a great degree, and there was no plant, no full commitment for PRX. Now they're going to pivot off this side, but Westside is going to see it coming.
Yeah, now they know that Patman is just that lone hanging player towards B, trying to cause some distraction with the Prowler. Forsaken out wide, wants to jump, try to bait out some kind of shot.
Devi's got the op here. He can post. This is still dangerous.
But do they expect Cloud tucked in the corner?
No, they found him. Now there should be a swing here. Yep, Grabino looking to try and take the fight from Baby Door, but Devi, quick peek and gets back to safety. Little did he know, Grabino would be walking into a triple face.
Grabino did work himself into a good position there, to be fair, just couldn't connect the shot. Now it's all on West Side. Trying to make his way through heaven.
Spike planted.
Let's drop himself down, take the fight for Forsaken the first to go. He has a feeling for Devi on that corner and chunks him down to 61.
Unfortunately, just has no util to work with. Even a cage could be nice here just to temporarily throw in front of Tree.
PRX is trying to make sure this doesn't get isolated off, and Devi is ready with the op. Nicely done. Devi opens things up. He gets Cloud out of that position behind the box near Baby Door. That's an important pick.
I'll tell you, the attack off Sentinel, I think on Lotus in particular, is just so strong at the moment. Trades going through off that showstopper. PaperX is doing a great job slowing the game down there, pivoting away.
Who gave you all
Okay, Devi.
Yeah, it's really feeling like PaperX are just a cut above on this map. They're so experienced on it. Lower in the pool for GX. It seems like they made the right decision in terms of the map pick ban from Alex here.
And in GX's defense, a lot of these early rounds for PRX, they have not tried to apply full pressure to Rubble. Haven't tried to run out there since like the first couple rounds of the game. So as soon as Westside has actually been moved over to the C site, PRX have tried to work around a little bit more. Notice that there's actually not 3 players trying to take that space from them. Gravino, I think, on one occasion tried to, you know, keep that one-way going, stand his ground there. There was a bit more of an all-in engagement. But in general, PRX are able to hit his slightly weaker held sites. And then that big hit on B behind the showstopper, behind the Nightfall. It was messy, and they were still able to extract themselves and pivot over to A.
When GX have had a lot of success on this map, it has come from being able to consistently keep the op in Aura's hands and play around that as a way to just control part of the map. He really hasn't had a lot of chances with it, and when he did, he got deleted by something with a Guardian with that sick one-tap, right? So dude, even at that, such an important piece of the success that they have had here, it's just not a factor.
It was so big against Sentinels, right? Once they started to, you know, they lost 6 rounds, I think, at the start of Haven. Then they got Aura going, and then it was Curtains.
Prowler goes under the trip. It's a little bit higher up. That is awkward. Jing is caught, but yeah, he is dealt with. That's crazy.
Yeah, easily handled that. It's time for Util, a big problem. Something willing to stand and fight. Remember, this is a GX Sheriff Eco round, and Flickless is commanding attention on the site. Devi, very little to do here. Smoked off it entirely. Still has a spike to hand. At the very least, can have a crack at this. The money's in a fine place for PRX to get a bit experimental. Maybe he can be rewarded with some patience here on this look towards C-Link.
GX have recovered the guns. Flickless knows that he should not be giving anything to Devi. Wall is up so he can reposition towards sight. That is such a funny little adjustment that works out, just putting the trip higher than the Prowler, but it still catches a player on entry. That is really sick.
Yeah, in theory, PRX have a ton to deal with that, right? They have the Prowler. Of course, they have the Yoru clone that can tease it out. Nicely done. I mean, it was Jing had nowhere to go, and he needed to get into Baby Door with that judge. The perfect way to shut him down. So it's been Devi and something, though, really have put out strong performances, and both of them have made use of the op at times, or the Guardian, and made it look like an op.
Thorns are live.
Now, does Devi dare use the Steel Garden he's about to get?
He might
used it in the
die.
1v2, but yeah, no, I think he's going to probably die first, sadly. Or just walks in, takes the timing, gets the free kill, gets the defuse, and GX. The Thrifties are what honestly propelled them back into the game on Ascent. Though, that being said, the score was much closer throughout that entire game. It was not nearly as dominant for PaperX.
Oh.
Yep, and there's that high up trip. Flickless catches the 1 kill, and then just floods right back in with Westside. There's multiple players coming through Baby Door. Pretty rapid from GX to convert there.
And that's a great place to fight with Sheriffs. They're very much within your effective range. It's in your wheelhouse. Great MasterCard Thrifty. One of many from GX we've seen over this series.
Just mentioned it, but Aura was able to recover that op with the kill on Devi at the end there. He was still carrying that, so we'll see if that can be crucial to them getting back in the game. They love to fight for Mount here, then open door and have Aura already on the angle towards B main. Yeah, and that is going to be the case, but, you know, no one really ready to fight. Something is making all the distraction towards B right now.
A pinch on the B here from Upper could be interesting. Something! Okay, as the game crash out of there. It's going to be Aura opening up the account. Jing was found first. Op in the hands of Aura is always a dangerous prospect. But with the Sheriff, Gravino can't find his way out of the corner. The Steel Garden definitely getting its value here. West side, though, and Aura still able to populate the site. And as soon as he got the Phantom back in hand, he put it to work to the tune of 2 kills.
And Westside saves Aura's life there. Guaranteed.
It's a weird angle the Cloud's on. It's going to be hard for Devi to dig him out.
Yeah, much like this last round. GX don't want to give anything to Devi in this situation now that they've got the advantage. but it is giving opportunity for something to just flank all the way through spawn.
He's making the right choice here, going from Link side.
It will I mean, how does Aura, and why would he have any sense for the timing? This is crazy.
I mean, there's something gate crashing back to rubble. The fact that he's got here is pretty absurd. Westside is watching for it anyway, Wyatt.
GX just adjusted their setup at the perfect moment, and now it'll just simply be on Devi to save. These B-holds have been pretty standout from GX.
Devi makes a choice in the previous round, Wyatt, to try and plant, to try and win in a 1v3 and not save that op. He hands it over to Ara, who uses it to open up and smash Jing as he tries to fast play onto B. Maybe regretting that somewhat.
And it did, yeah, that play towards C-Mount, yeah, it does end up working. The classic from GX, they run that constantly, especially when Aura has the op and can just post up on B main through the door. Gets that free catch. We'll see this on the replay.
Yep. So sick, man.
Yeah, GX do this constantly. And Jing was ready for the angle, he swung out on it, but going up against it off. Westside comes up so huge to save Aura there. And then they just maneuver that setup a little bit differently so they can actually cover that flank through spawn. So much time had expired that they had to have a sense that something could be on some kind of really big wrap around the map like that.
So at first it's a MasterCard Thrifty where the Sheriff sing on the B side. And now GX fight through the Razor Vine to get to within 2 rounds here.
Paper Rex are so heavily invested into this round. If GX take it here, they'll be on a bad bye Paper Rex that last round. A real shot at actually bringing this back to 6.
They don't want to deal with this Mount fight this time. PRX instead head over towards A, always looking towards West Side site. Oh my god, this guy is just something else, man.
Yeah, you just really don't want to be headed towards West Side site.
Who are you supposed to go? Home?
You roll the die, 3 options. Sadly, you hit his sight.
All right, Flickers here, Razor Vinoff's blooming in front of him. No success with spam through that cyber cage. West Side wants to get active on the side. He walks, though, up on Jing, who this time is ready to throw down into the back of the site. Jing goes in now to upper. Full site control for PRX. And GiantX have Ara and Cloud. We need to work together to piece this out.
And those anchors who have typically been an absolute wall, just depleted by Paper Rex on a very important round for their money. Aura into this 1 versus 3. Does he even want to risk it with the op? Actually, yeah, he has a ton of cash. He can go for the play. Why not? Just send it.
Time is short. The harder he can make this next round for PRX, the better. It will be the last round of the half. Ara, since getting that op in hand, we've seen what he can do with it. He's absolutely dynamic.
It gets a showstopper. So, hey, little consolation prize. He'll take it. He will take it. Get out of the round with that.
Messy round for PRX. You mentioned a big investment there.
GX, or rather, sorry, you know, when they were anchoring that site, Jing did a great job on the entry here. He gets that 1v1, and then as soon as he hears the teleport, realizes that it was Gramino getting into back site, swings before he even gets out of that. That was just a heads-up play.
GX in the 2v4 end up taking 3 players, though. Make it expensive. PRX owned this last round of the half. Still mostly bought up. Couple of half armors here. Forsaken not with full util, had to buy down completely. Gonna have to be enough. No op here for Ara.
Instant seized with the nade this time. Not gonna catch the flash, is amazing! And Jing collects all 3!
PRX knew exactly what they were walking into this time.
Fastest round I've ever seen in Valorant. I mean, what was that, 5 seconds?
Very no-nonsense stuff. This time, PRX meet GX head on. Love to see that.
What was the clock on that? Genuinely, was that 5 seconds? 6 seconds?
We're about to see. All right, while we do see this again, we're going to go a quick break. We'll come back, of course, with the next half of Lotus.
Yeah, let's go.
coming back for the back half of Lotus here, our second match in this series. Coinbase Econ Report, I think we can guess who we're going to be highlighting in this particular occasion. One player on the side of GX, been impressive, but it's Divine that we're watching, who's got the op in his hands a couple times. You mentioned, Wyatt, how that sort of, you know, an attack side Senti with the op in hands on Lotus has been pretty darn impactful. He is vomiting damage here for that spend.
Yeah, the money spent for the damage dealt with the report also looks pretty good when you get the operator for free, because you're taking it from the other team. And you just are getting kills off the back of that as well. It was a great half from Divine.
And that last round was 6 seconds of Valorant.
that might be the fastest round I've ever seen. It very well may be.
Yep. And I guess the last chance for GX to show the proactive defense looks. They just threw themselves at PRX, come off second best. PRX now, potentially more confident, ready to take those kind of fights. We've got Jing and Divine with Sheriffs to hand here.
All of GX looking like they're just ready to go at this B site. Stacked up with 4 players. Cloud has 1 Prowler, 1 Haunt.
The stack, so full retake protocols in effect now for PRX. GX get up on this B side.
Luckily, something doesn't actually take that teleport. Just walking down out of A. Westside is going to hear all of this. If he plays it patiently, he might be able to backstab everybody.
Yep, they are not checking for this. All the timing is good for Westside, and he's able to convert it into a second. Paranoid for Forsaken, but he still gets dinked. Bro, he's down to 4. Able to take the fight with some right clicks, but once again, PRX disrupted as they're trying to set up defensively.
How many late round situations have we seen Divine like this? And yet somehow he's still putting up crazy numbers, but he's in unwinnable spots.
Not this time. Forsaken at 4 with pressure and shots through the smoke. GiantX, what a start here. Working the map. And leaving that insert back towards the B main flood. Beautifully done by Westside.
That is so well played. Shows all the steps, patient, picks the perfect timing. PaperX just not suspecting there would be someone waiting outside to see whatsoever.
Translation, good.
Westside now up at 14 kills, having a hell of a series at the moment.
So again, GX still want to try and throw curveballs, no matter what side of the map they're on. PRX pretty serious about this A side control. We'll just see some health bars affected there as they're decayed briefly by that Viper wall that GX are going to play off.
GX hear a lot of noise towards A, so they want to leave. Why not go elsewhere? And PaperX, they're saying, hey, we made a lot of noise, they're probably going to leave. Let's go to the other side of the map.
They're pinging the expected location of the Arcaros there as well, up on the wall. Devi had made use of that already by the looks.
PaperX are very ready for this. They knew what GX were going to do.
Mara trying to make a swing. It's risky business trying to post up at that angle, and something's going to punish him now. The paint shells catch Westside by the heel as he tries to abscond quickly. Cloud paranoia it up, but Flickless is able to bail him out. And now the push through the smoke. He's got to be devastated. PRX feed themselves into the wood chipper. Grabinho more than happy to oblige.
PRX just couldn't resist the temptation of trying to continue that sequence of kills. They just couldn't resist. They had to, they had the stack. Maybe they could have waited, tried to get the guns later, allow a rotate. I mean, Alex he's livid.
Yep.
He is livid as to why they tried to go that fast.
It's that
they're out of sync with their paranoia with Forsaken coming out of B.
Oh, the paranoia was much earlier onto Cloud. It's that element of rascality in PRX that they can't deny. It takes a wheel for them and it runs them headlong into a brick wall.
A very quick take of A now from GX, already working their way into tree, which is being smoked off, but it's Grabinho who's gotten into stairs. Might catch Forsaken on the rotate.
Here's this all of it. Forsaken thought he was clever getting up on the corner, but Grabinho was far further forward than he expected.
What a kill. Has the paranoia line up for backside as well. He catches Patman.
Patman out in the open. Ara able to take that fight, and Jing knew he had the dark. He knows this question, the better part of Valor now. The pressure is on. What a correction! 3 for Jing, and the spike goes loose. It's at the back of the site. And GX had to get Flickless and Westside up here to wrest it out of his grip.
Enemy remaining.
And what have they got to do with absolutely no tools? PaperX are now everywhere.
Oh, man.
That flooding effort to support Jing, who really does it all. The weapons for GX just not good enough, and the aim from Jing is really sickening.
But Grabinho got so deep. The kill upstairs, pick on something, paranoia. Surely that's enough to work with. But the timing's not there, the spacing for GX as they try and capitalize. They only get the one kill off it.
That first player was a little bit too early. The Sheriff's just not really enough for the trade there either. Really, really sick sequence of kills though from Jing. That was beautiful.
Jing quiet, honestly, up until this point. Now in the 10 spot.
Could go for some kind of crazy double satchel, but the showstopper off here. He can get some insane distance if he wants to do it.
Yeah, PRX looking for a delayed rebel fight by the looks.
It's so great. You never see two players stacked up there. That is so silly.
There are a lot of things I've never seen until PRX do them. Saken back onto the A site now. Has to think twice about setting up in tree. Paranoia drawn out. Now as the door opens, the Gorbino's hoping to get ahead.
Jing on the rotate over towards A Heaven. If GX commit, they're still staring down the barrel of this showstopper.
Oh, thought he had a timing, but Gorbino has room to recover.
And now Jing is just solo, all alone.
He's done this again. He's done this before. He gets chomped on. Paranoid, Prowler out, and still something controls that high ground. He's gonna rip the showstopper. Gorbino can't get away in time. This time Jing relies on his teammates for success. And that's also a solid strategy. West side to the back of the side, it's something felled. Patman around the corner, sees in place, and West side is an easy target, a tasty morsel.
Patman threw up a great haunt in the middle of that fight that was unbroken by GX. I believe that's how something was able to get the kill from Heaven. Arrived just on time, but would have been, I think, maybe a little too late. If this haunt didn't come in, he wouldn't have been able to support, but look at this.
And Jing also just creates space with that showstop. Look at Robinho, immediately trying to get away. No chance, correct hit.
Let's go! Holy shit, man! Good job!
Great flood there by PRX, something so important from upper there.
That was huge from Patman to get that piece of utility off for something to support Jing, who is about to be overwhelmed. And it sent GX reeling onto this pretty tough little half buy. Bucky involved, even West Side opportunity, but shots not connecting.
It's a very GX-coded start to the round for PRX. Determined mount control, and the opening of B door to force the attackers back further. This map control now is being taken and given hand over fist by GX. They just don't have the weapons to thrive in this scenario. Grabino is able to get deep now. The iconic Bucky skin will be shut down. Devi for 4.
Devi is hitting on this map, and it's just feeling quite effortless, honestly. Putting up the 19 for 6, playing the Vice. VALORANT on this map, they are just certainly a cut above. And individually, with Devi heating up, Jing heating up, looking even more dangerous than they were on Ascent.
And insane as these moments have been from GX, they're too few and they're too far between to start to challenge PRX's round total. 11-6 on the scoreboard. Heading into round number 18.
GX is trying to keep it simple with this brawl on A, but PaperX are there to fight.
Ara has to go down there. Nothing he could really do. Seized in place by the looks of things. And there's something. Here's PRX now. This is where their bread is buttered. And it never falls butter side. Down, Wyatt. Something. X's with 3.
We have gotten some very fast rounds of Valorant on account of PaperX relentlessness, just that willingness to fight. Full brawl in A standard, you get your C's, you get your nade back rubble. So even though Aura is able to capitalize with Jing's really quick push with those double satchels and catching him immediately, just trade it out, post-mortem by the nade. And look at the way that PaperX, just all the rest of the players are swinging together.
They're now imposing
Beautiful,
themselves on GX. There was a rubble fight that followed a mound fight. Both successful for PRX, playing up on the defense side. They're going to go for a mound variation here. There'll be nothing to see for them, but maybe a fast flank opportunity.
GX again just out of A, but PaperX have map
What?
elsewhere. Devia very confident with that swing, I would say.
Something in theory had him covered, but the Rose was not enough to guarantee success there. Well, it's a PRX round, one after another after another.
Last player standing.
Okay, boys.
Yeah, it feels like they really wanted to get this one over with fast. But the eagerness to do so has extended us by at least one more round.
Yeah, brimming with confidence is the polite way of putting it there for PRX.
And I get it. I get it. Devi got a lot of kills, doesn't have a lot of deaths. Well, that one is bold. That one's bold.
Yeah, there's obviously a player right to Devi's left there. All right, some breathing room here for GX, but as the finisher identified, 7 rounds from here on out need to be won by GX.
And at some point, it's going to be 5 ults for VALORANT. Yes, so it's going to be tough to overcome the fact that they're going to need all those rounds. I'll tell you that.
So again, PRX just flip-flopping this time. It was a bit more aggressive over towards Rubble side. No one actually in the C side at all. Does Grabinho opt to walk up on this? No, paranoia. He thinks that GX are a bit faster than they actually are. Razorvine's canvassing the ground. This will slow things up slightly, but already GX have purchase in the back of the side.
VALORANT are more than happy to play this for some kind of retake of Flood. All right, 1-for-1 on the important ults. Actually, it's the Dimensional Drift in very early. Something spawning on multiple players within that Viper's pit, but certainly can't commit at that timing. Will give an opportunity to ping out for the nade, though.
Okay, West side inside the pit. It's Clone that he ends up taking contact against. One buddy thrown in. GX just keeping a toe in the pit to keep it standing, of course. That's been set in place by Flickless.
This is so much pressure from VALORANT. GX have not, for any moment, felt comfortable enough to try to actually get this spike down. Yeah. But at this point, they've drawn out enough utility that they can.
The pre-plant pit, though, is always kind of dangerous. It gives PRX time to set up and start spamming in. Ara has fallen.
And one more kill for Jing will result in a showstopper. That could be enough to close out this game, bring us to sunset.
Something's had the time now, the freedom to start to swing around. Looks like the box position in C has been smoked out and shut down. But there's Westside in Cloud. Stave off this attempt at their flank. Now Patman and Jing realize there's no point going any further.
Yeah, that's all she wrote on the round. They need to save those rifles so they can get a full buy into the next. So Dimensional Drift, Steel Garden off the table. Some of the very, very important ults that VALORANT have access to close out the game. And of course the round converted. Things looking a little bit more realistic for GX. Yeah, but even still, they had to exchange plenty of their own ultimates to get those out. And we're about to have Showstopper Nightfall for PRX. So the cycle, the dance of ultimates back and forth will continue.
But I mean, it's worth pointing out that it's a Steel Garden and a Dimensional Drift that don't really give them an edge in all of this round.
Let's go, we can do this.
Yeah, what can they do with that pit up, right? I mean, there's just no real way to get back in effectively at any juncture. And now VALORANT want to call this timeout. Alex wants to get involved so they can close this out. Stop the bleeding. 2 in a row for GX. Just bandage that wound, win the game, get to sunset, a home map for both team, and if we get there, that should be an absolute banger.
I do wonder if this is a round where PRX decide to slow it down a bit, because they've been virtually gambling with like aggressive push-ups, and they've been alternating between the C and A side, between Mound, between Rubble, and they've been missing GX a lot of the time. GX got to hit a C side there, which had some Vice util, but no one actually anchoring in it. They played a 0-1-4 rather, with the Omen, Rubinho set up on B.
Money not all too good for VALORANT when we get back into this round. I'm interested to see what Alex has in store for them here.
Forsaken rather on the B side.
How much do they want to commit? There's now a buy from Divide down to 50. Yeah, they're going to force it up pretty heavily. It'll put Divide in something low, a few lighter armors. Still a competent buy. And Patman ready to just throw that early haunt over towards A, so VALORANT can brawl for that side of the map. GX, let's see if they try to go all in.
There's that horn across the map. C's though, not quite there. It's Ara getting picked off first though. Forsaken in position to deal with him as he tried to cross past that Rubble corner.
Yeah, just instantly opening that tree door. Entry player for GX removed. And now they have to get their bearings, figure out how to win this out in the 4 versus 5 with 0 ultimates available.
Might see some Baby Door presence taken up by PRX in a moment. Mindful, though, is Patman about to push off B main, but there's a shield wall there to detect it.
Yeah, and with that Prowler not getting any spots, no reason for VALORANT to really adjust here in any way. They can retain these spots on A. They're prepped for B if they need to be as well.
The B split coming out. There's that shield wall in play. How will that be handled? Flickless, though, and Westside. The 2 players, you'd be terrified to fight as they get into the side early. They get past the shield wall.
Something maybe wanting to go for an aggro play, but couldn't, was delayed. Jing now doubled up though.
Flickless had to wait for that wall to come down. He's now able to sit in main a little bit further. We'll have a plant. It was a TP here for Forsaken. Smoke on Flickless's position now, and Gravino attempts to take control. Paranoia comes out, doesn't affect Gravino though. He's tucked here on the corner, wins one. Eventually gets overrun, but Jing elsewhere, picked up by Westside, who followed up Gravino. Great upper presence here for GX. And the money's not good for PRX, they know it. And now Cloud's starting to bring him down one by one. Something has to limp away, beaten black and blue.
What an adjustment. The movement into that second kill from Cloud. That was so lovely. And I think the GX did an excellent job playing into heaven there. Despite being at that man disadvantage, the paranoia that Gravino threw out was excellent. It connected onto everyone from PaperX that were stacked up there. He gets wide, takes that first engagement, instant swing from Westside to get the second, and he backs up at the right time, just plays around the shorty. That was so well done.
Look
Yeah,
how
it's
deep
this
and
moment
deep
here. Look at that perfect little peek from Westside. And look at that adjustment right back to the side step from Cloud.
Good job.
Wow, GX is still in it.
So much map control off that paranoia into upper.
Why did we take it from here? It doesn't make sense.
Characteristic frustration here is that it's 3 rounds in a row that GX have been able to snatch out from under PRX's nose.
3 chances for PaperX to close this out now. Again, back to the old C's with the nade to take this control towards Rubble, which has been really emphasized by PaperX. Many rounds in a row now on this map.
Devaya is able to shoulder pick and see a fair few players here. It's going to be a frothy push on towards the seaside.
Man.
Slowed down briefly by the smoke.
It felt like GX are really just keeping it simple, big executes, and that's what has begun to work for them.
And then one off that Nightfall for retake. Showstopper also there for Jing. So GiantX likely let this first push go through to the keeper. Play that full retake.
They forced Devi all the way out. But can GX really fight for any additional space? No. Look at the status of the utility. It's very low, just a seize and a haunt. That is all they have access to.
Yeah. Patman would love a kill here. Something to open things up. Ara goes low. Clone there, of course. Complicating things. And there it is. Ara taken down. Not the start they're looking for at all. PRX looking for a retake now as Jing found that showstopper. And it found Flickless in turn. Cloud tucked here by the side, sees Patman go across. Devi might look for a swing off this, but isn't ready for Cloud to take a timing of his own. Nightfall going to come through here, and Cloud is already off the sights. Fantastic stuff from GX. That was PRX going for the full retake behind the showstopper. Doesn't quite get him there.
And during crunch time, Cloud has come to life these past couple rounds. Beautiful play there. Didn't work out, but it was kind of cool in the midst of that retake. He threw a haunt over to Waterfall to see if GX could try to spam onto a player. Weren't able to. And just after that happens, PaperX, they make their way back in. Jing gets that great showstopper off.
Cloud has some of the most unreal movement. The little
it's just these little repositions have
reminds
been
me of
great.
Scuba, honestly, in the successful rounds for NRG.
Kind of goes back in, gets that perfect kill on Devi. That gets the Nightfall, backs up to use it. Really excellent stuff. I can't believe GX are still in this. And they really have just gone back to basics, just hitting sites. Hitting sites, winning out retakes. They're winning them out with man disadvantages as well.
PRX forced into that round to some degree, right? It's a bit of a jumbled mix of weaponry. They probably don't really want to play retake, but they're not given a choice. Not after Cloud has that Nightfall.
And they've been forcing into the last couple rounds, so it's not like the buys have been bad, but they're not coming into them with full buys, like Devi with just the Sheriff there, some weak armors the prior round, a lot of, lighter armors, Guardians. And again, if they force up into this, well, at this point, the loss bonus is kind of high, so they can afford to buy down a bit.
It's not great.
Not great. They've got Sheriffs, just a mix, a smorgasbord of random weapons here. GX full intentions of getting out A, which has been the location that PaperX have been most happy to fight for early, as of late, but this time ultimately pretty free.
There's no C's nade combo as the Fade and Raze both over at B. PRX trying again to gamble on the right position, but this allows for a faster reflank.
Very fast reflank, 3 players. There is obviously this trip place behind by Westside that'll need to be broken unless maybe they want something to just teleport across and they go elsewhere. Regardless, very fast from GX into this very free C site.
Forsaken's mandate, strictly do not die. Hold the paranoia until we're ready to try and flood in.
Flickless is in so much danger. There's a player in blue room as well.
Grabino here sees the clone. Now the Viper wall comes up. This is going to allow PRX to get in position, but also GX to defensively set up behind it. Z's comes in. They are decayed down. Easy targets. Patman with the critical utility at the most important moment. Now the Nightfall comes through onto the side. Cloud here playing through tree. That door is opening. He sees it. Wouldn't have heard it otherwise. It's Jing toying with him, trying to keep him busy, keep his attention. Catnips away from the fight, and he wins it out anyway. PRX, as only they know how, claim the map on an awkward buy. Two Sheriffs, couple of Bulldogs in the mix. That Nightfall, and again, Patman with important utility to tilt the game in their favor.
Yeah. GX did not make it easy. Respect for the comeback attempt, but Paper Rex just a cut above on Lotus.
Quick break here, but when we return, the analyst desk are going to get us set up for our third and final map of the series.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Thank you.
Yeah. Paper Rex, they hit back on Lotus and they hit back hard. We sort of saw this coming, you know, a great map for Paper Rex, not so good for GX. But Mitch, how are you feeling?
You know what? I said at the start of the series, I want to see a sunset. I'm happy we're going to get to go all the way there. Both teams have really put their best foot forward on that map. They picked it in their last series as well. It is a fitting way to end a close battle.
Okay.
Cope. That's okay. You could cope. You could cope. But what isn't a cope is to just acknowledge that I nearly said David. I'm going to double down with David. That David is one of the best players we have in the tournament and one of the most consistent too.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's basically just had an insane match overall, like performing to an incredibly high degree, showing it across different weapons, be it on the attack, the defense, having the operator in hand, and just denying any sort of aggression coming out of the side of GX. This was exactly the sort of response we sort of needed to see, because I think something throughout the last couple of games, including this one, has been fantastic. He needs that sort of second man alongside him, and while in this game, it was definitely Divide.
Yeah, he certainly had it this time. And I think, you know, we come into this map, and the question on my mind is really PaperX. They've just been PaperX'd in a lot of rounds. They've got a taste of their own medicine. Pipson said it on the stage. When they come out and they hit us, they run it down. We're going to do exactly the same back, bring that same energy. It's a dangerous game to play against this squad. It worked on map 1, and would they be able to bounce back? And they most certainly were here. And I think, as you said, David Divide, like, he was very impactful. Not a single opening duel when it came to that operator, but he was pulling them out of a lot of bad situations using it.
Well, that's because all of the opening kills pretty much went to the side of GX. 15 opening kills, only winning 7 out of them, and they threw a 5v3. This is where I get worried, because Midge, if you cleaned all that up, it could have been a 2-0. It might haunt them. It's also their biggest issue before they got good was just throwing these advantages, and I don't like seeing it back on the global stage.
I do think, though, that it's more prevalent here on Lotus than in any other map in their pool, where it's a big map and there's a lot of individual mistakes that are being forced out by their opponents. I don't think it's going to be the same when it comes to a map that they have played, what, 7 times, not including the one that they played here, which they won dominantly over Sentinels on Sunset. So I think those problems fix themselves with the shift in map.
Yeah, I think it definitely has been the case, and also with Cloud, I think having to focus a little more on like mid-rounding and where they're actually going to be going. You saw his individual sort of position drop, whereas I think on Sunset he was fantastic. So I still have a lot of hope for them, but PaperX are still PaperX.
Yeah, and they sort of take turns, right, to see who shines and who gets to win the round. And for this one, in the Verizon high-speed moment, Jing just had enough. He was like, let's just go to halftime.
This can just happen sometimes, where you have a setup, you have a plan, you're trying to get aggressive, you're trying to get into a position where you can fight. A singular flash leaves you all blind, and then moments later, Jing wipes you out in a split second. And this isn't something we've seen like once or twice, maybe every once in a while. This is something we feel like happens every single day, especially when you have a player as talented as Jing.
Yeah, and seeing that level of confidence be re-hit by PaperX, again, going back to the Alex interview where he said they were slow to start up against XLG, but once they found that rhythm, this is a team that snowballs. That's the worry now for GX, because they're now the ones that come in having to bounce back.
I mean, we wanted to see Sunset. We're going to see Sunset. And this is where, in the beginning of the day, I felt like this is such an even playground for both of these teams. I mean, looking at how close map 1 and 2 has been so far, I'm pretty sure we're going to get a close map 3. But my problem is PaperX are not getting out PaperX as they were on map 1. You know, I don't think they're scared to play anymore. And that's when they're the scariest.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, this has been a map for a very long time now that is incredibly comfortable. The composition that they like to run with the Sage in the mix, where you're going to see these like cool little set plays that are based around the wall, but then also having just a load of potential delay. They can lock off a lot of angles as well, the way that they play it. And I think the differences in these comps is what makes it very interesting for me. It's that Sage facing off, I guess, in essence, against the Breach. It's like those are the two that are missing, I guess. And I think that the way that I look at the Breach is Flickless is fantastic at putting players into position, especially Arrow when he's going for these aggro plays. I think that on the other side of things, sometimes that is a little bit more reliant on Jing, but they do the same thing with the Sage Wall.
Yeah.
Like, they put him in spots that you go, well, Jing shouldn't be there, but he is because of the way that they set him up in that manner.
Yeah, and on the other side, for PaperX, playing with the Sage, not having like a traditional Sentinel to back you up, it does leave you with some gaps, potentially, depending on what else you bring, in terms of that defense and stopping power. But you combine the Sage with the Viper as well that they're bringing to bear, and they can certainly have no shortage of it on the defense. The problem is on the attack, the occasional gap being left open behind. And I think that's something that GX will look to exploit when we've already seen that aggressive face come out of them. And I think backing up your point as well, Flickless coming into today, he is taking out Smokes players. He's third in terms of assists per round for the tournament so far, and he had a really tough time when it came to playing the Viper on Corrode. So that pulled his stats down a little bit. You see why he plays the Breach, especially in map number 1, with how good the supportive utility was. Some of the flashes on retakes won them the rounds. They were the difference makers, and I think that's going to carry through to the Breach here.
Yeah, I think as well, then putting that focus on Westside. He's been fantastic in these first 2 maps. I think when you have this, especially on the defensive start that GiantX will have, you're going to have one side of the map that's very proactive, looking for fights, looking to take space. The other side of the map is Westside. If he gets shut down in this game, I think they're really going to struggle, because especially that attack side start coming out of PaperX is going to be rapid.
Well, the interesting thing is PaperX, they performed better, at least in their last matchup. They were dominant when it came to that defensive side, didn't get to see much of their attack. But GX also fielding a better attack side. So in that second half, we get to see sort of the strongest parts of both. And Ara, in terms of opening duels, he should be dominating.
Well, this is it. The winner will be going straight to playoffs. Uber and Wire, let's find out who that's going to be.
What a map for a decider in this series as well. Sunset floated by both teams, as neither probably felt the need to be picking it here. But for GX, it's been one of their best maps, and we've already got to see it on Parade against Sentinels, and they smoked them. That was not a close game.
This is the map where GX have the most depth in their strat book, which is really, I think, juxtaposed to a talking point from Lotus. And I would say that's very similar for PaperX. They have a number of crazy things they like to throw out there with this Sage, which they liked before Sage was even buffed. So it's just very convenient for them.
They rolled Chile Gaming on this too. Both teams have already shown their Sunset at Champions. Will that tape matter? Was there enough time to start to integrate an understanding of how one another play?
Something does play great over here, by the way, as he just shuts down the flank with some very smooth taps. And Patman says, why not me too?
Yep, I'm gonna get involved. Don't leave me out.
One ghost headshot, please. And it's down to 2 GX players, one of which is now one-wayed in spawn, the other which is staring down 2 players over at Link.
Last player standing.
Long-range frenzy, and something just gets 4. He has been absolutely lethal on pistol rounds today.
I mean, he exits that last map with 275 ACS. He's 5-2, first kill, first death. But what's even crazier to me statistically is that PRX, they go down 4v5, what, 15 times?
Yeah,
they
15
win
times.
8 of those rounds. They convert a player disadvantage 8 out of 15 times. That's insane. That is an insane
what happens
conversion.
when they get the first kill?
They are more likely to win the round
great.
if they lose the first player, Wyatt.
All right. All classics here for GX, who already honestly have just impressed me by taking a map off PRX, keeping it close on the second. To just go back to the story of this game. Oh my god. Well, all right, well, I was going to wait a second depending on what Westside did next, but I mean, just seeing GX, who finished 7th, 8th kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1, and are taking it to the defending champions in PaperX, the best team in the world right now. What an ascension for this team over the last few months.
Yeah, what have they changed? They've just added some rookies to their roster. This round, of course, it's a very lightly held B-side, and the Cypher setup is circumvented only the cost of 1 player, so it ends up being fairly clean. Look there for PRX, heading into a bonus that is got a couple Vandals in the mix. Looking well board up, all things considered.
Obviously, for as talented as this newcomer team of GX has been, PaperX, they're experienced, they're rising to the occasion. Now they just need to close this out on Sunset. Top of the pool for either side. First buy now for GX, and this doesn't really look like much of a bonus buy for PaperX, I'll tell you that. They have 4 upgraded fully rifles.
It feels like the business socks are on this map.
Westside, he's just playing with some fun little kill trips over there on B, by the way.
A lesson GX learned against Sentinels, and the pips and drilled into them in that halftime we heard is that do not simply pay for flood retakes. Try and get ahead of the game. Re-clear aggressively here on defense. That's going to have to be the game plan. Grabinho does not want to fight AR on the corner. Instead, just falls back behind the smoke.
Was adjusting position into sight. Doesn't want to get denied at Link. Wants to be able to support his teammate in Grabinho.
Oh, this aftershock pretty dirty. Jing here low after whatever transpired there. And we got Flickless back on an initiator. Insane util from him.
Wow, the re-clear onto Patman. He is immediately removed from the server. How do PaperX react?
If you take your foot off the gas against this team, they're going to re-clear into you. They're going to win these fights. They're going in 2s and 3s. They control that A side there as PRX just, they let go of the tension a little bit.
30
Give
seconds
GX a way to tempo their way into the round.
It was a cool attempt at that refight with Forsaken teleporting across onto the box, and then you get that swing from Devi timed with it. But the duo from GX, Flickless and Grabinho, refuse to miss a shot in that situation.
It always feels like there's a re-clear happening elsewhere behind the stall util on one part of the map. The fault line aftershock to slow PRX down as they try to go to Link's side.
I really liked all of the decisions, honestly, that Flickless was making throughout that entire situation. From just before we saw the aftershock from Jing, he pushes all the way through Link into sight to try to beat that timing so he can support Grabinho. They're not just playing for some kind of retake or taking a safe line. No, he doubles up, and then they fight into elbow. Beautiful.
But Grabinho does not fight on first contact. He backs off with that dark cover, gives himself the space to double up with one of his teammates and slow the game down a little bit. Then they can be the ones that take the initiative.
Right now, Paper Rex, they are bought down into this round. Less than 1K credits for every single player on their squad. West side with the deep cam into B main, so they can product that a little bit, but then just have that for later in the round if necessary. But probably won't survive till later in the round. Jing wants to break that. ASAP trap play activated.
Try and play ahead of this fault line here, but very quickly PRX get back. That's a thrust for GX that is avoided.
A good nade thrown there from Jing just to deactivate any acceleration that GX might have had in store for them with that trap play, double stun, relay ball fault line. So it's nice that Paper Rex are able to bait out so much utility early.
GX very quickly now just assemble behind that top mid smoke, ready for a fight.
I mean, look at this position by Westside over on B, by the way. He is just hard committed to holding this angle in main. That is some bold stuff. He has the cage to play off of.
Are they going to re-clear B main again? Deploying drone. They thought about it. Aro definitely thought about it. Our drone come in though, and that is dealt with now. Pull back a little bit and leave Ara close to the door.
And this time they're just set up with a fault line defensively when the pop comes in. Paper Rex have to be worried about getting stunned here, but they bait it out.
Okay, Jing no unaffected by the fault line. Ara realizes this, so doesn't fully swing around that corner. Instead leaves it up to West side. Gotta be recovered here. Jing gets tucked in on the side. That's where the flash comes from though, and something does get across. Flickless is gonna be busy on this left side of the site, and there was a Sage Wall to cover the market push. PRX have kind of accounted for everything here. Very meticulous hit onto the site. And Grabinho has very little to see with the remnants of the wall in his way.
Cloud has to be careful about corners. Oh, directly to his left and right. Grabinho removed, and Paper Rex, too many numbers to overwhelm Cloud. They win those crucial backside fights as well. Swings from Jing, something on opposite sides, a pillar. And I think they did a good job earlier in the round of getting so much of that defensive stall util out. You know, Aura doesn't have a relay bolt for main there. They mostly dodge out that second fault line that cycles back up as well.
You can see the tendency for GX. As PRX Aldrone out, Ara is walking forward, maybe to re-clear lobby with West side. They're always looking to fill that space with some form of proactivity.
Still a buy for GX, however, but a necessary round win when you took into account the economy from Paper Rex just then.
The door coming down, shot at.
Now with that dark cover thrown top right mid by Forsaken, that's certainly implying that there may be some intention for Paper Rex to work up mid, and you can see that that's resulted in Cloud having to pick up Boba. But that is all just, you know, sort of minor distraction laid as Paper Rex intend on going towards A.
Aldrone to clear this corner, respecting how far GX are pushed. Ara almost made that one-way work against him. Patman ultimately couldn't punish meaningfully. Grabinho takes a hit off that. PRX decide to go elsewhere. Smoke to top mid. This one not really prepared for by GX. They'll have a crossfire though.
And now a good thing for Paper Rex is that they're drawing Flickless around the map with that utility. Isn't posted up in a great spot to support the anchors on B main right now. Something with that ultimate through. Does it get a tag? No, just out the way is Cloud. Oh, doesn't dodge the second.
Forsaken also lit up there as Flickless is able to take him out of the game early. Patman trying to get quickly up from market, and he does into Boba. Now Jing, showstopper on site. It's a bit wayward, but Devi is there to deliver.
Spike down.
Now Cloud tucked in that corner. Ara on a late reflank here. There's an opportunity here. If he can disrupt the plant, yes, spike loose. Ara ready to fight for it now. Relay bolt thrown out, but didn't quite have the depth. So Jing handles him.
10 seconds left.
Low HP is Cloud, backside left alone. What is the maneuver?
Money's pretty bad.
Back up in just a few seconds.
19 points of health for Cloud.
I mean, surely you go for the 1 versus 2, right? Even with such low HP.
You can get heads turned away with this recon. Not the opportunity. I think he realizes they're tucked in the corner, and a clean double swing from PRX gets them 3 rounds ahead.
Yeah, they know Cloud is just so weak. Time to run at him, double face. There's no way he wins out both. Flickless does, get back to that site at a reasonable pace. I mean, that's
this Sage utility
little moment.
is going to be a pain.
Man, Aura rushes it just a little bit at the end there. If he waits fully for that spike to be recovered, maybe someone to run towards it, then relay, waste a little bit more time.
I think the relay pulls up a little short. I don't know if it catches on the Jing, but either way, he still loses that duel. Again, GX getting busy behind that one-way A side.
GX who have
camera taken out.
Spicy wall here, Wyatt. This is just for top mid.
Cover going out.
Yeah, Patman on this map has a number of different walls that he will be throwing out throughout the game that constantly keep you guessing as to the intentions of Paper Rex.
Just gives them that top mid smoke, quote unquote, on demand.
Poison's off.
Also, it can imply a lot, draw players towards mid off the extremities.
Yeah, and in this instance, it gives them the opportunity to fight towards that right side.
Look at this though, GX re-clearing A main now. Tons of info for them, and a chance to threaten the Tiles player.
One of those kill trips immediately dealt with Grapinho. Wow, wins that out.
So the spotlight here is over at the B side though, Wyatt. Inside the smoke on market side, West side is waiting for his moment to spring forth. Grapinho has a rifle. It's the only one though for GX here, and Flickless shows himself. That's that breach util for a retake now not available.
Oh my god.
Okay.
West side with a crazy shot now, but something locks down the flank. Jing has been on a tear this round.
What?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What is happening?
Just the individual gunplay here is ridiculous.
Oh my god!
West side, unreal. Something now has to stop this. They know where he's going to be. Something mindful. Mineral theft would reveal him inside main, but it's going to disrupt the plan. Grapinho now's gotten it to half, and something needs a better gun instead of reloading, and Westside brings it down. The most unlikely of MasterCard thrifties there for GX. Comes at one of the most important moments.
What on earth are we seeing in that round? Grapinho with the first shared headshot. Westside breaks one panel in the wall that has been such a nuisance. Immediate headshot on the cross. Oh my god, what a round. I feel you.
Good job, guys.
And
they keep doing this.
It was the rounds like that that got GX back in the game on Ascent and then eventually propelled them to the win on that map. Crucial eco round pickups.
Uncanny from GX, but they still find themselves behind the pack. Cloud just takes the timing there. That was back on Link. Forsaken thought he had gotten deep, but now he's been dug out. I'm just waiting for a GX re-clear. It's going to happen at some point. Ara trying to post up with the op. Dangerous now, though. Punished. PRX very quickly spring into action. Down the op player.
Flickless not able to assist. Didn't have a stun there. Wants to pick up the line. 2 GX players here. They have to fight off all the Paper Rex. Flickless a little bit too eager. And now Cloud caught in the corner by that showstopper.
That likely will do it, especially with Devi able to stave Grapinho off as he makes his way in through spawn. That's another 4v5 conversion round for PRX, Wyatt.
Jing has just been a menace in this game so far. Going absolutely crazy.
Ara maybe just... Look, and the more successful re-clears from GX there for elbow open with multiple players backed up. Ara goes solo, tries to post up, and... Oh, jeez. And is punished.
Flickless just didn't have the util to really assist him in that spot. It's unfortunate for GX that their positions just get pretty scrambled.
Uncharacteristic from them.
Kill.
They are very regimented on this map especially.
Now Paper Rex had picked up that op and thrown it over to Devi. Shades of the Lotus play. This is a classic from GX, but Paper Rex, they are totally out the way of it. Patman gets out of there.
They got Sentinels with this 2 rounds out of 3. Not PRX though, little too canny for it. They've been able to take up residence on this A side, and West side's trying to ask the question, do I stay or do I go? Jing dominates him from above. Now Cloud being as low as he is, he tries to go up and get a weapon. Punished for that as well. Jing won't be ready for the corner. That is one for Ara. Fastlane will get him out.
At this point, likely to just save with this rifle. And you're exactly right. That's a play that GX were finding success with in the EMEA Stage 2 playoffs, found success with against Sentinels, but PaperX, they played around that. And specifically, it's Patman playing around that. He realizes what's happening, gets all the way back into spawn, and then just patiently waits for the moment to get back in and catches one of the GX players wrapping through tiles after the play. He handled that exactly as you need to.
He's been
just
here.
as you need to do to counter this GX aggression.
Patman's been on this roster now for quite some time, but his addition really allowed for that more well-rounded strategic approach. PRX no longer just W gaming, right?
That was the turning point. His addition brought them from one of our great top teams in Valorant to world beater squad, favorite to win champions.
See it there, and it's just the decision to play around that push-up mid.
We haven't seen any team really be able to deal with this GX defense outside of Liquid online when they were at their absolute peak in the playoffs run. Aside from them, GX have been able to beat all of the other competition in Europe, dismantled Sentinels on this map. It's really only been absolute top tier teams that have been able to do it, which obviously right now Liquid a bit of a downturn after game 1, but can't discredit the fact that their play during the EMEA playoffs run was world class. So.
I mean, a sweep of the EMEA final I think is pretty telling. Here GX have found success on this map when they've been able to fight for that space in numbers. I'm thinking back to that multiplayer re-clear midway through an A hit into elbow. That paid out well for them, but PRX are still winning rounds down a player. It's more than just that first pick. Cloud found their pick over towards Link, and they still ended up losing in the 5v4.
And also, for PRX's sake, going up against a team who like to be so active on defense, the fact that you kill their AWPer and recover the AWP and can use that to nullify defensive aggression, like one of the best tools in the game to do so, that's just even further giving them a bit advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that attack side Senti op from Devi.
Very meta generally, but yeah, more from Devi. He was
great on Lotus
so
too.
Yeah, on Lotus he was just a standout, right? This time, PaperX back to B main, all the way grouped up. They've been doing a good job of just removing these west side trips from Choke. Again, it's just depleted. He keeps putting this one main, but the Shock is breaking it from something.
There is a trip here, though, that could punish Jing, who likes to tuck in that corner after hitting the site. Well, he won't get onto the side at all. Cloud! What a Hunter's Fury. Jing and Devi already extracted from PRX's lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Devi maybe could have played to a res on Jing, but then he also dies, so no one will be getting rezzed in this round. And we've been talking about the 4v5 for PaperX, how absurd their conversion rate on that has been in this series, but the 3v5 surely not, right? Surely our 3v5 conversion rate isn't just above 50%.
Patman actually able to get a timing on Ara. Already set for the shot, forcing Ara off the line. Trade out by Flickless now, who makes a solo venture into elbow with that screen active in the last moments.
Oh no, Forsaken was making a lot of noise in B main west side. Does he dare step out?
Forsaken
oh
is
my
a good
god.
idea. There is an op there by Forsaken, so he might have to take that up again.
I mean, what is going on now? Something has just threaded the needle into A spawn, teleport towards A for Forsaken.
He does have the spike though, so he has to give this spot up at some point.
I mean, again, something only has 12 seconds, now has to get back to the site. Could respond. Look at the minimap, man. This is chaos. Now Forsaken said, okay, bet, I'll take your positioning and spawn. And might catch Cloud.
He got him! He got him off the spike! That is nuts! Flickless, dirty work. That map was turned upside down.
Oh my, I mean, it's just pandemonium across the minimap. But Flickless plays to the out of just throw him up into the skybox.
That's the tune to a 3-round win. I'm taking that trade every day of the week. Oh, the Sage Wall there makes it a bit uncomfortable.
Oh, it's so
one enemy remaining.
The timing on that is perfect. I mean, chaos round. Somehow they almost brought it back, by the way. They had me believing they were going to win that.
3v5 to start.
I was very invested in the fact that they were somehow going to win that 3v5, but Flickless, the cool hands prevail.
Ara's pushed up here. Waiting for an Aldrin around this one way. We'll give that space up. Flickless not quite in position to help out with the fault line.
Aura has been pushed up a lot in this game, and it's yet to really net too much value. PaperX have been exploiting his forward positions by getting entry kills onto him.
Flickless has used a lot of his util here. Just the flashes now. Aura with a relay bolt. Devi already up on the corner though. Smoked out.
Look at this. Just pacey rotate. They've got 4 players now onto this A site.
PRX sniffed this out. There's obviously the chance to work different parts of the map, but they obviously concerned about the Cypher. Ding! He's seeing that whole time by Flickless.
That is criminal!
In midair! Just wins it out. Gets deeper on towards Link. Robinho at least shuts him down, but that was ungodly, and it's an opener for PRX. They can now look to exploit. Forsaken crouches into the shot, and Aura is dashed aside. Cloud trying to work around this wall, and Robinho finds the corner. There's a player trying to spike down. Robinho's found 3 here. Devi is indeed trouble. Up the proverbial without a paddle. Spike out of his grasp, and an Aldrone looking to sniff him out.
Surely not, right? Smoked off. GX have to lock this one up. They just make the call for that full rotate towards the A site. PaperX have been going for a fair amount of re-hits. They were positioned, ready, and even with Jing getting an absolutely illegal kill onto Flickless with the satchel in, they still just have more than enough players to lock it down. Kind of goes for more, and Grabinho's just ready for that swing through.
And then he finds 2 more. I don't know if there's a lack of awareness about the fact that he's sort of poked around the corner, or maybe feels like he's been covered from box there. But Devi, in theory, could have had that corner held. A little breakdown in communication there for PRX. Their plant attempt is thwarted, and now this game is closed up to 2 rounds. And the money for PRX is, it's okay. They've got 4 ultimates to work with here. I can see why they're frustrated.
Alex has definitely been frustrated at the last couple round losses. Great time to get a timeout in. They've got all the ultimates up, as you mentioned. Ensure that you're getting 7 on the board using all these ults, right? It would be a massive disappointment for PaperX if they can't close one of these rounds out with that arsenal.
And back-to-back 1 rounds for GX, though, means they're buying for the rest of the half, so no concerns economically. Although for them, there's no big ultimates on the horizon, really. Maybe
yeah, that's really the thing, right? If PaperX min-max the ults, they can use some for this round, use some for the next round, and that could be enough to win it out. Yeah, against the GX we'll have none.
Maybe a fast play behind the something Hunter's Fury might be in order. So the Cypher util at B, though, makes that a difficult prospect, but that can be cleared, of course. The Shocks have been good at taking out the B main trip, for example. Westside's not really invested in changing that one up too much.
No, he has just been throwing that trip pretty much every single time, and it has been getting consistently broken. But all right, very fast Jing up mid. Paranoia through market. What is that, a direct?
That must have been. Grabinho was in a place that's hard to hit with that showstopper. Up on top of Kiosk in the 10 spot. There's Patman. Finds himself 1, but again, PRX still have that numbers advantage. Devi with a Sheriff to work with, though.
Timing out main. Forsaken swings onto Westside, the lone anchor on site.
There's no eyes on main for Westside. There's not much he could have done. Aura might want to try and play into the site early, or at least imply that he's done so with his fast lane.
Another round should be good as done. Only 1 ult necessary for this one. That is so ideal for PaperX. They just have to stop Aura and Flickless.
GX going to play the way into the site. Aura's only had 2 frags for the half. It's been a quieter outing for the Neon.
Look at this delay, though. They're slowed on one side, walled on the other.
And Jing is going to be standing in their way now as well. Talk about arresting utility. It's just Aura in that 1 versus 3, and his troubles, his woes continue. PRX have made 7 rounds now. And like you mentioned, only at the cost of the showstopper there.
They just bring that round to 0 to 100 straight away. Jing through. Yeah, it's like a basically direct on the Grabinho. That's crazy. What a rocket. And then Patman had just been on that late lurk, waiting in mid to cut off the rotators.
I mean, that's such a hard spot for Westside to be in. He knows that market's compromised. He knows there could be a push out of main.
And with the advantage PaperX have, in terms of the numbers, they don't even feel like they need to take backside control or anything, right? Just wall it off. We'll slow the other side, delay. It's fine. 3 ults for this final round. PaperX to get in the lead. 8-4. This is GX's best map. But realistically, I think you could say the same probably for PaperX.
And they didn't play much of it in Stage 2 at all. They played Bind 5 times, Haven 4 times. They actually had a narrower map pool of played maps in the stage than most of their contemporaries. But everything is still well and good on this map.
I think they are just incredible here. Flickless, though, with that first kill. That was catching Patman on the cross.
Top mid was where that shot came from. A Divine Jing out in the side. Hunter's Fury coming out from something. Nothing to see here, though. Shorty for Forsaken. A rare moment where it doesn't quite cut the mustard. Flick this down to 49, but that's enough for him and Grabinho now to bully their way back into the side. It's on something who is looking for a wrap. Something that Flickless is already accounting for. It may not matter. It may not matter. Something looking to the corner of the masonry sees Ara first. Grabinho is in no better shape than he is. 21 plays 46. Spike out on B, and something is slowing it down.
Grabinho in serious shock dart danger. Unfortunately, not one of Omen's abilities. There's a recon backup for something just now as well. He is taking his time, obviously. From his perspective, Grabinho could basically be anywhere.
For something, it could be nothing or it could be everything, Wyatt. Up onto the spike. That is crosshair position for Grabinho, but this time, Grabinho hits the jackpot and grows GX's round total to 5 heading into the half. Very scrappy, very competitive first half, and GX getting those 4 rounds in a row was huge for them. We'll get a quick break. We'll be back, of course, with the conclusion of this decider map. Winner goes to playoffs.
Nice, guys.
PRX here have 7 rounds to their name after a pretty high-paced attack side, but their opponents, who were virtually invisible domestically in kickoff, invisible in stage 1, make the changes by adding 3 rookies, and now they've done enough themselves on this first half of Sunset to potentially put themselves into playoffs over who many people believe is the best team in the world. GX looking very good, but they need to get Ara in this game. Coinbase Econ Report, of course, we'll be looking at first to highlight Jing, who is 14-8 right now, with some pretty filthy moments on this map. Hard hitting on towards that B side especially.
Yeah, so crucial for the entries. We saw one of those last rounds, that really fast-paced double satchel with the showstopper into market. That was crazy. And honestly, in terms of pace, I think GX pretty much they match PaperX on this map. We're going to see a lot of fast play. Aura is going to have to come to life here on attack because GX's game plan revolves around really nicely paced, sequenced out util around Aura, putting him in positions to get easy entry kills by connecting great fault lines, connecting crucial paranoias, etc. And those pieces of utility will come usually in perfect succession, and that's what PaperX are going to have to go up against. But GX Aura needs to come to life.
Yeah. What I like about Aura, though, is he will slow down if he is too far ahead of that util. He has such a great sense for the pacing to make sure that it all lines up. The Flickless was incredible on Ascent in setting him up. It's going to have to be a mirror image of that on the Sunset attack side.
That being said, if there is one agent that is also great at slowing down the pace of attackers, stalling them out, it will be that Sage. Devi's utility should have big impact here on the defense. The way that Patman anchors B with the wall is sick, but right now, B ignored by GX. It's an effort to work up towards this A side. PaperX, who had been triple facing down mid, trying to take some kind of contact, are mostly just stacked up towards Link on account of that.
Moving up for some contact here via Link, and outside of that retake, wanted to slow down this push in towards Elbow. They know what's coming. And they've given that part of the map up on purpose. Oh, something had his crosshair positioned perfectly for that, and a 6 cents for the timing.
What is up with this guy on pistol rounds? He has been a demon today.
It's practically extrasensory perception.
Flickless has 2 flashes. He's got the aftershock ready to play within this post flank. Corbinho, look at the situation he's in.
So dangerous. There was a shoulder pick, not full committal for Divine, and so Jing's going to be able to take the frag.
Something again, and that's Flickless down. The utility removed.
Yep. For the retake, that's going to make things pretty difficult for GX if they play off the site. Something. Just the god with the ghost.
Another triple. Triples on both pistol rounds.
No, he had a quad.
Oh, that was a quad on the first one? Oh, my bad.
Sorry,
and then it was an ace on map 1. And then, I mean, bro, what is going on with him today?
Again, Corbinho always dangerous in a spot like this, but there's a slowdown, a shoulder pick from Divide to confirm. Ara gets his in the round, but that's it. that is grim satisfaction from Coach Alex. Nothing more.
Insane. I set it back on map 1, but something's form right now. I think you could argue is this maybe his all-time peak, but it's definitely one of his highest peaks he's had over the last couple months.
But more than half of his kills have come from ghost and pistol rounds.
It's crazy.
Just want to put that out.
Yeah, those rounds are pretty important. He's stepping up when they need him.
Second
and now
pistol, one for
got a
PRX,
rifle.
you're right.
It's crazy.
All right, here comes Ara, steps up to the plate though. The light is very good. What a recon. Something sets up for the first kill and takes a second for himself. Jing doesn't want to be left out. Refuses to be a footnote on a round like this, but Flickless will get the drop on him. Stinger always dangerous.
By the way, we've had 0 time to mention it, but that was a force from GX. No time to mention it because they got absolutely brutalized by a util combo play from PRX, a late nade. The recon comes over top. We've seen that from Something's point of view. Unbroken, free for Jing.
I feel like there's a tipping point here. This first gun round, if it's not successful for GX, this map gets away from them pretty quickly. Tough pistol round to run into. Losing both pistols on this map, never great.
On the first half, it was a thrifty round win that got them back into it. It was West Side with a Sheriff, which he has got right now. And on Ascent, it was 2 rounds like this as well. But yeah, Something, he is just simply not easing up.
Expecting more from that, and he was right, in a sense. Mid definitely swarming with GX players right now, but Jing is feeling himself.
Spike down, mid.
We'll take 2 with that Spectre. It's just Cloud. Spike is in mid. It's all but impossible. And so Pistol and Anti-Eco, they pass without much event here. GX down by 5.
How are you supposed to stop Paper X on one of, if not their best maps, when you have Jing and Something in top-tier individual form? 36 kills currently between the 2 of them. That is madness.
It's a very early showstopper picked up for Jing.
And 1 away from a Hunter's Fury for Something.
Yeah. Talk about ideal kill allocation. You got Jing and Something, the 2 best players to have those orbs fed to. Ara. Only 1 kill so far this half. It's been quiet, to be fair, but now gun round here for GX. No thrifty for them this time around, so they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Get back into this game with the rifles.
Dark cover for top mid, so they can just contact their way up here. Tavai holding the angle with a very early operator. Is this something GX will be ready for? Might not even matter. They're trying to go through top mid. They're trying to split through Boba.
Slow orb to slow down this market push, though, and yet GX haven't gone in there. They've got that top mid control. They're looking to try and exercise that into Boba. Tavai had to heal himself quickly, patting him with a double back over towards Mark, and that's massive.
And everyone top mid, they're just stalled out. They're cut off because of the wall.
And how are they supposed to get this back? Flickless and Cloud, both the ones at the util.
And it is the pace that GX have just being stalled out entirely by the existence of this Sage. It is the counter to their play style. And that's exactly why. What a response to that split execute from Devi. And then Patmen, 1 versus 2 in market.
Originally, there was a slow orb there at market that made it impossible to fully split this properly.
Okay. I mean, there's even a little gap in the wall that Devi exploits.
We actually saw that on Ascent on a number of occasions.
1 for 5, dude. 1 for 5, dude.
Showstopper used. Now, Something, Hunter's Fury. Still no one on GX with an ultimate.
And look at where Something is sat. I think he might be ready to rip this. As soon as he gets an inkling, Something is up. He's going to cause a split here for Westside, eventually on his own.
And this is a split again through top mid, but this time into Aura with a crucial kill onto Forsaken. That keeps GX in the round.
This elbow presence, though, for PRX is something of concern for GX. They had to dig it out, and look, The other arm of their pincer can't actually get past the line of scrimmage onto the A side. There's got to be a wrap, but Divai's waiting for it. Ara, though, wins it out. Now it's on Jing. He has to fight his way out of this map, but they've not checked the corner, and Jing got himself two. That puts PRX up in the round, and Cloud at least has the spike to recover, but the net on him is closing too.
The late flank from Patman. He's feeling the pressure, the wall's closing in, stuck in elbow, has to get that spike, does so. But now where can he plant where he feels any level of safety? He wants to draw a Patman. This is some good intuition from Cloud. He's expecting the flank.
Patman is not the player that's going to fall into this trap. The last member of PRX that's going to be fallible to it.
Something open, facing this angle right now.
Cloud is going to have to walk across and has to hedge his bets. The last best chance there for GX goes by the wayside. Another attempted split through mid, falls flat.
This is the kind of execute that they love to run, and it almost brought them the success that they needed, but they just didn't suspect that a second player would be an elbow, that Jing was tucked, and he saves the round for PRX with that two-piece.
Now, GX at the 11th hour have to throw down to stay alive in this series. Well, PRX, as expected, would be advancing first out of this group to playoffs.
And it's a, wow, fast play down mid. Jing satcheling off of that paranoia.
Cloud pinged out, Forsaken hears all of this and chooses not to step forward. Now gets under the side of the bubble. Patman controlling it from one part of the map, and he gets his. Grabino, though, 3 players now inside this elbow, and they're going to go for it. Ara throwing caution to the winds. It has to be now.
What is the maneuver for GX? They're being surrounded. There's a flank coming from their spawn side. They want to flip the map. They want to play from the defense spawn. But Cloud is caught. It's a 2 versus 4.
The head of the snake cut off. It isn't a Hydra. Will more grow? It doesn't look to be the case. It's Ara now in a 1v3. Trying to relay bolt his way out of this now. Waiting on the other side is something. Waiting for his just dessert. A frustrating map, but there it is. Ara! He's found himself 4. A Red Bull clutch to keep GX in the game.
He's been silent for a while, but comes back in crazy fashion with that.
Last player standing.
Oh my God.
Relay bolt. Might have bought him the space he needed.
What a moment.
Clutch.
Divai can't connect. You hate to have an operator against a slide like that. How are GX still in this game?
Yeah, that's a hands-to-head kind of moment there for PRX.
I was ready for the arena music to cue, players to stand up, fist bumps to start, but we're still going.
GX has been able to work with a little bit more in terms of weaponry. A lot of half armors, in fact, all of them out there, but Hunter's Fury is ready for Cloud. They're in this still. Standard one-way refresh there for Forsaken. Sees that fault line come through. This is going to pull this over of something over to Link.
Tries to get a bit of pre-fire off, and now Recon Paranoia just stalls up GX.
Buy some time for this rotate to be pulled across from B. GX do look committed to this.
Forsaken just jumps out to get a little bit of info. Wow, Westside caught on the cross.
Really hoping to be a thorn and deny a wraparound, but there will be a reflank coming from PRX now, and GX know it. It's time to go. Onto the side goes Ara. Cloud trying to set him up here with a Hunter's Fury. No tags. Forsaken able to jump away from it for the most part. And now at Link, a little uncomfortable PRX.
Cloud watching the flank. Flickless getting the spike down. What can Cloud do? 1 for 1. One more kill for Flickless. He'll get that rolling thunder.
3 up though for GX. They don't have a lot to work with. Flickless needs the frag. Something that gets swung on. It's going to be Ara finding his, but Patman comes alive. And Flickless solo on the side. Hardest rolling thunder's there. He can make use of it now. The 1v1, but Divai swings on in. And finally, GX are forced to succumb. The overpowering pace, shooting power of this PRX team will send them first into the playoffs.
How are you supposed to beat PRX when Jing and something are playing like that? I think this last map, this last win for PaperX here, the most impressive of this series, right? Being able to have your most decisive victory against GX on their best map. They looked well prepped. Between Jing and something, the two of them combined have dropped 44 kills. That is madness.
Generally, though, a banger of a series. Yeah, it felt like PRX really able to feel themselves on this Sunset map. There are moments for GX. Thinking back, though, man, Ascent of Lotus gave us some incredible moments, some great gameplay. I think GX were maybe hoping that Ara could get into the game a little bit earlier here on Sunset, though. I think he ends the first half with only those 3 kills. There are a couple of big ultimate rounds that come up that GX aren't quite able to turn in their favor. And just some ridiculous moments there from PRX, who are able to read the split through mid on multiple consecutive rounds.
Yeah, that Sage, I think this comp from PaperX just really threw a spanner in the works as far as how GX approached this map. I think it was a pretty great counter in a way. Impressive stuff from PaperX to close it out in dominant fashion, but definitely have to give respect still to GX, who were able to take that first map off of them, keep Lotus close. Again, just coming into this, the storylines of these two teams where they were at, back at, just reframed to the context that these teams existed in, and Toronto. PaperX winning the tournament. GX just finished 9th, 12th in EMEA, and they kept it that close, so respect.
Let's send it over to Lou down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with Patman.
Champion des Masters Toronto, les PaperX arrivent dans le top 8 à Paris. PaperX are in playoff thanks to you. Also, Patman, first of all, congratulations for making it to playoff here in Paris. And my first question is going to be about, you know, that status, that champion status you have from Toronto. Now, everyone is expecting you, you know, to win, to do good and stuff. So how are you guys handling this? Zero pressure?
To be honest, about that winning thing, we're not thinking about so much about that. We're just like having fun and then go round by round and game by game, because if we think too much about winning, it's not gonna be a good thing for us.
Yeah, you shouldn't be overthinking, right? Donc première question, ils ont un statut, ces PaperX, depuis leur victoire à Toronto. Donc comment est-ce qu'ils gèrent un petit peu ça, ce statut de champion, de devoir gagner un petit peu tout le temps? Et bah tout simplement, on n'y pense pas. L'oversing, c'est clairement notre ennemi. On essaie là d'être sur le stage et de juste prendre du plaisir. And second of all, I think you guys are probably the team with the most fans out there. You have jerseys everywhere, FNS is rooting for you and stuff. So from your perspective, Patman, what makes everyone love you like that and PaperX?
I think because we play very differently and not playing like so much perfect Valorant. And me and my teammates is just like vibing, and I think that's what people like really most, when the team is kind of funny and, you know, like cure to some sadness when they want to watch us. So yeah.
Exactly, you trigger emotions also, I think so. Donc pourquoi, à ton avis, est-ce que tout le monde vous adore? Il y a tellement de maillots PaperX dans le public et de fans aussi qui les suivent. Tout simplement parce qu'on ne joue pas un Valorant parfait, on est amusant à regarder, on procure des émotions aussi à ceux qui nous regardent, et je pense que c'est un petit peu tout ce combo-là qui fait que ça marche. And last but not least, next match is going to be DRX versus NRG. Who do you see winning? What's your prediction?
I'm going to root for Pacific Pride, I'm sorry. But I think it's going to be a tough match, because Energy is a really, really good team. And yeah, I think I'm just rooting for DRX.
Rooting for DRX, of course. Prochain match, DRX face à NRG dans quelques minutes. Pour qui est-ce que tu soutiens? Et bien évidemment, on va aller côté Pacifique avec DRX. Thank you very much, Patman. Merci. And now it's time to discover if our talents are better than Patman at predictions. See you.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, back, for the people in the back, back, for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Welcome back to day 5 of Champions Paris. PaperX are through to playoffs. It's time to find out who will be joining them between NRG and DRX. I'm your host, and I'm back here with Tom and Mitch. Now, first of all, Mitch, sorry about your predictions, but going into this one, you said NRG, so are you cursing them today? Is that what's going on?
It could be, as long as nobody investigates transactions from DRX in my account, we should be in a pretty good spot.
Oh.
I just broke my EMEA curse. I didn't even realize that. So I
Good
got
job.
one correct.
Wow.
Good job, Tom. I'm very, very proud of you.
And it was against us, just to be clear.
Yeah, I got all the other ones that were against us wrong too. So
I'm
this
proud
is
of
the first
you.
one.
I'm proud of you, but I'm not as proud of you as I was of NRG, the way that they played against EDG. That was a masterclass.
It was resilience. That was sort of like my favorite part of that game, especially when it came to Abyss. They were so far down and then just had this sort of crazy resurgence of like just resilience of a team that obviously Ethan has sort of taken up that mantle of IGO. You've got some like younger players in there as well that like Mada, and of course Scuba had an insane game. And at no point did it look like they were mentally out of the game, which I think when you're facing off against the previous year's champion and you're massively in a deficit, that could easily happen to you, but it never seemed like that throughout the entirety of their attack half.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that as well was the fact that they were using some of this utility on Harbor to play so aggressively in post plants, when typically you'll be looking at this team and maybe expecting them to ease off the gas a little bit, but they stayed on site for post plants, and already being down by so much, that's where you start to get worried, like one burst of utility and this could all be over, but they didn't let that get in their head. They stayed aggressive, they took their claim, they were going up the rope on the A site and taking deep control, and that's really what you love to see from a team when they're behind like that, because it is not easy to make those kind of recoveries. There's a reason that we rarely ever see it happen.
Yeah, especially NRG that didn't just look good on the server, but the mental resilience, like you guys said. The vibes, I think Som did a lot of the hard carrying of rallying everyone back, but Scuba, my goodness, his just individual performance was on another level.
Yeah, it seemed like at times he could do no wrong. Like a crosshair placement, his read on some of the positions that players were going to be in, his patience, I think, as well at times, not to get over-aggressive when it's unnecessary. And you can see a lot of the fights he's taken, these are very, like, I guess, not safe duels, but you can tell he's ready for every single one of them. And that's just the sign of not just a player that has like this sort of crisp aim, but someone who's intelligent in the way that they're doing it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you look at his performance, though, on the other side, you got Mako. Mako was looking incredible in their series, opening up against Team Liquid, a team that we certainly from EMEA had very high hopes for. We've seen them dominate regionally, and they came up against this guy. He was not afraid to get in their face. He was winning duels. Most importantly, though, there were those back-to-back rounds where he diffused in front of them. And that takes gall, it takes balls, and he certainly had what it takes in that series. So I think we've got an interesting head-to-head.
Yeah, I think as well, regionally, Marco had definitely had some like issues here and there. So the fact that he came out and just, I think he ended up as like the highest rated player in their match versus
100%.
Liquid. So it looks like a complete turnaround, and having Bane back in the game clearly helped him out a lot as well.
Well, now let's get Ethan's thoughts on NRG's run so far.
Hey guys, Mika here now with Ethan of NRG. You called an amazing game versus EDG last time, so congratulations to you for that. I wanted to know, like, you know, how proud were you that the resilience of the team really came out on the champion stage? Because a lot of teams struggle with that sometimes, that like, oh, what we practice doesn't come out on stage, but for you guys, it did.
Yeah, having showed that, especially first map of champs, was huge for the team, huge for the morale, and I think it showed just how confident we are in ourselves.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Eager to see more of it on stage.
We gotta go and get one of those jackets. I feel like all the players have been wearing them. It looks so sick. But I think Ethan is right there, you know, them being able to stay calm, cool, collected, because on the other side, DRX had a very similar storyline of being resilient, of having good mental, grinding it out against the #1 seed in Team Liquid. Confidence has got to be at all-time high, Tom.
Yeah, especially when you come in with a completely new brand of play and make it work almost seamlessly from the get-go. Like, that was what sort of impressed me most, is like, you coming in, you're the IGL of a squad, you're coming up with like some fairly crazy aggressive stuff, and then you just have full faith in your team in moments like this where you're sticking defusals in front of very experienced, tenured players in Valorant. Marco didn't give a damn. He didn't care who was on the other side of the server. He was going to play his own game.
Yeah, the kind of experienced players who know exactly where a teleporter is and how not to step into it by accident.
Yeah, I mean, Tom was talking about that earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very unfortunate moment. I don't think any of us need to be as cruel as Tom was about it.
Yeah,
but
that was a bit too far, Tom.
It was, and I think he should know better. But the reality is, for DRX, they forced those mistakes out of their opposition, and I think I look to NRG as a team that also did that in their series up against EDG. Again, it's very few errors and far between, but an incredibly tight series. But it wasn't the same for DRX. They came in, they looked dominant. I mean, it was a close, like, if I'm not mistaken, Abyss was a 6-6 half, and once they swapped over, a completely different brand from them. They were looking dominant. And in fact, even the start of it, wasn't it like 5 or 6-1 up, while Team Liquid couldn't figure out that waylay Yoru?
Yeah.
And then eventually they cracked the code, but the defense looked even stronger, which was the surprising thing for me with how much dominance they had with that play.
Yeah, shout out to Korean Zelsis as well. Baby Zelsis, we just saw him on screen there. Bane, I think there was a lot of questions on whether he could step up at last minute into the role that we expect him to, and honestly, I have zero concerns about him after the Liquid game.
No, he looked very comfortable. I think as well, like, this is the team that sort of like kicked off the year. I think this is the team that they wanted to be playing with, and I think you can see why. Like, there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot more synergy. I think individually as well, his level is a fair bit higher than Estrella. So I think that it makes sense that he's back in the roster, and the fact that it allows them to be a little bit more free with how they play looks great.
And of course, Heomin being the tip of that spear as well. We actually managed to get some of his thoughts on DRX's experiences at Champs so far in our Omen Player Moment.
I think we came into the Team Liquid match just to try and have as much fun as possible, and I think that played out pretty well, so I think that's what helped us win today. I guess for us and for my teammates included, we're just coming into this tournament sort of like a underdog feeling, so which makes like less pressure when we play the games and just, I guess, more energy and more fun. DRX has like this known curse that they always finish 5th to 6th place. To overcome that, I would think we just have to be honest, our teamwork is pretty good. So I guess just aiming better than them that day will help us win. So I'm just hoping that this Champions, we can break that curse and I guess hope for the Champions victory.
Seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers a Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far, but needs a little bit more. 20 seconds left. Marco can just opt to play the time, but he will reposition to perfection.
I feel that we have a different approach to the game than we did back in Pacific, and I think with more aggressive compositions that we can play more aggressive, which means we will take on more fights. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say DRX is at 7 out of 10 right now. Yes, I think we have more to show.
7 out of 10 is a good start, but honestly, with Abyss being back in the pool and the way that they played Abyss, I might bump that up to like a 8 or 9 out of 10 if they can keep farming on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way that they were playing their combinations of that double duelist was just wonderful to watch. Like, I think we saw this quite often with the aggro that would come out from Waylay, the beautiful like setup where you're so focused on one player and then the other player in the meantime is fading back out and then getting into the backline. It made it so difficult to play against that it just looked like Team Liquid were completely out to dry. Whenever they were trying to fight one battle, they'd already lost the second one.
Yeah, and so frequently you'll see, even just that approach in the replay of just the Yoru's POV, you'll see that from teams that don't have that Waylay to back him up. The fact that someone's going through pretty much risk-free. I mean, we don't see Waylay getting picked out in that dash, and they did like, what, 0.15 second of a gap where they're vulnerable before they hit the refract. So like, you're getting in, you're getting info, you're getting out, and then your Yoru's able to take the space for free. The more impressive thing for me though, because it's one thing to come into a game with a trap play like that. It's one thing to spring that trap on an opponent who isn't adapting well, who isn't able to adjust. But Liquid were able to adjust before the half was over, bring it close, and still they found value from that little hint of aggression and in the retakes when it came down to the defensive side as well. So really having that full playbook built out is a great sign for the future on Abyss. It's why I think DRX easily, despite what our poll said earlier, I think they easily take the title.
They trolled because I don't want to disrespect the EMEA teams, but the best team so far on Abyss is DRX, and the other one is hard to not give NRG a shout as well. So if they
on the attack.
Yeah, if we go to Abyss at this point, I think this could again be a great map to go to, and I don't want either teams to shy away from it because DRX certainly will be very comfortable to go to Abyss.
Yeah, I think that's the only worry, is that when you have such a poor defensive side, in the case of NRG, I don't know if you want to go up against what is a very aggressive double dive that's hard to play against, and then rely on you being able to catch out their defense when the opponent of Liquid failed miserably at doing that. So I feel like it's a safe bet. DRX would probably pick it. Yes. Because I don't know on the other side if NRG are going to be as confident in that map after a bit of a rough start.
I think they should.
I think the only caveat to that I'll give is that you look at the styles. What I already said about NRG was they like to take a lot of post-plant fights on site. They like to be that little bit more in your face. I mean, you're playing against it, but not fully pushing into the spawn, right? But taking some space and holding on to it very tightly. When you look at what DRX have to offer, it's a very good composition for breaking back through that. And I think maybe stylistically, the head-to-head will favor DRX if it comes down to it.
I want to see it though, no matter what. I don't think they should be scared to play this. I mentioned him already, Baby Zelsis, Korean Zelsis. Mika Fabs actually had a chance to catch up with him ahead of today's game.
Mika and Bella here with Bane of DRX. Now, Bane, we missed you in stage 2, and then now you're here on the champion stage, of course. I wonder how you felt stepping in for champions and how the rest of the team was able to adjust to accommodate this.
챔피언스 파리를 마쳐 돌아온 베인 선수를 만나게 됐는데 이제 챔피언스 파리 시간이 많이 부족했던 만큼 팀도 그렇고 베인 선수도 많은 노력이 필요했을 것 같아요. 그 준비 과정에 대해서 한번 들어볼 수 있나요?
일단 오랜 기간 팀 연습을 못했던 것만큼 팀에 좀 잘 스며들려고 노력을 했고요. 팀으로도 그렇고 저로도 그렇고 연습할 시간이 좀 부족하긴 했는데 각자들 노력을 열심히 해줘서 지금 좋은 결과가 나오고 있는 것 같습니다.
My main focus was to concentrate on blending into the team structure that was already happening from stage 2 and on. And because we didn't have a lot of time to fully prep for Champions Paris, I think our main focus was to just make sure that we were vibing, and we actually are killing it so far.
Well, yeah, DRX looks good out there. 감사합니다, Bane, and good luck.
Thank you.
I love that. He's like, we haven't had much time to prep, but we're killing it. They are killing it, aren't they? Are they going to continue to kill it?
I think so. I think if they keep reimagining all of their comps like they did in the first couple of maps that we saw, I'm very excited for what we're going to get today, because I don't necessarily think we'll get the exact same map pool. As you said, I hope we get the Abyss. I think that'll be a really fun match to watch those clash of styles, but I don't know. I'm interested to see other than that.
Well, me and Mitch don't think they're going to keep killing it, apparently. You start,
We've been
Mitch.
outed.
Yeah, you start.
Yeah, I think realistically, like I said earlier, NRG, they have that little bit of a deeper map pool. It gives them an advantage when it comes to the veto. I think that if we end up on a Corrode, the risk-reward of running that double Odin hasn't paid off in the previous game we saw here on stage. But you keep running it, it's oppressive, it makes you rethink, it makes you repace your game, and it will work out eventually for those beautiful kills that we know are coming. So I think that for NRG in general, they've impressed me more. DRX, they certainly have a deep bench to fall back on.
Well, there is a ticket straight to playoffs here. It's going to come down to DRX and NRG. So it's time to see which one is going to be joining Paper Rex today. I think certainly most people could be leaning a certain way. I'm not going to say where. So without further ado, let's just send things down to stage.
Come let me this. DRX versus NRG. We be like them. Come let me this.
Both DRX and NRG were incredibly impressive in their opening games, winning the games they weren't supposed to win. But here we go, the pressure is on once again. For one of them, it's going to be a huge advantage to get out of groups now. DRX always get out of the groups though, so even if they don't get out today, I have faith in them. But looking at the map pool, are we going to get the Abyss?
No.
Boo.
Well, that was the interesting thing with the veto is both teams banned Sunset. So it was more who was willing to float it to then get another ban. Interestingly, NRG have taken out the Abyss immediately. So clearly feeling like playing against that DRX is going to be difficult. But then DRX's first pick being Haven, I can only imagine they've completely reimagined what they've been doing because it didn't look good the last couple of times they played it.
That almost feels like a misclick when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, throughout stage 2, they played it twice, didn't win it once. So it is definitely a strange look from the outside with just that data in front of you. But you think they're bringing Bane back. They're in a position now where they've had that little bit of time to recreate. They focused on their individuals. But I think this is probably going to be a comp shift or at the very least a playstyle shift from them when we get to servers.
I mean, this heavily favors NRG, you know, looking at the map pool. They get Lotus as well. This is a dream for the side of NRG.
Well, yeah, if you're going off history or the last few months of data, they have a better win record on every single map that we have in the pool, and Corrode and Lotus are their two best maps statistically. So, yeah, they're going to be in a great spot, but I have a feeling, based on what we've seen so far for DRX, all the data's going to go out the window. Because
they're going to bring 3 Odins.
No, I think they're going to completely switch up pretty much every single comp we've seen from them. So reading into what they're going to be doing, like I'd be very surprised, for example, if we're seeing Flashback on a Vice going into Haven, which is what he was playing before.
Yeah, and I think just touching on that as well, you said about Lotus and Corrode being their best, well, including Champs, they played those 2 maps in total 11 times, lost once, that was a Lotus. Other than that, they have been dominant when it comes to this. So for NRG, this is and like I said, it's where they get the advantages in their map pool. When it comes to trading blows with DRX, it could be a different story based on what we've seen so far.
Looking at the agent select,
it's back.
Yeah, this is literally what you wanted to see, Ryan, what you predicted.
Yeah, I'm very happy. That double dive, it's obviously slightly different. Flashback going to be picking up the Neon, but I think that is a more comfortable choice on Haven in general as of recent. A lot of people bringing that in. On the other side of things, I don't believe any massive changes whatsoever. Keeping it to the comfort, which I think has worked out for the side of NRG. This definitely isn't their strongest map, and I think they will have known coming in, if this comes up, it's going to be a different story to anything they could have prepped.
I think without a doubt, NRG are coming in as the favorites, but with what DRX showed us up against Team Liquid, with what they showed us on Abyss in terms of reimagining, and now at Neon and the Waylay, they certainly have a shot at taking NRG down.
Well, our spot in the playoffs is on the line, so who better to take us through the action than Doug and Ender? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, these 2 teams came out of the gate swinging. They show up on the stage here in Paris, Christie, and now they're the ones duking it out for a chance at playoffs. I mean, you think about the strength of both of these teams. This should be an amazing matchup.
This is going to be absolutely incredible. America's #2 team coming up against a DRX that just had a big upset over Liquid in the opening round, and choosing to start things off on Haven with a new comp, the Waylay and the Neon for DRX, and they're looking to attack mid early.
Looks like they're already flirting that way. With Flashback, the first to contact. Already swinging out onto the side. You've got Utility dumped. Mata in a really tough spot. He will be the first to fall.
I really like this approach from DRX with this flank as well, coming into A. Freeing still on low HP, and now that Scuba has dealt with him, now the post plant might get a little bit more awkward. All of a sudden, you have to worry about your flanks if you're DRX, but they've got 3 players stuck on site.
Remember, Scuba was a stud for NRG in their last matchup, but this time it's Bane who's lighting up the kill feed. Psalm falls, and all of a sudden this attempt, the bite behind this retakes gets lighter and lighter, and they continue to crumble. Just Scuba and Brock left. Two most recent additions to the roster forced to try to win this pistol out for the number 2 seed from Americas. Brock, too many targets to choose from. Scuba will find one left in 1v2. Mako weak. Time falling short. That dart's going to arrive a little bit late. If Scuba can get half, maybe there's a shot, but no. DRX will walk away with the pistol.
Bane, a guy who hadn't even played with DRX at all in Stage 2, comes in as a major surprise for the roster, for everyone that was watching Pacific. And yet, DRX went out in that opening series with him in the lineup, and now it's him picking up 3 kills in the pistol here to set his team up for success.
Yeah, Christy, you and I were talking about this prior to the match starting, and it really feels like DRX kind of has to win on Haven to get a shot at this. This is a great start.
I mean, when you look at Corrode and Lotus being two of, just straight up NRG's 2 best maps, this is very much a must-win for them. Although now that means converting cleanly on a anti-eco round where there's this really crazy Viper wall that's been thrown down into mid. It can threaten these walkouts of B out of garage, so I think DRX putting a lot of resources in now. This drone to make sure no one stepped up behind that. They're also leaving Freeing in that space, although NRG are stacked pretty heavily towards C, which is where the finish will be for DRX.
All huddling down C now. Again, utility dumped out onto the site. DRX in firm control of the space, and the kill feed suggests the same.
Yeah, the triple Guardian purchase for DRX just absolutely torching NRG in this round. And I think now's a good time to talk a little bit about the comp for DRX, because this is unique, you know, the Neon Waylay coming in here on Haven. But I think the Waylay and the Neon give so much creativity for DRX to get into sites. You can already see it in these first 2 rounds, especially the verticality that Hyunmin's going to be able to access with the Waylay. You saw in those B execs, he can jump up on top of site, while the dive into backside is coming in so quickly with the Neon. And you're going to see the same thing on these C execs with dashes, double dashes up onto platform or up onto default. Same thing with the A site. I think it's going to be really difficult for NRG's anchors to survive, and that's going to be the challenge for them with the double smokes comp. How can they use these smokes to just stay alive for the rotates to come in from their teammates?
Got an Odin already online for Brock.
Has been doing this even in their last series, saving up, making sure it can get online early in these games.
And Freeing's already tagged down to what, 17 HP?
There's a funky smoke as well that gives Mata a little bit of a peek, but it's not necessarily ready for Freeing to be up in that smoke.
Yeah, there's danger in that. Tries to spam, doesn't connect, and so he moves on. But the trap lies in wait. Mako, meanwhile, backside, besting the opposing Omen. And DRX lighted up once more.
That was mental, Doug. The double TP is on site from Mako. This guy calling an absolutely ballistic round. You think about the Waylay and the Neon and how much activity you can get on these execs. The fact that Mako is the one to be jumping it back here. And then Ethan just teleports straight into him. So already the bonus round paying off massively for DRX.
Let's go!
And NRG in a miserable situation to open up the series.
Yeah, the finances for DRX should be good for a long time, and you know, you would generally look at this and go, hey, this is a really early timeout, but you know, yeah, conventional wisdom would agree. This is incredibly early, but given how these last couple of rounds have gone, I don't know that I necessarily mind.
I mean, the thing is, NRG now need to deal with these just fast execs. That's what DRX are running. We've seen 2 of these just instant B pops. We've also seen a lot of lurk pressure from Freeing. In these B exec rounds, it's been 2 rounds where Freeing is going into sewers looking for quick timings. And on the round where DRX were, you know, playing that anti-eco and setting up C, he still went for that late lurk through B and got a couple of kills on the flank. So these are the primary things NRG need to fix.
And their monitor settings.
And those too, yeah.
Something that needs to be tweaked in there.
Oh, this isn't even this is not a tack timeout. This is a tech timeout.
Oh.
That makes a lot more sense.
Right.
Yep. I mean, we're still going to be thinking about how to fix these things while you know, our monitors or whatnot get sorted out.
Yeah, that does make the early timeout a bit more it does make a bit more sense now, doesn't it? Yeah.
No. It's you know, sometimes when the tech comes into play, you get a little bit of extra breathing room as well. You can try to get your heads set back on straight again for NRG, but I have just heard that we are going to be jumping back in here in just a moment.
Thankfully. You know, we hadn't had one of these in a little while.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, you know, it's we're supposed to like fill, we're supposed to talk or do something. I'm not too sure. NRG also have to figure out what to do on a round like this where they've got absolutely no cash, although and you know what? Vindicated, Doug.
I don't know that I'm willing to go as far as to say we were vindicated.
No. Well, because the thing is, we were talking a big game about how, like, hey, a timeout here makes sense because you've just gotten beaten by similar ideas.
Right.
Well, they are going to call the timeout on top of that, aren't they?
You know, I'm gonna, for the sake of us being right, I'm gonna roll with it. Yeah. Vindicated. Sure.
And you know what? This gives us a little chance, Doug, though, because I thought it was cute in that last round. You've got Ethan and Mako both playing the Omens. They're teleporting into each other, killing each other. That time, Mako got the upper hand, but we were sort of looking at, like, what's the history of these two teams playing against each other beforehand, you know, because it's been a while since NRG was on the global stage. DRX, they're at every single Champions. They've never failed to make it out of a groups, but the only real crossover history-wise with these two teams is Ethan versus Mako going all the way back to 2023. And that wasn't NRG versus DRX back then. That was him with that championship EG roster. Now in 2025, it's a very different situation. Ethan's got 4 different players alongside him, and now this last stage, he stepped into the position of IGL for the first time ever. So this is uncharted territory, Ethan versus Mako, leading these two squads.
I do love a good bit of history. So with that in mind, we'll look forward into the 4th round. You've got an Outlaw in the hands of Freeing, 3-0, the way of DRX. The bonus was borderline flawless. And NRG have a number of problems that they need to solve, and they need to do so relatively quickly.
That initial hold is going to be a big deal for NRG. I think just figuring out if they can actually stop DRX from breaching through these choke points. And I think the early conditioning from DRX with a couple of B hits might end up pulling more members of NRG onto the B site to try and hold against this.
Yeah, Mata's already rotating that way.
Exactly, and that can free up space onto the A site where currently it is just going to be Brock, but I think the value of this Viper Orb right there is so high for just bringing rotates in, especially with that quick movement out of the Neon.
Mata gets tagged by the Paranoia. Women dashes out onto the site, and that's already another flawless double dive hit. I mean,
but this is where I think compositionally DRX just hit a gold mine up against NRG, who are playing this old school style Viper composition. This Viper comp is all about flooding back into the site.
Right.
And as you can see right here, they get a couple of kills. But the fact is, the speed at which Neon and Waylay can get into backside means the flood never comes in, because DRX instantly have full control of a site, which in previous metas you'd never be able to accomplish.
I think a lot of this, you know, as we were just talking about, there's that Viper Orb that just gets disrespected.
Yeah.
When you've got Waylay dashing over the top of it and, you know, fully diving behind the lines.
I think the trick now with that Viper Orb is I need to start seeing NRG players playing inside of it. They need to allow the Waylay and Neon to get past them and then find timings to punch the back line as they scale in, thinking the space is clear.
That's one of the things they'll have to solve. Another attempt at solving this bit of a mess is Mata's got an op online round 5.
I do like that. Take these longer fights. Of course, that op only going to be so meaningful if DRX plays slower rounds, which, as you can see, isn't really the vibe I'm getting from them.
No. Doesn't feel like it's been part of their game plan.
Yeah, so the other solution is you try to play full retake and, you know, use the smokes like this one into backside to threaten getting back in quickly. But this is going to be really hard again with that operator that's now been chucked over to Psalm's hands.
Yeah, no real ultimates, excuse me, to speak of on the side of the defense. So they're waiting for just the right moment to strike. Utility goes out. The dive through from Mata. Tucking into the orb, finding the kill, make that 2. Gets online with 3. Graffiti is his for the taking, as is the site for NRG.
That was absolutely gorgeous for Mata. Mako, the sole survivor here, does end up taking Mata down at the end of it, but NRG will get there first here up against DRX.
So what was the difference there? What did you see that was so drastically different from what we had seen the first 4 rounds?
I mean, 2 things here. First of all, NRG just full bail out of the site. They decide to play full retake. They don't want to deal with the Waylay ult at all.
Sure.
And then it's Mata here, that quick transfer onto the second player. And this is what I'm so impressed by with Mata consistently. This is why he's the ace king of Americas. 10 aces in his rookie year. No one's ever done that before in Valorant history. But he is so quick on transfers and seeing that pathway through these very complicated rounds. There he comes flying out of heaven, sliding in, playing off his stun. And if he's playing like that, these retakes are going to work, Doug.
something he's going to have to continue to do. Once again, Freeing taking this cheeky little angle into a short.
Yeah, but he's beating the smoke that NRG are throwing as a bit of a default. That one we saw Mata peek over just a few rounds ago. And I think by dominating this A main space, it frees up the rest of the map for DRX to poke into a very weak C side where it's really just Som posted along with the op.
I mean, Brock is within striking distance, I suppose, and yeah, there's a little strength to this C. I think the question is, where did DRX decide to go here?
Yeah, this is interesting calling from the DRX camp. After so many quick rounds, this time it's slowing it down. It's a bit of a mid-test. Now a drone doesn't find anything.
Ah, they're going back B.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, it's always when Freeing is A short, that's when they're popping into the B site, and this is no different.
I think one big difference here is remember the ults that they have at their disposal on the defense.
Yeah. Really good retake ults, even denying the plant here with Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, Brock is already set up and spawned to do just that. So tap of the spike leads to the ult committed.
30 seconds left.
Well, fancy footwork will keep them alive, but will buy a little bit of time.
Ooh, NRG are a bit scattered, though. Now this Paranoia not going to be available in the retake, and Flashback is still fighting up.
Scuba has his ult. Flashback is in trouble. There's no real easy way out of this. You kind of have to dig your heels in and try to take the fight. Meanwhile, the ult in exchange to try to clear out the lockdown will succeed. Winman pushing the pace, looking to fight forward, stunned up, forced to take another one, and falls at the hands of it. Meanwhile, now Bane and Mako, two left standing side by side. And now it's just Mako in a 1v3. Brock sticking the defuse. We'll get it all the way there as NRG find a thread to pull on, and they continue to push where it hurts.
Yeah, it's just these full retakes. And I think in there you saw where a situation where NRG don't have all the utility in the world to fight with, but very good moment-to-moment calling out of Ethan. First of all, they deal with that lurk, right? The timeout they called previously was all to deal with those lurks. But then NRG were set up. They're rotating 3 players over towards C-Link to start the rotate in. As soon as they heard Flashback fight up into A-Link, 2 of those players started shifting back over to deal with that forward aggression. And it was in that moment, I think, that NRG sort of saw the way to get back into the site.
Yeah, I think another thing that we have to mention there, I talked about him a little bit earlier and how pivotal he was to NRG's success in their last series, but Scuba seems to be warming up. 3 kills in that round, snappy with it too, as we have another quick tech pause. This one
little
is
breather,
right? Yeah. Another tech pause gear. But yeah, I do think NRG have found a little something here that they can continue to rely on.
For sure. I am a little hesitant to be so overjoyed about how NRG have found success on the last 2 full retakes, primarily because of the composition they're playing. You know, you think back to, you know, the early days when this comp came into the fore, it was all about the quick flood onto site. It was about never really allowing the plant to go down.
Sure.
And that's important because this comp doesn't have the greatest retake utility. You don't have like a breach done, the flashes, you don't have the drill to push people out of corners.
Right.
And I think that this comp has gotten a little bit better than when you saw this comp back in 22 or 23 because of the Neon. You have that extra stun. It's a little bit better than the Jet in that slot. But it still shouldn't be so reliable that they can make these retake happen unless Mata or Scuba are finding these 3Ks like they just did.
Right, sure. So we'll continue to look into that and see how that plays out. I am being told that we are ETA soon on getting back into the action.
Is that a technical term,
right.
soon?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah,
yeah.
TM, I think is what we call that one.
Right, yeah. And so assuming all goes well, we will be joining back into the game here in just a moment. If you are just joining us, welcome. You missed a banger of a first series, and now it's early days, but we do seem to have a bit of a fight on our hands between NRG and DRX. Both teams, again, walk into this series very confidently. Both had great opening starts. First half of Abyss for NRG notwithstanding. We don't really talk about that.
Yeah, we ignore
one,
that first half.
Right, and I imagine they do too. But honestly, they've looked great up until this point, and now we're really getting to see these 2 teams clash with such wildly different stories. I mean, DRX go 0-2 in their playoff run, and they get in as the number 4 seed, and NRG surprise everyone, making it all the way to top 2. And ultimately falter, but talk about form coming into this. It's vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, I think expectations were high for a team like NRG because of what they did in the playoffs, and everyone's like, DRX at the 4th seed, they get in on points.
Yeah,
Bane's coming back into the roster. That was a last-second, update, like what actually happened there. And yet, with DRX knocking down a number 1 seed, I mean, talk about how crazy this tournament has been. We've had 3 of our 4 number 4 seeds beat the first seeds from the opening regions in that opening matchup. Just absolutely wild stuff, but that has instantly put DRX into the conversation among the best here.
Yeah, well, it's because, you know, they didn't get to play in group stage, and so they were a little cold. And
Right.
The number 1 seed bye.
We needed the pre-group group stage,
right?
and
Exactly.
Then the number 1 seed's going to deliver.
Exactly.
The classic coping, notwithstanding, we are back into the game now. And this time, Mata has reclaimed that operator away from Som, but it's been always these C-long holds from the op, and apart from the anti-eco DRX ran in round 2, they haven't really gone heavy down long.
Just a bit short on that shock dart. That alarm bot will still be in play B. Wall goes up. Immediately proc, the Nano 2, they're double diving onto this. That was really cool. The Neon into B, the Waylay into Garage, and Scuba gets a kill.
But Mata backside with this operator has to be forced out. Fully spotted up, but he gets the kill off the lasers. He's still fighting through this site, tearing apart DRX. Mata finds 4.
It was a perfect call. I mean, it looked like he was the one who was in trouble. He was the one who was pushed back off the op, and he had the ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace is stolen, of course, by the utility on this B site. The combination of the Fold plus the Nano Swarm there, but my word, Mata. Just a savant.
NRG coming to life at just the right time, and now it's DRX who will throw a pause on the situation. Let Termi get involved in the conversation, and we'll see. I mean, so we saw early on the double dive was working for DRX, and it was working quite effectively too. NRG started to make some adjustments, and this time things fell a little bit funny there. You could, you know, you could chalk that hit up to a couple of different things that maybe aren't necessarily macro specific, but what's the adjustment here for DRX?
I mean, ultimately it's going to come down to the post plants. That last round, it's a fake one because they were running this like fake B hit with the Neon who was supposed to pinch back into you know, C-Link, but we just died to utility, so it is what it is. The previous 2 rounds are the concern for DRX, and I think they need to look at how they are playing in tandem with one another on the sites. That A-hold when Mata slides out of heaven, there's 2 players right next to each other inside the Viper Orb. Mata kills them both. Neither of them saw him. You know, how is that happening? On the B post plant, you know, maybe Flashback is fighting too far forward on his own instead of falling back and playing, you know, good angles together off one another. So that should be the way forward for DRX. Because as you said, apart from that last round, every single hit has been a success for DRX.
And so NRG, we'll see what they do here. Again, it's time to op in the hands of Som.
Yeah.
And it's Odin still for Brock.
Mata was able to get boosted up here, jumping out of heaven onto default over to the box, but it causes a really almost passive hold for NRG. On the C side, they're going to let their, you know, Som and Scuba take these more forward lines for information. I think projecting that level of threat, very important in a comp like this where usually Killjoy and Viper are the ones playing more passively. You need to have some rounds of that threat so that DRX can't just walk in for free.
Scuba might be in some trouble here if they continue to commit onto this Garage.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately his job is just get 1 here.
You might get a shoulder. Oh,
he saw the belt, I want to say. But hard to know for sure.
Yeah, and so the ceasefire continues, at least for now. They're rotating back towards A in the face of the 3 into Mata posted up.
Exactly, but this is where Ethan's going to have a paranoia going down the long angle as the hit comes in. That's going to be big. Brock is holding on to a dart. He can shoot out from heaven and then spam with the Odin. This will be NRG's best shot at holding DRX heavy exec onto A.
Paranoia at the ready as the wall goes up and the smoke goes through. The second one is traded. Mata's actually the first to fall. Flashback back sight. And Brock tries to do his best from heaven, but he's smoked off. Can't really get involved in the situation. And with just over 10 seconds left, the spike goes down.
Yeah, Scuba ran down mid, threatened the flank. I believe broke a tripwire. So DRX have sent Hyunmin to deal with the flank. That allows maybe an opportunity to get back in, but it's still 1 operator for Som.
Tough spot to be in. DRX with the numbers advantage. Flashback does have his ult.
I don't think you play this one, NRG.
I don't think they do either. Yeah, they're calling the save.
And honestly, you look there and you're like, how is it possible that NRG failed to kill more than 1 player on the exec? And I think a large part of it is that DRX were very quiet in the approach. It wasn't DRX barreling down, you know, long, barreling through short like they had on previous A execs. So NRG didn't necessarily have that forward information to be able to instantly react with the util. They had the paranoia, but still weren't able to deal with these players. I might have liked to see an earlier dart come out from NRG in hindsight. And that, of course, doesn't help.
No, I mean, when Huyman's shooting like that, yeah, okay, sure. Snappy out of him. And so DRX hang on to a 2-round lead. They still have Flashback's ult. They still have Mako's ult. Meanwhile, the same two big weapons on the side of NRG, the Op for Mata and then the Odin for Brock.
Yeah, this is looking like that quick short lurk round previously that Fring had been going for, throwing the cage on the cross. This time not choosing it. Usually when DRX have been heavier.
Cheeky little smoke for Mata to tuck in, not get tagged by the dart, and still hold that A-line with the Op.
I like that a lot, although of course this time DRX hadn't committed into that space. Maybe going back into that one with the drone later on will be the name of the game.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, they haven't seen that yet, so...
No, not at all.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see that play out.
As a matter of fact, NRG's A-holds have been very passive. It's usually been Brock scouting from long and then falling back into sight.
And so they put their star in this aggro angle. It does not look like he will be tested anytime soon. As DRX continue, I mean, the whiplash and change of pace, how they've approached this attacking side is almost... I mean, it's almost jarring.
Yeah, it's been much slower ever since that timeout. Now just pulling a paranoia, you can see how much, scariness there is behind that drone.
Mata's going to get tested. The smoke just barely taking that line away at just the right time.
Cute little jump peek there to spot the players coming in. And this allows time now for NRG to shift back into the A site. DRX aren't going anywhere, and neither are NRG.
They're waiting on the other side of the smoke. They clear him out. The paranoia through a couple of members here. Brock once again smoked off. Cannot play. They've lost the sight. So NRG will once again try to flood their way out.
Last time on this A retake, it was all about Mata. Expect him to swap over the guns and get back into this site, but so much challenges. Now the smokes go out to the site. It's time for NRG to act.
What's the go button? What's the spark? What's the catalyst to go? It's actually Ethan who takes first contact. Sam close behind him with 2 kills of his own. Freeing. It's done so damn well, but Scoob up top, it pops into 1v1. Flashback with the ult. Scuba drops down, and Flashback takes him. 6 for DRX.
Flashback choosing to pop the ult there is just instant checkmate. There is nothing you can do dropping out of heaven in a situation like that. Quick thinking from the Neon. And a bit of a different hold this time for DRX as well. Getting right up on the other side of that smoke. Stopping them right in the corridor. And that's one of those adjustments we're hoping to see out of DRX in the post plants. Play forward, don't allow NRG out easily. Interesting alarm bot.
Much deeper.
Yeah, forward down into mid, and with the positioning of Mata as well, close garage. I wonder if there could be an idea to maybe peek out off of that alarm bot, because once that alarm primes, you're also going to have Ethan challenging on this higher angle.
Choosing to play full retake on A.
Yeah, the second Ethan sees someone, there goes Mata.
Yeah.
Mata might just go now. I don't know about that.
Yeah, a bit early. Worse for wear.
I mean, but it's a effect of NRG just being denied any amount of information.
Ethan gets his pick, though. And now things slow down once more.
Yeah, the tides turn, whereas before it was NRG without info, wanting to step forward, get something done. Now it's DRX down numbers and Flashback in garage, sees the gun.
And sees some, gets one, and gets away. Might get a shot at the second. Mata weak, stays alive.
This is awkward though, Doug. 40 seconds left on the clock. Look where the spike is, down on A short. They're gonna fake a pop into B and try to slip this guy up into A.
And that was the relief. That was the last bit of pressure they needed to clear. Scuba falling opens the way for them to go. Ethan has to win out all these fights just to have a chance.
This is forbidden technology. This is the legendary B to A split out of DRX. Gunman made it all the way around, but on the other side of the map, Mata has jumped over the tripwire on the flank.
I think Freeing knows. He's going to miss the timing.
He didn't hear it.
No. And so Mata slipped the net, but he's so weak. He still might have a shot at this, though. 24 HP. Health be damned when you get a shot like that. Pain's the first to fall. What can DRX do? They try to white knuckle their way onto this site. They try to hang on, and it falls into 1v1 once more. Mata was the surprise, but now all attention, all eyes on him. A tap of the spike, a challenge, and Mata seemingly unwinnable. How do you clear that out? The cam falls, yes, but now the real swing comes through. DRX gets 7.
It gets a bit dicey there towards the end with Mata on the flank. But it was this walk-in from Flashback, I think. Gets the team straight back in the round. He ended up falling. But his work into mid.
One enemy remaining.
Just taking straight up duels. That's what won that for DRX.
We'll keep a close eye on those clutch moments.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've got two really good teams. Those are offensive difference maker. It looks like there's a little bit of B aggression here.
NRG want this walk down. They've heard the spam all the time, but there's not really been a mid-swing.
No.
The camera on the right side, though, is going to stop them from continuing the encroachment.
No real way for them to know how much space NRG have taken, though.
At a certain point, do you just gamble when the cam goes down, or do you just hold for the inevitable reclear?
I have the spike.
They're waiting for now.
Oh, the cam gets pulled back, and now we go.
Immediately. Starting to accelerate and push the pace. They have a trip they're going to have to deal with. Nah, I don't know how you get over this. A bit trickier of a problem. And so Mata tries to go fast, and you see they've separated their timings, freeing, looking for the second. Meanwhile, a couple of ults popped. That will clear the lockdown. DRX still in a position to hang on to the side while Scuba buys his time and waits.
Som is taking so much time on that flank. When he chooses to activate, he needs to find some kill, and yet Bane is holding him down on long.
Brock up in heaven, looking to take that fight, falls. The duelist just getting the best of him. Meanwhile, Flashback holding them back. NRG are stalling out here. I mean, the Paranoia will buy a little bit more space there. Som getting active, Scuba getting 2 kills, and just like that, the site's cracked wide open. Mako and Freeing trying to hang on to this site. Waiting for the challenge. The spike has been taken for a little bit. The gun barrel's there, and the double swing! Mako and Freeing, hang on!
How many years later, and Mako is still just having rounds like that?
Spend everything.
Great work out of him and the rest of DRX, because things got so uncomfortable. The smoke that NRG keep putting down onto the site continue to divide up these DRX players, forcing them to just play on their own.
And you saw it there, the observers pointed it out. The gun barrel was visible on Mata's screen, but so laser focused. Tough break, and DRX capitalized. And so into the last round of the half we go. A couple bolts still in play. Mata taking the space. An aggro fight here.
NRG want to seize some control back in these rounds. You saw it in the last as well, walking down into B, now taking that forward A space. And by holding on to these forward lines, it tells them almost essentially exactly where DRX are going to be headed, and they can stack heavily onto that side of the map, but it hasn't really seemed like the stacks matter for NRG because of how overwhelming the execs are with the Neon Waylay.
Yeah, you can only invest so much defensively.
It almost feels like NRG are praying for a spam kill to go right so that they can just take some amount of utility out of the equation.
Silence across the map.
Drone now comes in for the reclear and a cage to threaten the cross.
Brock is the trap. I don't think they're going to clear him. No, they're not. Beautifully played. But Brock feeling the corners closing in, feeling some of the pressure. Meanwhile, a pit invested mid.
Yeah, Som playing right up in it with a shorty. DRX wanted to pivot back into the B side, but there's an alarm bot. There's a Viper. There's so much to deal with. 30 seconds left on the clock.
He's still in the pit. He's still in the pit. And Women gets decapitated.
So now it becomes a mad dash towards the C site. Still a turret holding that approach. So DRX make the noise, now start shifting back to A. They have to deal with the Neon, and then I believe Maka's going to ult over into A. They're pinching onto long.
They're not going to see him. I don't think they know he's there. Mata plays spoiler. 10 seconds left. The spike gets through, and Mata is the thorn in their side. Trying to spam and stop the plan is exactly what they'll do. 3 for the duelist, a flawless round as NRG get to 4.
That's a great round to close out the half for NRG, but they are still coming into this second bleeding. Down 8-4 and being tested really in every single round. It's only this little bait and switch that ends up working for NRG in the final moments. and these shots of Scuba as well. You cannot undersell how powerful Scuba has been on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have 5 guys that are just frying. It's just the macro that's been the difference. We've got an interview down at the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest from the side of NRG. Lou, take it away.
Et j'accueille une nouvelle maman NRG à mes côtés. Guys, let's give a warm welcome to Carrie, Ethan's mom. It's a pleasure to have you here, first of all, an honor. So, and the first question I wanted to ask you, we see your dedication being here rooting for your son. So I wanted to know, what's your best memory of Ethan on Valorant?
Of course, winning champs 2023 LA.
I think it's hard to beat that one indeed. Donc c'est quoi ton meilleur souvenir de ton fils sur Valorant? Eh bien évidemment les Champions en 2023, le fait qu'il ait gagné. My second question, Carrie, is going to be very clear. You know, your son has been there for quite a while, right, in esports. But I want to know, do you think he is in his prime currently?
I think so. I love seeing how does IGL, and he's a great mentor for up-and-coming gamers. So I think he's in his prime, and he's got a long way to go still. So
yeah,
this is oyster.
Definitely. Donc, est-ce que tu penses que ton fils est à son prime, à son plus grand niveau? Eh bien oui, je trouve qu'il endosse les responsabilités d'IGL avec beaucoup de classe et il peut encore s'améliorer, mais je le trouve très très fort. Indeed, thank you very much, Carrie.
Merci.
Merci. Thanks to you. And we're going to see if NRG manages to bounce back on their opponent's map pick.
Thank you so much, Lou. Yeah, I think that's a fair question that needs to be asked, Chrissy, as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. Is Ethan in his prime? Like, is this the run that he hits again? Because right now, real tough spot in this opening map against DRX.
I mean, hey, Ethan, you win a little champs. I say, yeah, sure, you win it again. You can be in your prime doing the IGL stuff this time around, especially I think the way he was playing back during Stage 2 playoffs. He was very strong for NRG. But I think now as we come into the second half, I would like to take a little bit closer of a look at Flashback and Yunman, the double duelists for DRX, because while their mission was very clear on the attacking side of things, and they have built up a nice little buffer here of 4 rounds, on defense is where they're going to have a whole lot more options in terms of how they want to play. Obviously, I think their retake ability going to be pretty powerful in terms of breaking crosshairs and getting back into the site, but they also have some options to go for more aggressive fights in different areas around the map.
And so back into the fold we go. We take a quick look at the defensive setup for DRX. Not much interest in fighting for A main. A lot more focus on mid and garage.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see on pistol rounds this 2-2 setup between garage and mid. Mid players can hold a little double thing, and then if they run into any contact, the garage players can step out. But we've just got 4 players sprinting over into the C site, and we're going to see a little test of these DRX retakes already in the pistol.
Pushing that narrow corridor of the wall. The paranoia is out. It's not going to tag onto anyone. Tap, tap, tap as the spike goes away. Flashback, the first to fall. And they continue to threaten, continue to stall out, but Ethan finally getting that thing down.
Yeah, no threat of that NRG flank, and actually freeing, taking down the Killjoys, turned it around on the map.
Right. And so you have to keep a close eye on that. Are they aware? Surely they know. Yeah, a couple of guns trained that way. No, maybe they weren't as aware as I thought. Vreen gets a free one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they get a couple all over the site. You mentioned they were going to test that retake. Aces across the board.
Yeah, that was a little dance there between our IGLs. Ethan and Mako calling circles around each other, right? Because NRG try to reclaim that garage space as soon as their lurker dies out. Then all of a sudden they don't find Freeing, the guy that killed their guy. And so they go back into the C site, but they don't see him down long, so then they've got to turn around and deal with these players that had started creeping out. It was that pressure, I think, that Freeing generated by killing the lurker and then disappearing on the map that started pulling NRG every which way.
Yeah, maybe that forces the scale into spawn because they feel like they have a lot of threat behind them. They double swing outside of that smoke and then, yeah, immediately get dropped.
And I think winning that pistol erases a lot of the concerns I had for DRX on this half. Getting this, converting here, getting up to 10, then you just need a few good ult rounds to carry it through.
Cheeky little smoke, but Flashback playing ahead of it with the judge means there's no real joy on the other side of it. So NRG will decide that they want to test the waters B. They have a trip that they're going to have to navigate. And And maybe they can get away with one. Thrifties, have been so prevalent in this tournament.
Yes, they have. And I like this hold from DRX right now. Even bringing a second player over onto the B site.
Yeah.
They just droned down A long as well, so they know there's no hit coming on that side of the map anytime soon. They've got Cypher Util comfortably guarding their C.
They're just freezing on the other side of the smoke. The trip gets cleared and immediately utility through.
Look at Fring step up into that cage. I absolutely love it.
Ethan's gotten some high ground. He's gone undetected, but a classic into the face of a Bulldog like that is tough. A flawless round for DRX as they get to 10.
I love seeing that little movement out of the Cypher. Taking the moment to break the one-way that had been put down on top of the site there. Used his own cage to do that. As a matter of fact, gets up into it.
Jump scare, bro.
Wasn't expecting the Cypher there, was he?
And so remember here, take a quick look at the timeline and remember how the first half started for DRX. Able to win the pistol, they win the anti-eco, and then they convert the bonus. And that really set off the chain of events that has us to this point.
Hello.
DRX once again in a spot to try to do it again. And they're pushing for blood. Aggressive down C-Long. Flashback gets the opener. They continue to crunch in. But Scuba punches back.
Yeah, 1 for 1 is good enough for NRG to try and equalize now. They can take a breath, filter out, and make sure that no more players have stepped up into the empty space. But you can see down on A short, that's exactly what Fring's done on his Cypher.
Deny some of that space. Energy will have to deal with him if they decide to go back that way. But for now, attention towards C.
I believe Flashback was able to pick up the Vandal off of Som's body, or Mata's body rather, on the way out. That'll be the one bright light for DRX. That in this position that Frings found himself in.
Generally, you look at this and you go, this is a one and done, but Champs is a different beast. One kill found, drops the cage, tries to cover, can't find any more.
So Bane is going to be able to slip back into the site. Now he needs one. Flashback's going to need one. Everyone needs one.
He gets two! As Bane gets both. Scuba tries to get them back into the round, get back into the action, but it's another mess.
These bonuses just keep on working for DRX. Bane just toying with him on the off angle. Ah! And that just takes NRG out of the game. Bonkar's gonna go ahead and smash the timeout button. The second time he's called a timeout after the round 3.
Now, we have long talked about NRG's struggles on the attacking side, and we saw their ridiculous comeback on Abyss on the attacking side. But Haven's a bit different. Haven doesn't necessarily play the same way. We can chalk up the fact that they were able to pull that comeback off to the fact that Abyss is very attack-sided, but
sure.
I mean, that said, they aren't strangers to a deficit like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the comebacks like you're talking about, and I think truthfully, when I look at DRX's comp, they don't have really great tools to stall you out. You know, in terms of a defense comp, DRX are a little bit lacking in that regard. You know, the Cypher tripwires are pretty easy to be dealt with when you've got Sova Util. When you play these slower rounds, I think, is what NRG are going to want. Threaten that lurk and taking the A space behind the wall. And yet with DRX just running that aggro look down every single lane, you think they pushed C-Long, they pushed Garage, they pushed A. They can just do that on 2 rounds, maybe throw an ult into the mix, and they'll have just won the game. So yeah, it's going to require NRG to dig real deep here to have any chance of taking out DRX's map pick.
Yeah, it's funny, they talk about swapping sides and how are the double duelists going to work on the defensive side. I'm pretty sure the approach has been the same. Play it super high pace, super high tempo, and don't let NRG get a breath.
I mean, it's the same thing right there. Doesn't even have to press it again to go back. He's fine to get the kill and run out anyways.
And if they commit into this A hit, which it seems like will be the case, they have 3 members of the defense here.
I mean, it's just an execution.
I don't know how NRG make adjustments here. DRX looks so good on both sides of the ball.
You don't really have the time to make the adjustments either, unless Sum and Brock can do something.
A high-low like this, yeah, you get your one, but double, triple face. What are you gonna do?
Die to Freeing's lurk again. He's got Sum fully boxed in here. Nowhere left to go but forward.
Snappy on 1, 3 on the round, and yeah, it gets that pit closer and closer, but the problem is they're running out of time. DRX are on map point.
And you know, NRG would be able to, you know, brush a map like this off. They've got a lot to look forward to. Corrode and Lotus, their best maps coming up.
Sure.
But the fashion in which DRX are just tearing them apart here, they're going to start sowing the seeds of doubt in the back of NRG's minds.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily inspire confidence on that side of the stage. Meanwhile, for DRX, I mean, they look like world beaters right now.
Absolutely. Just riding that momentum from their opening series versus TL. Again, some bullets down into mid early on. Okay.
That's with the spike. Cancel out, so they get the Waylay ult out, sure.
Yeah, and we heard the Omen ult canceled, I assume. Actually, DRX are still going back into their spawn to clear, just to be safe.
Right. Sure, better the devil you know, yeah.
But now that they've fully cleared that away, they're like, okay, and now what? NRG haven't seized any of these gaps that they've left by going back to re-clear their own spawn. Yeah, it's a pretty garbage drone from Bane sends that out from A-Link to make sure no one got onto the site, but at the end of the day, DRX are still in a great spot.
This trip is still up. Utility has not cleared it. Clement's gonna try to push the pace again, but Ethan, feeling the threat, off the spike, takes the fight, but there's more, there's a layer to it. Science behind it, and DRX again, beautiful performance.
That spike sitting out stranded on the B site. DRX have 3 players here holding it with an iron grip.
With confidence and conviction, DRX continue to push the pace, continue to take the fight to NRG, and every single time they seem to win it out. As close to perfect as you can get. A complete stomp on their map pick, 13-4 for DRX.
The kings of groups, DRX. They have never failed to make it out, and well, if they keep playing like that, they're not going to miss it.
Yeah, I can't imagine that changing. We'll see if Corrode has a different tale for us. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with VALORANT.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
Alpha Hill behind 1. There's the shorty. And Alpha goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation.
Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
Yeah. Let's go.
La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans mon âme. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, j'en s'agite, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens, je rêve de partir.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Coach Termi of DRX. Congratulations on that first map to Kaheo. And that composition actually looks very familiar. Back in Pacific, of course, Genji also runs this composition. So I'm wondering if the success on that first map is because, they were just very, very familiar with that kind of composition.
이제 첫 번째 헤이븐에서 승리가 익숙한 조합, 젠지의 조합을 이렇게 다시 만나게 돼서 승리를 하게 되셨다고 생각하시나요?
일단 헤이븐 바이퍼 조합은 사실 퍼시픽 때도 너무 많이 나왔었고 저희가 충분히 대처할 수 있다고 생각을 했었고 조합을 이미 알고 있었기 때문에 픽하면 이길 자신이 있었습니다.
I mean, the Haven Viper comp, we were so familiar with it, like you said, on Pacific, and we knew that if they were to pick it, we would, have our fun and take the win.
Well, hopefully that continues over to the second map. 감사합니다. Thank you very much and good luck.
We had some questions as to why DRX wanted to go to Haven. I think they more than answered it. I've got Tom and Mitch back here with me as well. And Tom, you were talking about those changes to the new compositions they're bringing. The Human Waylay is just so fantastic to watch.
It's so sick. Like, honestly, it's just enjoyable to watch someone take an agent that I think when it came out, most people were finding quite underwhelming, and then use it to such an aggressive degree that, like, a lot of the time you expect this guy to have fairly mid stats because he's literally just diving into angles and taking fights. Half the time he didn't even need to refract because the guy was in, getting 2 kills. He's like, well, there's no one left for me to escape from.
Yeah, I noted that especially towards the end of the second half where, like, he's running out double doors, refract is online, he'd find a fight, wouldn't pop the refract, and on his way back through the doors, you'd be like, is there anyone else I can kill? No one else?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just walk back. Like, the confidence was through the roof, and it was phenomenal to see. I think the combination as well with the Neon, although it's not the Yoru to kind of quickly take that space with the teleport, you still slide in, you get to give a lot of direction to that other duelist, and you're flooding the site so quickly with either free space being taken, or again, the ability to refract out of there and leave your Neon with some utility that's well directed by, with your information to clean up the rest.
Well, the good thing for NRG, okay, sure, there weren't many, but I think Matter at least had some moments. Like, I think you could still see some of that individual brilliance. They didn't manage many rounds because I think it was only really him and Scuba that had a game to sort of talk about, but he was able to at least get them into position where you go, okay, there's a possibility here, and I think in the next map that's going to be very important.
He was a part of a ridiculous amount of first engagements. It was always Matter at the scene of crime, and you got to feel for him a little bit because he tried his goddamn hardest.
Yeah, for sure. Like, individually, he still looked decent, but if there isn't going to be that follow-up, it's always going to be tough.
Well, NRG, not a terrific start by any means, but they have a chance to come back. Here's what Bonka had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here now with Bonkar of NRG. Now, that was a tough loss on the first map. I'm wondering what was DRX doing that was so difficult for the team to deal with, and how do you plan to remedy that going into the next map of Kurod?
I mean, they played a comp that we never played against and a play style, but also we had some listening issues within the team, so we weren't listening and following our plans accordingly. So just resetting, forgetting about that map, and just going back to our game plan, and we should be fine.
Well, good luck, and hopefully you plan to bring it back.
This is a second coach from EMEA that said they did not know how to deal with a DRX comp. Lohan said I feel like I got deja vu. The exact same thing, but you have to think prepare for the waylay at this point. Prepare for it.
I think it's similar though to when someone says like prepare for Paper X. It's like, yes, you understand what they're going to do, but when a team is flying at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, reacting to something that you haven't played against week in, week out, while they're playing against a comp they have played week in, week out, is very difficult to do.
I think especially with the way they were bleeding the clock on DRX when it came to that attack side, being able to take these super slow approaches in the start of the round, using their refreshing utility to bait out yours, posturing on the map, tempering your aggression by holding, and then they would come into like 25 seconds left when they go for the side hit because of how reliable it is to have that waylay dive in with the Neon. It was very tough to deal with.
We got to talk about Corrode because they have a waylay themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be waylay versus waylay, but my talking point again is going to be Flashback going onto the Yoru. I think he was incredible in their first series versus Liquid. I think the interplay that they had with waylay Yoru is better than what we just saw with waylay Neon. Now, does it necessarily mean that that's going to be more of a worry? No, this is a much better map for the side of NRG. They are 5-0 on it over the last few months, and I think they're very comfortable here.
Without a doubt. I mean, they've certainly got the reps up against EDG. I love, though, again, that we're seeing this shift from DRX away from what they were playing before. Hyunmin's looking so comfortable. I do think that whilst the Neon worked, with the Yoru, this is so much more impressive if you're not used to playing against it. And NRG just said that was their problem.
If that was their problem, map one, they have to be used to it now, because if they don't win here, Dark and Ender, they'll have to go through the lowest.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Ender, Tom was talking on the desk about how Corrode is so much more of a comfortable map for them, and you mentioned their record, this, that, and the other. And I mean, nobody looks comfortable in the face of a Waylay Yoru. That's pushing you the way that they are. I think this is something that they're going to have to solve here as well.
Yeah, this is going to be something that is in the back of their minds as well. They were challenged in that previous map, and while, yeah, the Yoru is a little bit of a change, that pace at which DRX were able to play on their execs, on their attacking side, was simply overwhelming. And I think it'll be important for NRG to seize the reins themselves.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they're going to be starting. That knife tagging 3 right at the beginning, but they turn away and turn their attention A.
Yeah, a lot of the time you'll just see Som play in this position, Paranoia ready to go just to stall out, allow Mata to shift in from Link.
Oh, I mean, women can just fully TP in and then, or excuse me, dash in and then TP out. It doesn't really matter what utility hits them.
Yeah,
but
I
they
suppose.
fill in behind it.
Now up into elbow as well, but NRG have 3 players here. It's going to be very hard to make forward progress for DRX.
We say that.
I mean, they've got a flash on the Yoru.
We say that.
That's it.
There's that flash. And there's the snap onto Brock. Flashback, picking up right where he left off.
And now the 2 NRG members slip away from the site, play inside their own smoke. The map's also gone quiet. This is a little concern for NRG. Now the fights start coming online. NRG back into the thick of it, but DRX just cut them down. One by one they go. Only Ethan to try and stop it, but it's not going to happen.
Scuba's going to show up real late into this 1v3, and yeah, they're weak. And Scuba's been good, but he's really going to have to show up here. It doesn't matter how good you are domestically. International stages are where you make a name for yourself. And Scuba has been thrust into the spotlight now. Spike ticks away, and Scuba has to play this so carefully, so quietly. No challenge given. No free fight afforded. Fully denying any advantage they might be able to pull. And so on the tap, he finds one. That's freeing, one of the weaker ones, but Flashback gets his 3, and that's the pistol. That's 3 pistols in a row for DRX, if I'm not mistaken.
It absolutely is. Not just that, it was both, conversions of the anti-eco and the bonus back on Haven. So we're going to be looking at that. I think you see here just a masterclass out of Flashback. It's only him with a piece of utility to actually breach into the A site.
We don't usually win pistols, Sukers.
He was able to lay out Brock behind the box, but yeah.
I mean, that's true.
I
but
care.
Also,
let's work on that, I think.
I think NRG fans would like it if they started to win a couple, I don't know.
Yeah, that might simplify the games. That might stop them from having to make the silly comebacks.
Pacey, the flash over the top. They're fully running it down A. You've got a little bit of trouble. Freeing will get one, but fall away.
Unfortunately, it's a FPX buy for DRX, so nothing for NRG to be able to try and reclaim, unless they're able to get Flashback here, but he can just teleport across the other side. Yoru things.
Yeah, fine safe pass to shoot. Scuba will be up close. Just a classic, though.
Spike planted.
I think once again, DRX have shown that they can make these teams on the other side of the stage look incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah. And I also think that they don't really have to tell NRG any plan in the second round. You know, DRX have plenty of tape up against NRG, right? NRG are 5-0 on this map.
Right.
You know, they played a lot of rounds. DRX have never played this comp for NRG to be able to download it. They're playing single duelist back in Stage 2 playoffs. And so NRG going for a bit of a rundown round here means that they can't even try to analyze and break down what DRX's approach is going to be, because they just kind of full sent it and blew up the round from the get-go.
Yeah, nothing really to learn there. And so DRX will get their second, and once again, NRG fans cover your ears for a second, because we have to go back into a couple of hours ago, and we need to go back into the history of DRX converting the bonus both halves on Haven. They're here once more.
NRG have to be able to deal on this round. And for me, I always want to look at Brock's Odin. You know, NRG really made a name for themselves with the complete overuse of the Odin on Corrode and Lotus.
Right, the Broden, some might say.
I mean, Brock is always making sure he can buy that, even if it means light armor. This is 4 players on light armor, and DRX have bought up a few guns.
That's big.
I mean, it absolutely is. And yet it doesn't make this game any less simple. DRX have a few players up in B main right now sending Bane into mid to threaten some space here with a Prowler. Maybe pull some attention back into mid so NRG just can't full camp down on this B site. And my question is whether or not Flashback is going to be able to pop the ultimate on this round. Do you actually send that down in numbers to try and convert yet another bonus?
Yeah, I mean, round 3, you've got it early.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, you would have loved to see NRG peek forward for a pick, but here he goes.
The Dimensional Drift will pave the way, or at least get a little bit of info.
And they all dodged the knife.
But there are 2 here, and they know exactly where they are. Women behind enemy lines. TP's back away. And Flashback once again nipping at his heels, looking to take the fight. And it's a disaster once more for NRG. Saw him the last standing.
Spike planted.
They crumble.
Shadows.
Flashback has silenced NRG in these opening 3 rounds. Completely devastating this site, popping the old down in numbers. There's not a round left for Som to play.
No. The bonus again.
And this is where the memories of Haven starts to surface once more. You know, you could have written off Haven and said, okay, it's DRX's map pick. We've got our 2 best in the pool coming up for NRG. But now as things start going horribly wrong on your defensive side of all things, those doubts are right at the fore.
I don't think they know where Som is, but he's not even going to take that swing. Just hang on to that rifle and carry it into the next round. We'll take a look at this one more time. This was off the back of an opener too, but this double dive is just...
I mean, the utility didn't even crush NRG. It was just Flashback's flash.
Yeah.
That's it. There was a lot sent that way. There was a paranoia, but it didn't hit them. He wasn't playing off of that. It looked a lot more complicated than it actually was. Every single round has just been Flashback sending one flash and winning it.
Time to jump.
7-1 for the duelist, for DRX. Really getting away with whatever he wants, whatever DRX want, to be honest.
Now the thing is, with NRG going for light armors in the last round and having max loss bonus, losing 3 rounds in a row, they still have a buy on this. So it's not as devastating as it was back for them on Haven when they were forced to save here.
Yeah, yes. If this one goes sideways, though, might be telling a different tale. And DRX again continue this jarring, this disorienting change of pace.
And yet NRG can sit relatively comfortable knowing they have forward information in A main. Yes, mid is going to be a little bit light, but they're okay with that. And even if DRX try to come back into B, well, I was going to say they have the knife on Ethan to slow it down. Now that is not an option, and this pop could rip them apart.
Scuba doesn't have a spit. There's a flash, and there's the wall. And again, it's a double dash. It's again, Flashback right behind him. Again, an opener for DRX. Brock tries to do his best, but he's just an S-domino to fall.
30 seconds left.
NRG had absolutely nothing to slow down that hit. That pulling, that when Hyunmin goes into the site, just diving into the center there, all of a sudden everyone at NRG is turning to deal with him. And that's exactly when Flashback is coming in, popping them, ruining their hold. This is an NRG without answers.
I mean, a change of scenery, a different map, but it feels to me like the approach for DRX is incredibly similar. And it's the same problem that NRG are going to have to solve. And Yinsu was talking about it on the desk. Bonkar said, we didn't know what to do with that comp.
Yeah.
We didn't know how to deal with it. It doesn't look like they do here either.
Yeah, might be time to course correct, readjust with a timeout, because NRG, one of the weaknesses with their comp is they don't have that typical Sentinel utility. Their B site is weak, and teams in Americas have tried to exploit this to limited success. But like you can see right here, apart from a Viper wall and sometimes that spit, as you call it, coming down, there's very little stall, and both a Yoru teleporting across and a Waylay jumping over it can ignore that Viper utility. The only honest piece of utility you have to stop that hit from coming in is the KO knife. So Ethan needs to stop using that, I think, for information, to use that to stall out hits.
Yeah. Or what, just start ignoring the Waylay, dashing onto the site, because you know the real threat is the Yoru behind you?
Yeah, except the one time you ignore Waylay
Right,
is when Hyunmin's going to sit in there and punish you for
it.
Think another idea for NRG, like we saw in the last round with the step into A main from Mata, could be take forward space. You see B main right now, they've got 2 players creeping forward. Now, this isn't going to matter in this round where NRG have 2 guns and DRX are headed towards A, but these are the types of ideas you can start weaving in there to disrupt DRX.
That was one of the guns. Mata had a rifle. NRG, look, they've flatlined. No signs of life. Who's the spark? It's not Scuba either. As DRX, particularly women, just continues to push forward. Just continues, just body bags, toe tags him, and he just does whatever he wants.
It's just wild watching this. You know, we come where we've watched NRG play this map so many times in Americas. Usually they're the squad that's doing what DRX are doing right now. Just knocking you sideways. And, well, now Freeing playing with his food right behind him. Can take 2 to finish it off with a flawless round.
A shell of the team we saw the first week. Meanwhile, DRX putting the rest of the field on notice.
The way I see it, Doug,
yeah,
I think NRG have really 3 main options they can play with coming into these future rounds. Bonkar is going to be calling a timeout, trying to adjust here. And 2 of them I've talked about. I think A, you can try to take that forward fight in mains, set up there so that the scrap is going to be in the main where you're not so concerned about that set piece of a Waylay diving above you and that teleport in behind. The second one is you play on site, but Ethan has to be way more mindful of when his knife is up and using that to interrupt the hit, and you've got to have bodies behind that to fight. And the other one is, and this is the Hail Mary, you need to try and start blowing up the middle of the map, threatening on flanks. You give them the site, but you make the round state so chaotic that it sort of forces DRX to keep fighting forward and in that chaos try to win.
And which is kind of what they were doing on Haven, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they fully reverted to this retake approach on sites.
It was the last 2 rounds of the half where they pushed out through B out of mid. They pushed down A long, and those rounds did go well for NRG, so it wouldn't shock me to see them try to incorporate something similar, at least in the next few rounds.
And so what is the answer for the number 2 seed from the Americas region? What are the adjustments on the other side of this timeout? Because for DRX, the pace has been unyielding, unrelenting.
Where are you?
A little bit of pressure across the middle of the map. An eye for a knife.
Yeah, NRG have been defaulting this knife down bottom mid at the start of rounds, and
so a real deep smoke in B main that DRX just had to use a dog to clear, scared of the early aggression B main, like
there was even a flash tossed over the top of B there into main. So NRG are showing a lot of force towards the B main side. They're not actually in there, but it's done enough to push DRX the other way. Although, that being said, that doesn't really change the outcome of events for NRG. DRX have been very successful on these A-pops anyways.
And so they freeze, they cut noise, they gather up, and then they just explode out onto the site. That seems like that'll be approach for DRX here.
Yeah, as the split comes into A, I wonder if it's going to be difficult for Mata to quickly pinch into A.
Only 2 on site. The dart's not going to do a ton. They try to cancel out on the other side.
Bane
Odin gets a little bit, but Bane gets more. And now they can call off the site if they want to rotate away. It's just going to be on Som.
Yeah, Som, who's tucked over into the corner on the left side here. Now, Bane is low HP, but he's going to be the bait for DRX. Som needs 2 here to give NRG a chance.
There's his 1. How much more can he do? 2, 3! And all of a sudden, they're up in numbers. Women should be able to get the spike down, though. And now left in a 1v2. He has been a demon. But this time, he falls. NRG, they get on the board.
That is just a Som round there through and through for NRG.
Yep.
They were outplayed through the round.
Revealing area.
Som's dealing with flashes from his teammates too. It's a little bit funny, but I mean, apart from this spam kill that Brock had, it's just Som. Because you have to remember, Bane was left sitting in mid. He killed 2 players that were rotating over for NRG. NRG were hoping to play for mid control to fast flood into A, but between the Viper Wall and the location Bane was in, that was very difficult.
And so an exhale as NRG get on the board. We saw the problems with the Odin. Ethan's got his ult here, light armor on everyone.
Where are you? Marked 1.
And DRX not playing fast. Same smoke as we talked about in the previous round, though, that aggressive B main smoke.
Yep. Trying to step up into mid behind the knife, trying to step up behind the smoke in B main, or at least threaten it. That said, this time DRX are positioned to try and re-clear into B main and figure out exactly how NRG have been holding it. I mean, it's wild that NRG have committed yet another smoke into main.
But, I mean, I look at those 2 smokes alone, and that tells me that the approach on the other side of the timeout was to deny space.
Yeah. And ultimately, over on the A side of the map, you don't need those Omen smokes when you can just toss up a Viper Wall of your own.
3rd Omen smoke, B main.
And now the re-clear will come. But you have to keep in mind, Hyunmin and Bane both with the ultimates. They can overwhelm the site, so the positions of NRG are not to really fight it out here. Instead, it's to play back into heaven and then try to retake with Ethan's own ult.
Assuming he stays alive, Mata has to keep him up. Just waiting on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a quick draw. It goes down.
30 seconds left.
Mata spots his shoulders, fights into the swing, gets the best of flashback, gets freeing 2. Now the ult hits out onto the site. The paranoia should buy a little bit of time. The defenses of NRG looking to stand strong, looking to hold.
And look at this, Doug. Mata quickly on the flank through mid with only 12 seconds left on the clock. NRG are moving in.
Flash over the top.
10 seconds left.
TRX through, Mata with 3 on the round, make that 4. Looking for the ace, and Mata delivers.
Welcome to the big stage, Mata. Smile on his face.
30 seconds left.
He is no stranger to the ace. 10 domestically
10 seconds left.
in his first year in Americas.
Remaining.
And now here, just thriving in the chaos.
That's another one. That's another one.
He's just racking them up. Bands on bands.
Fast A for DRX here. Little utility over top. The eye cleared out. The wall is there.
Yeah, I think
And
we're gonna.
so is Mata.
I think we're gonna eventually end up seeing Mako enter the back lines with his ultimate. Comboed with the Nightfall. That can be extremely disruptive. Once you're denied the audio, you have no idea where that Omen goes. You don't even know he ulted.
So with 3 here, it looks like they just picked up the orb and rotated away.
Yeah, now they've got the Your ult as well.
And freeing's 1 off of the pit.
Yeah, DRX can just do a bit of bullying here. They have higher tempo on those ults than NRG, who are 1 and 2 off of Brock and Scuba respectively. But they've got a good 3 hold here on NRG's side.
Yeah, in the face of these ults, though, that's a different beast. DRX continue to push NRG to spots where they have to respond.
Typically, Hyunmin's been diving to the left side here into Yard. That's where Mata's going to be playing. We'll see if he can take the 1v1 against the other Waylay.
Flashback, taking all of this space and elbow, getting all the info that he possibly can, and there's Winman not far off. You mentioned the Nightfall. It's actually a TP coming through from Som.
30 seconds.
As Mata
left.
waits for the challenge, waits for the swing. TP proc, the fight's there, and Flashback who comes out on top. Scuba's gonna try to do a bit of the same on the other side of the smoke. Double face on the other side of it. Patiently waiting, they swing, they get his. But Brock with the Odin also crumbles. Gets us one, and now the ult pop. 10 seconds left, the spike still goes down. This is a dangerous spot. Manages to stay alive. With the Odin, what can he do to take this back? One of the newest additions to the team, again, has to play savior for NRG. And DRX have been so airtight, so rock steady. Brock creeping forward, looking for a fight. He will slowly inch his way up. A tap of the spike. That eye's not going to tag him. Brock's going to stick it. Oh, he had a shot. Gets down to 1v1. Freeing's on the challenge, and it was a tap at just the wrong time.
Brock gets caught on the most brutal timing of all time. And again, it's just DRX carving up this A site. Bane just lethal with it. 3 kills
Player standing.
on the approach from Yard. Steady too in the post plant. The actual site holds for NRG continue to just be paper.
Toxins going up.
DRX. And the only real response from NRG has been threatening B main over and over again. And I mean, DRX are like, okay, sure, we'll just keep going A because he can't hold that side of the map.
Mata's up really early with an op. Has the TP procced. Jump spots that again. Gets away. Whew, risky, but they're chasing him down. Brock tries to fill in on the space. Spam coming through. The most uncomfortable position, and eventually the spam connects.
And at the same time, Mako from the shadows into the backline now. DRX surrounding NRG on this A site. Some does well to shut him down.
The op, just off the mark, flashed up. But once again, DRX get the openers. They get the site. They get the space. Freeing's gonna catch Scuba too.
He saw him. What?
Oh no, what happened there? Freeing misplays that horribly. And now they're gonna rotate back onto B, and the defenses are gonna be there first.
Yeah, he expected Scuba to keep on walking forward now. All of a sudden, it's a bit of a mess. 30 seconds left onto the clock. Scuba still has a molly, and has the wall.
And Mata has an op and will have the line. Oh! There it is, the collat! On to 2, Scuba gets the last. NRG gets a 3.
Mata playing with the crowd as well.
And they respond.
I mean, sure. Take every lucky break you can get. Still have no idea what just happened there in mid. That was wild. The start of this round was such a disaster too. Brock getting spammed away. Taste of his own medicine, but through Hyunmin's hand and into Flashback's chest, that collat wins the round for NRG.
Yes, man! Yes!
So maybe Mata is the spark after all. 9 and 6 still has the op in play, and DRX's attack side has slowed down. Not just in the rounds they're winning, but in the pace they're pushing. As Mata gets another opener.
Shadows traveling.
The first time ever, DRX's econ broken, but not in Hyunmin's hands.
No.
In and out, an assassin.
They're gonna push behind this though, and Sam's ready for it. Mako a bit too far up. Still a couple of rifles to play on the side of DRX.
The flash is brutal.
60 HP, but Sam swings, gets 3.
Spike down A.
31 HP. How in the world does he do this? I don't think he can. NRG gets a 4, and all of a sudden, yeah, they might have a shot at this thing.
Hey, take this next round, then I'll start believing it.
Sure.
With NRG, you can see a bit of the excitement on stage. I mean, even just Mata there after playing up with the crowd.
One enemy remaining.
Feeling the hype, going for the early peek down into mid.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
That has been severely lacking so far today.
The heavy double dive, full send onto site, dump everything, and overwhelm the defense of NRG has stopped. It's not even it seems to me like it's not even like they're still trying to do it and NRG have been able to navigate around it and find a way to beat the good against good. It seems like, to me, DRX's approach has changed.
Yeah, they've started to add some more layers. You saw that in the round prior to this one where they tried to go for that A split and the lurk was just a bit of a disaster. They call out of it. So I think they're trying to not be so predictable for NRG, where I'm not sure they necessarily need to do that.
Right.
You know, this last round, it's an eco, you ignore it, whatever, it's no big deal. But at the end of the day, you just look at your scoreboard and, well, you're going to have a fade ult, you're going to have a waylay ult. Like, let's just hit a site. NRG have not proven that they are able to hold that site outside of what we literally just saw, and that was when DRX were on a half buy, you know?
Yeah, if it ain't broke. But DRX decided to make changes anyway. Maybe they go back to the tried and true on the other side of this timeout. So we near the end of the first half.
It's a bit peculiar to me that Mata has an outlaw in his inventory. You can see DRX with enough money to force up into heavy armors and rifles. It's only Flashback that's vulnerable.
Note here, the 3 ults on the side of the attack too. There's Mata with that outlaw. Looking for a challenge, will not find one early on. And now look at the adjustment from side of NRG. No longer dropping that aggro B main smoke.
It's an A instead, right? That one going onto that side. I don't know how to draw. But ultimately, I think what DRX have spoken about in the timeout is they're inclined to believe that NRG are filling into some of the space, taking forward space in main. So they were holding for a mid walk, seeing if Mata was going to go all the way through that. Now they can regroup, test into B, where they've seen so much attention early, but that's, again, an early KO knife that doesn't give good information, and now eats up all their stall.
Ethan's using it right off respawn. Right off timings. Scuba has tucked. And he was a menace from this exact position for NRG in their previous series. Tucked behind the wall, he's gonna get another one, isn't he? Finds Flashback, trigger discipline, but no. Fires a little bit too early. He gets one, but DRX take the site.
30 seconds left.
It's a little bit delayed, a little bit of hesitation, but the outcome's the same.
Welcome to my world.
Scuba's going to spend a long time thinking about that round. Had a chance to be the dagger in the back of DRX, but now that responsibility moves to Mata and Brock. And the weaponry just isn't really there. Mata's looking at a full HP Bane and main.
He's got to take this line to maybe get a gun upgraded, but Bane is there waiting, as you mentioned.
There's just no way.
No, Brock 1v3, he's got the Odin. He'll get one. Dropping into the pit, forced to take the fight. And it's just not when you're going to win there.
And that's wild, too, because I think Scuba's having an incredible tournament. Like, even in the tough halves that NRG played in their opening series, even in the loss in that first map, Scuba's been pretty lights out. But he missed his chance to get the first kill. Amazingly, still turns around and gets one guy before being taken down. But he was being asked for a whole lot more in a position like that. He just couldn't deliver in the heat of the moment.
And it was, again, off of the unyielding, fully send out onto site for DRX. And so they go back to their tried and true, and it nets them another round win.
Yeah, we're going to close out this half with another Your ult. I believe that's 3 now.
And it's going to be another B hit, I think. I mean, they're gathering up. Scuba's jump spotting, but that's danger because you've got Waylay who's going to double dive onto you. And then what? But he takes a step back, pushes off the line. Ethan has joined, does not have knife.
Yep. NRG eat up some of the gas, and it's time to go into this site. No info on Scuba.
Yeah. Flashback only spotting one. Ethan now 2, TP's out. And it's Mako who fills in, but they're stalling out onto the site. The Parano's gonna buy a little bit of time once again. Scuba can play spoiler. Once again, Scuba can deliver, and he does. 2 found. On to the third, but of course.
And now Mata's here on the flank.
He's got the op in hand. Slowly swinging out onto the site. Trying to get the spike down. He spotted him, but is he gonna land the shot? Patience with it right on the mark. And it's gonna be him in a 1v2. He's going to be able to get his ones as well, isn't he? The Brock. Odin on the other side, and it's Mata that closes it out. NRG salvage 5 on a half that felt like they were lucky to get this far.
I mean, look, it's a breath of life at the end there for NRG, but every single round felt like it needed multiple things to go perfectly well. this game has delivered so far. But if we're going to see a map 3, NRG need to show up. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
30 seconds.
All these white lies got me hypnotized. Get out of my head, get into my bed, I'm broken. It's only a matter of time. Shifting my paradigms. You hold me, you hurt me, I'm sinking and drowning, and I don't deserve it. Your heart is frozen. The water is rising, and I'm just a drop in the ocean. Drop in the ocean. I'm reaching your love in you. I'm reaching your love in
You know, they say history has a tendency to repeat itself, and for DRX, it feels a bit more like fate here on the global stage, as they're once again pushing their way out of group stage into the playoff stage. They're up 2 rounds on NRG, Christian. We'll take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. A lot of it was off of the backs of Flashback. Yeah. He was insane.
DRX have never failed to make it out of groups, and Flashback is trying to make that a certainty here in 2025. You gotta remember, he's stepped into the secondary duelist role with the team and has been lights out on the Ori. You think back to how many rounds it was just him winning it out from the pistol, getting 3 kills on that one, to having 3 ultimates in the opening half. He was just a force to be reckoned with.
And, you know, we don't give a ton of love to Hinman there because his job kind of sucks. He has to go in, he draws crosshairs, sometimes he gets picked, other times he's able to get away. But I think without him doing that for Flashback, I don't know that he finds that same success. DRX seemed to have perfected this comp.
They absolutely have, but on the defense side of things, the approach has to change a little bit. As we saw back on Haven with the double duelists, they were fighting forward a lot, fighting down multiple lanes at the same time, but also being so quick on the retakes, flooding into sight, denying the plant from going down. Let's see what they have in store for us here this time around.
All right, with Flash up high, the wall will go through. 2 members of the defense here. Flashback not far off. There's a double dash from Mata out onto the site. They've gotten the space, but now what?
The fight forward into elbow. That's the idea for NRG.
Oh, they're scaling with the spike. They're not even concerned about getting it down. They want to take this fight all the way up. And Freen jumps down from heaven, gets the best of Mata. But Scuba and Brock are there to wait and greet with open arms. What a chaotic pistol. And as the dust settles, Bane is left in a 1v4, trying to spam through the smoke, trying to get a free one. It will not be allotted, at least not yet.
Find you.
Such a wild approach.
So clever. Look, the thing is, NRG know that DRX are going to love to fast flood back into the site, rotate through mid. So what do? They fight elbow, claim heaven control for themselves, and then pinch back down onto the site. It's like they were the ones that were actually playing defense.
Sure.
And DRX were running a B split on them. It was really cool. Even though Mata had dropped early on into that play, I don't think DRX had any clue how to react.
All smiles as NRG win their first pistol of the series.
They can do it.
I mean, it desperately needed one too. And it looks like they're back to picking on B main.
Pretty reserved buy for them as well. They want to give DRX a bit of taste of their own medicine too, with nice pathing, diving up onto the box. I don't know about that one, Mata.
Unfortunate timing there, but manages to stay alive. There's the swing onto Bane. Bullet between his eyes, and all of a sudden the defense gets a little bit lighter, a little bit weaker. Wow. You want to get out of this as cleanly as you can. That's one Guardian down. All you've got left is the Vandal. They cannot afford this. The disaster that this would be. They've got to find a way to convert here. And DRX are ripping this out of their hands. Mako gets 3. Brock left in a 1v2. Whispers of nightmare creep over their shoulder as DRX snatches it away.
I don't know if they're still going to be smiling, Doug. It looks awfully quiet down on that stage, at least in the NRG camp. And this is, again, that same idea, fighting up into heaven, this time teleporting in there from Sam.
That one gets away from them, and the brutal thing is you don't have time to think it over.
No.
You just got to go next.
I mean, at least they can buy, because they only bought 2 real rifles in the last round.
But the momentum, the pace setting, the tone of this half has already been set.
NRG have to win this round, and the econ is shattered.
Pacey towards a paranoia to pave the way for Mata.
Yeah, just trying to get Mata up into Link here. He actually has to dive away. The threat of the Prowler on his heel.
They're fully faking this B hit. A flash over the top of smoke through, but they're not biting. They still have mid control. DRX are still A.
Mako still waiting by elbow, right on the other side of this wall.
And Yunmin here. There's Mako. Sam gets the best of him. But there's still threat on the other side of this smoke. Yunmin creeping forward. Swings a bit aggressively. Ambitious, perhaps, and pays for it.
And that was a very signature NRG round. They are great at freezing after they've made a lot of space, especially onto the A site. See DRX a little bit uncomfortable. How to deal with that once NRG went quiet, although now Bane finding that opener, right back in things.
4v3, the spike is down, a couple members on side of NRG are
This
weak.
mid-fight
goes the way of DRX, and all of a sudden becomes a bit more problematic. Again, look at the health bars on the side of NRG. Time is so short though, and I think they're calling the save.
Yeah, Fring's not trying to play the round. I mean, credit to NRG there. Being able to find their way onto the A site. You think about things, because they had lost the previous round. If they lose this one, that's only 2 losses in a row. It's a very different situation than if they'd lost the pistol as well, where they'd be maxed out on the loss bonus. No, instead, NRG would have had absolutely nothing. This was a critical one for them.
The money would have been a disaster.
Yep. And there's going to continue to be many of these critical rounds as we move forward here. Those rounds
that can
that'll
go wrong is gonna go wrong today. Everything that can go wrong will.
And it sort of has been so far.
See the buy for DRX, it's not great. 2 rifles. Pace out of A though, this is a cheeky little setup and they're rewarded for it. Scuba gets caught asleep at the wheel.
That's what our NRG do, force up into mid, but this hold from flashback is perfect.
Beautiful off angle. Remember, this buy was not great. Remember, they only had 2 rifles. They've already gotten 2 picks and flashback's getting another. And so once again, the Thrifty from a couple of rounds ago rears its ugly head. NRG are trying to push their way back out onto the site, but it's another nightmare. It's a flawless round as DRX punch back.
Those words you just heard from Scuba have a little bit extra weight behind them after a round like that. He'd said that after a win, but he's feeling it after a loss. Didn't even have a chance in that round. Caught out by the Saturate, trying to jump away. There's no way you're escaping from Yunmin.
And so Murphy continues to be a problem for NRG.
Wow. They continue to try and force round after round down to nothing. 2 stingers in the inventory.
Gonna fall back here.
Flash over the top, paranoia. NRG looking to give them a bit of their own medicine. An aggressive hit towards A, but they stall out and Sam gets caught. Sticks to TP and overstays his welcome. And they haven't gotten onto the site. The spike hits the ground. Traded back though, and they're in a position where they can recover it. They're in a position where they can play around it.
It's all going to come down to this flank from Freeing.
Yeah, DRX with the numbers advantage. And there's nothing really to check it. They have to face hold this if you're NRG, and they're not. And so they huddle up. They continue to push further and further into the site. Try to play around the advantages they have. But the gun barrel gives Scuba away. Freen gets the pick. And now they're going to be able to pop the ult too. That's going to make this so much messier. Bane and Mako, the only two left out onto the side, swinging around a tap of the spike. Mata and Brock repositioning, looking to take this fight somewhere else, as Mata does. Bane into the swing, Mata gets 3. And NRG get away with the round.
That's a great post plant there for Mata. The reposition out of elbow into yard. And from his spot too, he can see that spike ticking down. Fortunate there that Flashback had just teleported over into deep A, so he's holding. Here's the Omen ult and shakes it down.
Enemy remaining.
But yeah, from where Mata is, he doesn't have to actually peek Mako or Bane or anyone. You can see whether or not that spike is actually being defused.
An outlaw for Flashback. Currently up across the middle of the map, where Mata should be playing close by.
Yeah, funky there. This attack smoke being dropped there into B main. Threatens a pop out on either side. Knife pushed away anyone near on the other side, so GRX are gonna commit 3 players towards B early on into the round. This could be a situation where Flashback just pops the Aura ult into mid-round for information. Very likely. Especially if NRG keep winding down the clock.
Here.
Dog clearing out B main early on. You see Freen taking some of that space. Saw him just far off that line. They're going to rotate back into this. Again, Freeing has taken this line, but he is alone. There's not a lot of help here. Meanwhile, the ult is popped mid. Freeing realizing he's in a position to make a play. Gets his one. That's all it is. And now it's on Bane, who's going to be challenged. Flashback has joined. Saw him TPing forward right into his death. As Bane's there to meet him, gets another. Not able to connect onto the third, and there is the outlaw. Flashback connects. Brock in the face of 3. Cannot convert. DRX get to double digits.
DRX seem to have all the answers, and Flashback in particular. They've clued in on this idea that NRG are just forcing round after round so often on those light armors. So what better than the outlaw? And what better than Bane from that position? I mean, that was just class.
Yeah, well, I mean, also fully Flash getting the kill. Like, sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you, man. I don't know.
Not much you can ask for in that spot.
And so a timeout called from NRG. Down 2 rounds. This tit for tat. I mean, you take a look at the timeline, it's actually insane. They've traded blows every single round this half.
Yeah, that back and forth, but it has felt like it's been DRX seizing those rounds away from NRG,
yeah,
right?
Agreed,
That second round, round 16 as well, rounds that NRG were in good positions to win. And just through individual moments of brilliance, a good general game plan from DRX, it has been hard for NRG to find the answers.
That's exactly what Blancard is in a position to have to do and have to deliver for his squad. And so on the other side of the timeout, see the purchase not great for the attack. A Vandal, a Stinger. So you presume that DRX will be able to get to 11 and then the game will really start. But we'll see. We've seen a couple of silly rounds so far. This is going to be fast into mid. It looks like the paranoia, the double dash off the knife to take a challenge. They continue to ask Mata to deliver, and they're giving him the tools to do it.
Yeah, so often he's just dropped back, though, and with Ethan dropping out of the round, this one, it seems cooked.
Well, Murphy's Law striking again. I mean, Scuba said it, and honestly, with how this has gone, I am inclined to agree, but also nothing to take away from DRX here. They've played so damn well.
I mean, it's just been amazing seeing Flashback perform at such a high level on the duelist role. You know, if you're watching Bangkok, he was rocking some Senti for the team, was still putting up
insane
major numbers. Yeah. But it just feels like he's been so freed up to go for the plays he wants to go for and give himself some of that agency with the flashes to take those fights, whether it's on the Yoru or Neon.
Interesting using the Nightfall.
Yeah, I think we thought it was a B split coming in.
Yeah, on the timing, which makes sense, and they're still hedging their bets. You still have Flashback rotating. You still have Bane and Mako A. It's still a flawless round for DRX.
All right, it is now do or die for NRG. They've got a buy, they've got ults, they've got Brock Zoden. And for a team that is filled with so many rookies, now Ethan and Sam, they've got the experience. But a guy like Mata, he came into the league, tore up the leaderboard.
They might try to pick on Scuba again. Oh, he just barely gets away. That had trouble written all over it. And so off of that, the response is they try to speed up B off of Ethan's ult. Mata TP's forward, spams into the smoke, gets one. You mentioned this was do or die. They have to find a way through, but Flashback hits where it hurts into the second. Brock falls, tucks back, looks for another fight, and it's Freeing who joins in on the fray. Things slow down into a 2v2 with the pit. Actually, forget about slowing down. They want to continue to push the pace. Ethan will drop a volley to provide a little bit of cover, provide a little bit of space. Dropping down from over the box. Ethan's there to greet. Mako left in a 1v2. Decay down to next to nothing. Ethan gets 4, NRG get to 9.
A major round there from the newer IGL on NRG. Ethan stepped into that role in stage 2. Led his team to the best finish all year. Revived this roster. And also can put up rounds like that. 4 kills for him, and all of a sudden that spark has been ignited for NRG.
And that spark has been there a few times, but every time DRX snuff it out, they squelch it. And so can they do it again?
Well, we're just back to the B site. NRG want to get in and get in quick.
A barrage of utility soars into the site. And then they TP back out, finding out that nobody's home. But DRX are there, they're knocking on the door, they're waiting to flood.
Nowhere to run.
And that might just be the cue. If they can find space around it. Brock pops his ult. No target found, but there's Bane with 2.
Spike down B.
The scale up might be a bit too far. There's Windman, but Mata's there to greet him. Outlaw not connecting. Just off the mark.
Enemy remaining.
It's all on to Mako now. A 1v2 and a winnable one. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time. NRG slow things down. Mako, can you pull this one off?
Spike planted.
Quietly put in a position to play spoiler. Such a tenured player, historic. And again, thrust into a spot to be iconic once more. Mako playing up in heaven. Looking for a fight. And it's not being given to him now. Getting active. And Mata is the one who stops it. NRG gets to double digits.
Finally, NRG put 2 rounds together. That had been eluding them in this half, and they go back to the pistol strats to do it. This fight into elbow seems to be something they love, even if it is close on the engagement. Wow. Mata covering his teammate there is priceless.
Good job, Adam. Good job, bro.
To go back to this idea that, you know, a guy like Scuba or Brock or Mata can be so good back on the Americas stage. You know, you can be a great player in Americas, but you don't enter that conversation of superstar for a guy like Mata to take it over back at home until you show up on that global stage. You can't afford to peter out. You can't afford to have those bad maps. And I think Mata has continued to deliver here in Paris.
22 and 14. All right, Scuba's another one who's been real big, but Flashback has just been the star of the series, the star of the day. DRX call a timeout, though. For the first time this half, we have 2 teams winning back-to-back rounds. DRX win 2 of their own, and NRG are able to respond. And so, you know, this does feel like 2 heavyweights trading blows.
Absolutely. And DRX, they're not in a tough position financially or anything like that. They're going to continue to have buys here. What I'm really looking at is Flashback's ultimate. You think about the last time he used it, it actually kind of petered out. He tried to use it for mid-round information the same time NRG were popping an exec onto the B site. The timing there has to be a little bit better, and, well, He's switched over to an operator, and he has been carving NRG up with the Outlaw. I can only imagine what he's going to do with that weapon.
Oh, we won't have to imagine for long. He's going to have this aggressive A line. Meanwhile, the Viper wall from NRG across the middle of the map.
Ahead. And he's been taking the Outlaw into mid more often than not. The A line might be a bit of a surprise.
Inman here might be too, but that knife will tag. They're going to try to split out onto B. The Paranoia will provide a little cover, but he didn't get tagged, and so it's traded back, and Mako's there.
Down mid.
So all of a sudden, this hit starts to stall out.
Where
starts
is Scuba
to lose
going?
a little bite. Yeah, and Scuba's gone exploring with the spike. He cannot get caught here.
It's so major that Flashback doesn't find him. Scuba has a chance to pop a timing that DRX have no clue could happen.
And also, if he falls with the spike, the round might be over. I mean, this is playing on a knife's edge.
There's only one guy left on the site. Freeing has to fall for NRG to win this. There's no way the timings!
He turns, he spots them. Freeing falls, and now the site is theirs. However, Flashback has arrived, switching over to a Phantom. 3 more targets waiting as the flank shows up from Bane a little bit further away. But should arrive just on time. NRG looking to tie us up, looking to potentially take us to Lotus. But DRX in a spot to play spoiler. Flashback in a 1v3. 23 and 15 so far. And we'll need 3 more to pull this one off. That's his one, but 30 HP. The possibility, the opportunity, it dwindles, it fades away. And with that, Flashback takes a step back. He's saving the gun, he's getting out. NRG will tie us up.
The presence of mind there from Scuba. After the disaster that happened in mid for NRG, to gamble it up into spawn. I mean, that is as risky a play as you can make, right? That is a play that you will get laughed at forever if you die with that spike in spawn. There's no way to recover that. The round is over. But sometimes, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's exactly what was asked of Scuba in that round. And it was that decision that won it for NRG.
Enemy remaining.
It's a fine line between infamy and and something much greater. And oh. But alas, they avoid that disaster. They tie us up at 11. Flashback has the op. We talked about it, and look at where he's posted up right now. Look at where NRG is. They're going right into the teeth of it. Immediately flashed, immediately pushed back. And now they're going to speed up, give them a bit of their own medicine. Flashback strikes, and he's going to double dip. He's sticking around, has no choice, digs his heels in. Connects onto Ethan, and Bane is here. Flashback gets another. Only one way through, and that's forward for Flashback. He's gonna pop the flash, shorty in hand. A second set of Bane pushes it out and pays for it with his life. And NRG avoid that mess. Look at their health bars. Slivers,
Spike planted.
scraps. But hope dies last.
Player standing.
The swing out and Som connects. Mako in a 1v3. Again, as storied as he is, once again, travels the world and now has a chance to play for the crown, to play for the throne, to push DRX past NRG, but he's saving, he's out of the play, he's cutting his losses, he's tucking tail.
It's another round DRX are forced to save, and another round where it feels like they have no chance to get back into the site. NRG winning with numbers. This is a far cry from what we saw previously. DRX stealing rounds away, DRX winning handedly, and NRG limping out with a round win. This is now an NRG in control.
And this is now an NRG that has pulled off another comeback on the attacking side. They're figuring things out on the fly, which is something that eluded them in the past, and this is in the face of, I mean, Flashback was a proper menace.
Oh yeah.
In that entire round. Did his damnedest to get them that far, but NRG rattle off 4 in a row.
Exactly, and by winning those rounds in a row, they now no longer have to worry about the operator. NRG scrounging something together here, but mid is the focus.
Mata has an outlaw, 4 members with light armor on the defense. Oh. Missing the pick.
I'd imagine, yeah, there's a gun waiting for him in B main, so he can switch over to that. after he takes some peeks on forward.
Yeah, but for now, double outlaw in the hands of them.
That's just a good read, knowing the light armor's on the other side. Here it comes.
Filling behind it, love that idea, only show one.
What it does mean, though, is the clock starts to get chewed up. NRG at some point have to ditch these guns and pick up the rifles.
Still a minute to play with. Mata has his ult, Scuba has his ult too.
By all accounts, NRG have everything they need to win the round, but it has been when NRG are vastly favored that DRX make magic happen.
And so DRX look like they'll be forced to make a final stand on B. That's where NRG are headed. Either they take us to Lotus or it's OT on the cards. Standing at the side of B, looking to storm the gates. The ult's out to dash through. I think Mata got tagged.
Uh-oh, Doug. This flank is quick. Two players coming in very, very soon. DRX have NRG surrounded. But there's no way out but forward.
But they're scaling forward, you're absolutely right. Looking to take that elbow fight. We'll see if the call is right. Mata falls. Freeing there at the ready is Paranoia invested too, and all of a sudden you feel the walls closing in. Claustrophobic for NRG. As they have no way out, they're forced to deal with this. They're forced to try to take this fight, and they walk away on top of 3v3. The spike ticking away, and now it's on DRX. The onus is on them. They're the ones who have to get active. Tap of the spike to force the fight. The spam comes through. Som, Shorty connects. Mako once again a 1v3. Try to keep them alive, and he cannot. We're going the distance. We're going to Lotus.
Som, the hero. 3 kills with the Shorty in the pit. NRG have woken up. Map 3 awaits.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
We'll
Yeah, honestly, what a series, man. Like, that was one of the most hyped matches I've played in a while. First half of Abyss was kind of like a lot of mistakes on us, giving up a lot of advantages. And honestly, Ethan's attack side calling, trusting our mid rounds, me and Adams, Scoobs, everyone's, really brought it together. Honestly, like, we all know, like, they're world champions, and they're world champions for a reason, right? They're obviously good, but I think it was kind of for us, kind of like, take every team the same. You know, we can't think this team's way better than this team, but at the same time, we're in the middle of a match. Anything can happen. Luckily, we came out on top.
On the other side of that high tide, Marta chimes in from close left, and that's the spray for two. It's on Chichu and Kung Kung to stop the overtime, but it's Marta now ready to receive around the corner.
I don't want to jinx ourselves, but I think we're in a really good spot right now. And honestly, now that we have the first match jitters out the way, I think you'll see an even stronger energy. So as long as we don't crumble under the pressure, which I'm sure we won't, we'll be fine.
With that, we will be going to a map 3 to decide which team will be heading straight to playoffs. I've got Mitch and Tom with me once again. What a crazy match that was. Mitch, honestly, I don't think we saw enough of what was going on, so break it down for us.
Well, one of the things that we really got to see was the Odin usage from NRG, which is always an absolute treat. But I'm going to start out by looking at what they were up against. And DRX had a lot of interesting approaches. We talked a little bit about the Waylay and the Yoru versus the Waylay and the Neon, and how it can be really difficult to play against it. I'm going to run this a little bit because we've started a little early on the clip. But the main thing to look at is the push into the site. Obviously, when you're coming through a choke point with a Neon, it's kind of hard not to notice her. She's going to be putting up big walls. She's going to be sliding through, and unless you completely lose sight of the choke point, which I'd expect you not to, you're going to be in good form. Now, the first thing to notice is that there was a KO knife thrown here, and the players stayed outside of it. So the full utility is still online when push comes to shove. Flashback is currently running out of his ult, and it looks like he's not really finding a chance to do anything with it. And that's when this comes in. You have this full push in from Hyunmin, who spots these two players in the corner, throws his stun out, and then allows for his teammate, Flashback, to come out of this ult with two players on the back foot, uses his own flash as well, isolates both fights, and completely decimates them. With a full bombardment of standard site utility as well alongside this, it's so difficult as a defender to sit back and hold your sight when you don't know whether you have to fight behind you, in front of you, or all around you. And even some of the players you see to fight instantly disappear. There's a dude behind you and round's over. And obviously, that's one thing when we're talking about them having Yoru ult in round 3. That's an exceptional circumstance.
Yeah,
we'll see that combo with the gate crash as well. And there's one more clip I wanted to talk about to then look at the defensive side plays that we've seen. And I'll hurry through this one. This is much quicker, don't worry. So take a look at this. You're going to see at the very start of the round, you have a Yoru push alongside a Waylay for that early aggression into main. That's already taken place. 1 second. That's already taken place around here. Ignore the first circle. But you have this TP then immediately sending your Yoru to mid. And from NRG's perspective, what did they see at the start of the round? They saw 3 players towards A, with one of them throwing a paranoia this way, a deep push, full scaling on that A side. The adjustment naturally is to go to the other side of the map where there's less players. Maybe one mid, one B. Easy isolation. What did they end up running into? Well, as they're focused on that player who's kiting them in the form of Bane, you have this peek up from Flashback. He's taken one, retreats back, and it's never clear to NRG where their frontline fights should be taking place, because there's a constantly evolving defensive line for DRX. And then even here, you'll see the gate crash go through, and later on, Flashback ends up with a third. Like, he has global presence on this map, and it's never clear where the stack is, where the weakness is, where the gap is, because there's this constant evolution from DRX. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, I think as well, what came late though and what changed the game was those adaptations that we were able to see. And I feel like a pinnacle part of that was Mana. Like, individually, I feel like he was sound all the way through the game, like having moments of high impact, being happy to take these aggressive peaks with the operator on the defensive side, where they managed to scrape together enough rounds for it to work out for them. And I think that's been the case for them in a lot of these matches. We saw it versus EDG, that sometimes it does take them a little while to get going, but when they do get going, they're very difficult to stop. And obviously, some of that was DRX making some errors, and some people making big plays on the back of it. I think Scuba as well had the performance in the late game that was so impactful, but it's still one of those games where if NRG never give up, it can still turn on its head.
Yeah, and beyond matter, what absolutely blew me away is in the last 3 rounds, within the first 20 seconds or so, DRX, they killed Mada 3 rounds in a row. Human killed him, Flashback killed him, Freeman killed him, and they still lost. They were going 5v4 and they didn't have Mada anymore on the other side of NRG to deal with, and they lost. They only needed 1 of those rounds to be able to 2-0 NRG. So this for me is a huge mistake on the side of DRX. I hope they can recover mentally, because as we head to Lotus, I think this is NRG's to lose.
Yep, for sure.
I think that's a fair call.
I think going in as well, the fact that they've been 6-1 on this map, only defeat was to G2. I think changes, we haven't really seen too many changes coming out from them throughout the entirety of the series, and you can understand why. And oh my goodness, I can't believe it. DRX, yeah, they're going to run that comp again.
As they should. Like I said, the amount of flexibility that you get with this composition, especially on big maps like Corrode, where the rotations can be heavily punished, or like Lotus as well, which is also quite a spacey one, especially if you're going deep into main, especially towards wherever you are.
It worked on Haven.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance it works here, but we've already seen now from NRG, they got completely caught off guard on map 1. They said themselves, we didn't know how to play against it. Maybe it was just not expecting it on that map, because they certainly seem better equipped and better, quicker on the adaptations when it came to Corrode. You have to hope it'll be the same deal here. One other big factor being Mada being online.
I still can't believe a team is allowing NRG to play Lotus in this tournament, and in a situation where it could send them to playoffs. For me, this is a huge risk, but every time we doubt DRX, they give us something exciting. So maybe we should.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, the fact that we spoke about the difference between map 1 and 2 was how comfortable NRG were. And sure, it took them a lot of time to be able to adapt, but they eventually did. They had those clutch moments and they stepped up. Now they go into another comfortable map. So if anything, we expect the same again.
The Odins, Mitch.
The Odins had some decent impact, but I think one of the big problems...
I mean, as if for Lotus.
Yeah.
The Odin's coming up.
On the previous map, they were denied a little bit by DRX not taking control early on the attack. That can't really be the case here on Lotus. They have to fight for that, and we could see a lot more impact in the early rounds.
I can't wait to see it. Take it away, Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, the City of Love will be the stage for this best of 3 that goes all the way to Lotus. A map that the Death talked about is incredibly strong for NRG, but as you take a look at the other side of the stage and you go, holy crap, they're going to do that double duelist thing again where they're just going to run at you. Christy, I'm pumped for this one, man.
Absolutely. You know, this whole day has delivered, going the full 6 maps, and DRX with this reinvention of self, playing the double duelist, Flashback completely taking over in the previous game. This will be them playing attack on the first side for the 3rd map in a row, and to say they have been hard to deal with is an understatement.
Already dashing out onto the site. You see the suck towards spawn. You see the C's and the smoke elsewhere too. And Rock and Psalm filling out onto the side, able to get a couple of picks. They slammed the door on the DRX hit.
It's wild that it's just back and forth here, 3-on-3. And now by tapping the door, it forces Scuba and the rest of NRG to start shifting back into C. DRX, though, they've hit the brakes.
Oh, this
They're
is
now
beautiful.
Slowly easing on the gas, getting into this B side. It belongs to them.
A little misdirection. And NRG are caught. And so they fake their way out onto the site. They get the spike down.
Ooh, peekaboo.
And now it's going to be on NRG. The nade through, forcing the fight forward. Kills traded. And as it settles and as it gets quiet, NRG continue to push forward, continue to creep. A little bit more utility to have to deal with as Mada gets the best of him. Bane's left in a 1v1 with Scuba on the other side. And Bane for DRX hits it again.
I just don't understand it. No one thought he would even be playing with DRX in this tournament. And he has been so clutch, especially on these pistol rounds for the squad. An absolute animal on the Ghost. NRG didn't stand a chance.
So DRX win yet another pistol. It's the 5th of the series.
They dropped the 1 at the second half of Corrode, but
yes,
converted,
fourth.
Of course.
They've crept up behind this wall. Trying to get cheeky with this fight. Should have no idea that Flashback is there, and while they got a warning shot, it's still lethality found.
Yeah, NRG have gone for these big walk-ups on the ecos, just kind of throwing them away. Orb maxing, there it goes over to the Viper.
Kind of feel like he shouldn't have been able to get away with that, given all the guns on the other side of that wall. But alas, he succeeds. Now waiting on the other side of the door. A little ring around the Rosie. But they've given up the site, they've boxed everything in. A dink dealt.
One enemy
But you really see the gun difference on full display here.
Oh yeah. The small win is picking up that old orb, not just to get your ult online, but denying it. I think because DRX have been playing no misdirection, they've just been slamming sites. They have continued funneling these orbs onto Flashback. It was part of why he got 3 your ults off in the first half of the road. And NRG have honed in on.
One enemy.
But even though I don't want to say it, we do need to now look forward to round 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been such a pivotal chapter of every story we've seen so far.
NRG have yet to shut down these bonus rounds. DRX are 100% on the bonuses they've had in this series, 4 for 4.
It is just Brock on the site. He does have a ton of utility around him, but it is just Brock. And so he takes a step back, buys enough time for the defenses of NRG to rotate over.
Quick Flood is the name of the game. A little trap here with the C's as well.
The nade on the other
Jungmin
side.
still gets 2!
Balls.
I mean, he was seized!
Ethan up in heaven. Cannot respond, cannot punch back, and stop me if you've heard this one before, but DRX are going to win the bonus.
It's not as if NRG don't have ideas. There's a C's going down. They've got Util connecting. Hyunmin is decayed off that C's down to no HP. Still gets 2 kills. It's just unfathomable that the duelists on DRX's side can fight their way out of these massively unfavored situations, and to be able to do it so consistently as well.
What did they have, two rifles in that round?
Yeah, they had the scraps upgraded from the previous round as well, maybe a couple of Guardians, but there's just no way.
Sam saves his Vandal into the next round. But these woes, these bonus woes continue for NRG. And I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Man, Bada's trying to pop it on him. And you just see the patience out of Hyunmin. Full tracking on that.
Yeah. And honestly, Hyunmin almost got a 3rd.
Just wild stuff.
A Vandal, a Bucky, a Stinger.
They are terrible.
In the face of essentially full strength for DRX. Hyunmin's one off of his ult already.
Yep. The fast cycling here is just on full display. There you have it. It's online.
And that was the rifle. I mean, it's going to get picked up, but maybe Brock can make that thing sing a little bit more.
It's frustrating too. Must be for the NRG camp when DRX can play the quick rounds and then pump the brakes a little bit, punish you as you're stepping forward on top of that orb.
It's got to feel so uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Mako's done a really good job of adjusting the pace throughout this entire series. I think that's been the main thing. I think earlier you said, what, whiplash?
Yeah.
With how, you know, it's just exec, painfully slow crawl into a site.
And then just when you think you can lull to sleep, they pound the site once more.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hyunmin goes in, Hyunmin goes out, and DRX get the kills. Oh, 3 for Bane. DRX get to 4.
Again, that angle from the bottom of sight up into heaven, DRX have just destroyed NRG twice in a row. And that's the type of damage that you can do to a team where it's like, all of a sudden, well, we were planning on doing the quick floods. I mean, brother.
My ultimate is
that even came in before the taunt paint everyone.
Yeah.
But back-to-back rounds like that could change NRG's approach. Are we retaking more from stairs now? Are we trying to hold on to tree? You know, all of a sudden start doubting your own protocols to get back into the site.
You have a C's nade. Or excuse me, it was an I nade, and they don't really commit into it either. Meanwhile, they're going fast B. The paranoia is already out. The double dash is through, and Brock keeps him back. I feel like that's the first time we've seen Hyunmin punished like that.
Yeah, this reminds me of that Haven round where they try to sprint up into the B site. Now, With Fring dropping as well, it gets messy. GiantX are trying to play both B and A. Insert some chaos into the thick of things, but all it's done is leave them with 3 members alive.
And so they quietly rotate back to the other side of the map. You still have a little bit of ice utility here. Wall, Thorns as well. And Scuba close by.
Yeah, there's even the Viper Orb as well in the choke point there. So very likely GiantX want to poke their head into C site, create some pressure, bait out the wall, get some gas going, and maybe that opens up a lurk opportunity up front B.
I think they were looking for the wall B with the clone. They find out that it's not there by process of elimination. You understand? No, wait a second. This should be here. Flashback tag, TP's away, and there's the wall. So that should tell them exactly where the hit is headed.
30 seconds.
NRG already have players here. 2 as a matter of fact, and Scuba will play things slow. It's going to be a full-on retake. NRG looking to abuse numbers.
Meanwhile, Flashback looking to take the fight to them, not allowing them to settle. But Scuba swings out onto the site, covers into their backs. And Brock gets another one. Bane, a 1v4. Good luck. That's 2. 9 bullet. No! Bane does it again! The Red Bull clutch as DRX steals another one away.
Who is this guy?
We thought Hyunmin was the problem going into this map. A new challenger has entered the stage, and that's Bane.
This guy was sitting on the bench all of stage 2. DRX brought in a ringer to Paris. A 4K on the round. Shutting out NRG. Now sits 11-0.
Nice!
I can't believe it.
You mentioned earlier in this series that performances anywhere else are great, but they don't necessarily matter. To go from good to superstar, you've got to perform on this stage. I think we are witnessing a number of players step into that conversation just in this series, just today.
I mean, Flashback dominating on the previous map. Now what Bane was just able to do in a couple of rounds here on Lotus. This is a DRX that is, you know, coming in as the number 4 seed from Pacific. You go, okay, maybe they can get some upset wins. You remember they were in Bangkok, but they won a series. It wasn't that great. They beat a Sentinels. Who cares? It's not a big deal. No. You talk about superstars wanting to make a name for themselves. You talk about an organization looking for higher and higher aspirations. The 2-0 in the group to make it through. You instantly are a conversation starter.
A 5-0 start on map 3. Off of the backs of a ringer. 11-0, still more to find. And now Flashback gets involved.
And this was out of the timeout. NRG forcing light armor and Guardians. Now already down a man. And one of the worst players to lose as well. That's all your information gone. Your in-game leader at 0-6.
Brutal start for him. Flashback pops his ult, goes exploring C. Procs the wall too, and look at the minimap. Starting to rotate over. Mata spotted, pops his ult, but nobody's home!
It is just a difference. Maybe the door being tapped, Mata might find something, but it goes wide. DRX dancing on NRG in this round. Perfect calling, smooth on the entry from Flashback, and now a 5v4 post.
30 seconds left.
And still a spotless stat line from their fade. The nade through, and now Hyunmin's gonna pop his own ult to make matters even worse. I mean, you buy a little bit of time off of the Vice ult, but for what? Flashback falls, but there's Bane again, striking! Gets 2, stays alive! The man is invincible! He cannot die!
Unkillable! Even when there's no chance he should be able to stay alive, his teammates are right there to have his back. It's a statement of an opener. Mata thinks there's players up here on either side, you'd have to expect, but DRX are just using the Prowler as bait. Hey, the fact that it's even Bane's Prowler eating up Mata's ultimate there is insult to injury to his impact in the server.
13-0. This has to be one of the greatest starts we've ever seen on the international stage.
Absolutely.
I'm hard-pressed to think of a better one. They very well might be. Fortunately, we have infinitely smarter people behind the scenes who are able to confirm that for us, but again, hard-pressed. But NRG, once again, will have to find a way to come back from behind.
Yeah, they've got the pistols, and really what they need to be thinking about is who's going to be their guy. If DRX can just look at Bane and he'll wheel around into existence in a 1v4, NRG needs someone to be able to do the same. Not again. The Jiggles punished once more. Different guy with the Outlaw. This time it's freeing. Same result.
I mean, if the hand is hot, swing out, take the fight. Bane draws out the Paranoia too. Infinitely more valuable when you're on an eco. Brock has no shot. Scuba has no shot. Wait, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. Gets two. Still more work to be done though. Flashed up. Falls. And Alsam's left in this 1v3. And once again, Bane plays the position of Mortician, gets another, and the DRX train rolls on.
Ever forward it goes. I think it's time to seriously ask who will be that guy for NRG. Right now they've only got 2 players with more than a single kill to their name. And if you want to look at the history, okay, Ethan, champs winner, he could be your guy. If you want to look at this year, Mata, dominant. If you want to look at this tournament, it could be Scuba. But it's got to be someone.
Brother, Bane alone has more kills than all of NRG combined.
I mean, he's averaging 2 kills a round right now on Fade.
Sam gets involved. The Odin provides some problems. That nade's going to be good.
Could it be Mata with the operator? Ethan holding down on stairs as well.
Up, just off the mark. But he's going to get a shot at it again. This is a miserable spot to be in. Do they realize they've lost full control of this? They do. Mata connects.
Spike down A.
Now the spike is scooped back up. Brock's going to try to fill in. Missing the spam window, but knows where he is. Easy kill found. And barring a miracle from freeing, NRG will get there first. 49 HP. The question is, how disciplined does he choose to be? Brock on the tap, he's got the spam line, but Brock does too.
Okay. A little bit by committee in that round. Everyone getting theirs.
Yeah, you take it how you can get it, man.
And it's gone unsaid today, but it is worth pointing out how
Nice, Brock. Up, down, backside. Let's go.
How unbreakable NRG's mental has been in this tournament. You think about that 11-2 comeback down against EDG on Abyss.
Yeah.
Fighting through that one. A close second map here after getting dominated back on Haven. They have shown the ability to hold their own even when the odds are seemingly insurmountable.
Double Odin set up here for the defense.
Finally, better late than never. This was the signature look for NRG in Americas, but it's been 9 rounds before they can have the money to get it online here.
Tap of the door. And a dog to clear out C main, and so what? I mean, they can accelerate on the other side of this. Hyunmin just grabbed his ult. And they're threatening to hit C. But they don't have to commit to this. They still have map control elsewhere.
I mean, DRX would love to be able to pull out one of these ultimates. Think about the Steel Garden here, or the Nightfall. Big ultimates that NRG want to use proactively to stop a hit by putting down this lurk smoke on the top of site. Starts making NRG consider these things, although that deeper Vise wall, it's a little tougher for DRX to break, and without it broken, there's no reason for NRG to pull the trigger on any of their ults.
Do you think they could also rotate away, perhaps, given the knowledge of that passive information? But no, they're deciding to double down on C. That smoke might send them into motion.
30 seconds.
Mada's got the op. Rare miss. They're going to end B. The paranoia is out. They break the door. Hyunmin pops his ult. But it's traded back by the Steel Garden.
20 seconds.
They're really burning this candle at both ends here. Mada satchels away. They try to fill in onto the spike. The spike hits the ground as Ethan tries to hold the line on his own. Flashback pushes the pace. And Hyunmin grabs the spike, sinks it into the soil of the site, but Sam is there over the top. Mako in the face of 3, make that 2. And the suppressive fire might just be too much. Sam gets it to half, waits it out. 51 HP into the swing. Brock gets 3. NRG will get their second.
Brock has quietly had a couple of hugely impactful rounds for the team. 2 kills in the previous, now 3, switching around from every single gun in the game itself.
10 seconds left.
First with this Odin, trying to lay down the covering fire for his teammates.
One enemy.
Brock up! Brock up!
The Brock up. Maybe he'll be the guy.
Now we wait.
11 and 7. I mean, he's certainly performing like it.
Now we wait.
And the thing about these tournament runs is that, yeah, it doesn't always have to be conventional. And for the teams that do hit deep runs, there is always someone that steps up. And you're right, maybe it is Brock. Still yet to be seen, but a great start for him.
Spam on opposite ends of the map there. Not connecting on much damage, apart from Fring.
My ult's ready.
Flashback gets his ult. Bane is one off of his. They're going to fully send C, aren't they?
NRG have 4 players here ready to quickly get back into the site.
They're not even getting those early fights that they were getting in the first 2 maps. That ult is going to cause problems, though. They were so far up, it's certainly going to stall them out. And with that time window, Bane gets the spike down.
Here it comes.
Now the Nightfall's traded back. They can't hear a damn thing. And off of that, they creep out onto the site. Denied one of their senses. Mada connects. Hyunmin looking to tag. Cannot. Everybody huddled in. Side by side, looking to take these fights, and it's DRX who look like they're coming out on top, but Scuba trades. A 2v2 now, and time is short. They've got to find their way into this if they're going to do it. Can Brock pull this off? Drops down, takes the fight, finds his one, but time! I don't think he's going to have enough.
This is bullshit.
And it's Mako who can just wait it out. He's got to stick it. Mako connects.
I love the setup there from DRX. One of the signatures of how NRG play with these Odins is just constantly spamming out and denying the planter from getting the spike down. But because they use that forward Steel Garden, it takes the Odins out of NRG's hands, means they can actually afford to plant the spike, and then get themselves in these positions on site where this smoke actually affords a lot of space for DRX to play behind. And they always had that insurance of Mako playing into Mound in case their players ended falling.
Flashback already tagged by the spam to open the round. NRG are getting curious. They're getting active. Ooh, what a snap.
And you think back to Haven, when NRG didn't have the answers. It was about just going at DRX. These walks. And Mada's confidence to take the fights. It gives NRG a numbers advantage. But when we get into the post lane, it'll still be awkward. DRX don't have so much tools to fight for because the flashes have been taken away. With the Yoru falling early on.
Mako doesn't have his ult.
They're still fighting in water.
Mada pops his ult, gets the kill. So that'll buy a little bit of time. The eye, too.
NRG needs some pressure coming back in from water. Otherwise, they're going to get permanently stalled into choke, but they're so worried. Now, the spike hasn't gone down yet, so they have the time to regroup. Now, 3 players advance to deal with Mako.
Sam has his flash, but they're contacting up. That's danger. Mako looking to stand tall, eventually falls. Freeing's left in a 1v3.
Flash trap destroyed.
A long-awaited paranoia just off the mark. The dog invested 2 to spot the last remaining member of DRX. NRG will get to 3.
That was a lot better without those ultimates into the mix of things. NRG could slow things down. Be a lot more controlled on the reclear. Good opening kill from Mada. Also has the showstopper. I also think he's consistently been finding value with his paint shells. He's gotten some kills, yeah, but mostly it's about forcing players to swing back into him. Him and his teammates holding it firm.
Now we wait.
Last round of the half. Brock one off of his ult. And Hyunmin has his, but the buy is not great for DRX.
Yeah, it's real scuffed. 2 rifles for them, and NRG seem to want to contest up in A main again. Throwing similar utility, but this time breaking the door. I guess DRX just ripped this exec once more. Hyunmin's got the ult, why not?
I mean, it's gotten them to this point. There's the double dash. Ooh, tagged up.
Planting the spike is the real challenge, though, with the Odins. DRX this time don't have that threat of fighting forward. Now the ultimate comes down.
Sees nade. Mako swinging out.
Spike planted.
And they use that ult to guarantee the spike being planted. But what is the next layer? Because there's a lurk in mid, there's a wall holding it, now Mako's fallen.
And we're due for Bedlam on the site once more. The wall is proc, but all eyes forward. Just in case there wasn't enough chaos, a couple rounds to go, a triple swing! Hyunmin playing on the other side of the smoke will get popped. There's not much left for DRX. I mean, they didn't really have the guns to begin with, but now swinging out onto it, freeing, left in a 1v3. And the defuse will come through. Who was the spark for NRG? It was Brock.
Round after round, Brock has been building back into this half. NRG are down by 4 rounds, but they have started this momentum building. And it all comes down after this.
Yes! Man! Come on.
The question on everyone's minds, can NRG do it again? Can they pull off another outrageous comeback in the face of a team that looked perfect in so many situations? Ender, I think that's a question that really DRX might be wondering themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. The last 5 rounds, NRG won 4 of them. But DRX have been in this position before. You think back to Haven, it was the same exact situation, 8-4 at the half, and they ran away with it, winning the pistol, winning the bonus, speeding on forward. And I've got to be honest, check out the Coinbase Econ report here. If Bane continues playing like he was at the start of that half, where he started off, what, 13-0?
13-0, I think 14-0, something like that. It was a pretty ridiculous start, but I will say, he cooled down like crazy. I mean, he finished the half, what, 15-8, I believe?
14-5, as a matter of fact. Hyunmin eclipsed him at the end of that one. Didn't even end up topping the charts. But I think when you look at him and you think clutch moments, impact rounds, other people will take the glory as duelists are taking all the fights. But he was the man for DRX.
Yeah, a ridiculous start for him. But I think you look at the other side of the stage, and we mentioned him prior to the half ending. Brock was the spark. Brock was the spark. He was the hero that NRG needed. He was the one who got them to this point. And what a mess NRG would be in right now if it wasn't for him.
Absolutely. And it's funny, too, because back home in Americas, the other players on NRG are constantly stealing the limelight.
Yeah.
But in this, the most important game NRG have played all year, he has delivered.
out of B. And NRG are there to greet. A dog to pave the way. And Hyunmin was not able to find anything.
Could it be a second pistol in this series for NRG? They didn't even take too much damage on the backside of that either. A couple of sheriffs in their hands, only Mako on this side of the map.
Careful here.
And at that, playing a passive position, nobody inside of tree, so NRG are going to have free reign to play this post plant up numbers.
Paranoia out, the satchel through, they've taken the site. Brock is left to hold the line. Spotting Mako, snaps his head back. Beautifully done.
Interesting plant for backside here. NRG threatened up the rope, now doubled up in drop.
I may have gotten a couple of tags if I'm not mistaken. So now flashback pushing forward, finding a weak, soft spot. And now Bane's up in heaven. Put away. Flashback's left in a 1v3. With the sheriff in hand, Ethan's getting curious. He swings out a little bit ahead of it and gets the kill.
So what is that, 2 pistols, 1 on the day for NRG?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've solved the best way to not lose the bonus is to just win the pistol.
Well, let's calm down. The last time they won a pistol, they promptly lost the round fight after.
Sure.
And I'm looking at their econ choices. The last time they had won it, of course, they went for 2 rifles and a stinger. Seems to be the same approach this time. They must make sure, and they're running into a stack as well.
Oh, surely lightning won't strike again.
It's a bait setup.
Freeing. I just got dropped as soon as he popped his head up.
But that was his job, was to go die and make it look like no one's home. There are 4 players stacked on this site. I think very reserved calling out of Ethan. Calls to slow things down. Let's scout this up. We've got prowlers to check the close corners.
They're doubling down. They're committing onto this. They've put the wall behind them. They're going C.
But they have the prowlers. Now they know.
That nade is going to be a mess. Mata gets his kill. There's one more there, but he's so weak. A stiff breeze would knock him over. Brock gets 3. It's a flawless round for NRG.
That is classy calling out of Ethan right there. Not taking a chance, not letting it slip away like it had back on Corrode. No, here, locks in, takes things slow. Reads exactly what Mako's going to be doing on the other side.
Enemy remaining.
2 out of 3 kills for Brock. He didn't even see him.
Yeah.
That's perfect. A 19 and 10 for him.
Why not? And now they buy up into 4 rifles on this round. Could be the start of something.
Flashback hits the cross. Manages to avoid the eye, but immediately tagged up. Has to TP away.
Saw him actually quick up on front B. A lot of pressure going down. With 5 light armors, Flashback's outlaw is going to be devastating.
Dog tags him once more. Once again, the site has to be given up. The space relinquished. Flashback with the line, a tap. Once more of the spike. Finally goes down.
He's just daring someone on NRG to swing him. Give him a chance, take that fight, but NRG have bundled up into Bend. Gonna force DRX to come into them.
There's not a ton of space on the site. They're gonna try to bully him off of it. But NRG not taking a step back. Deciding to fight with strength, fight with numbers. Sam gets his 2, but the flash messes everything up. Scuba joins in. It's all on Mako, a 1v3. And I don't think he can pull this one off. NRG get a bonus of their own. The gap is now 1.
Exactly what they needed. And I think NRG have maybe found something here. They don't have to fight so aggressively. There's not so much utility that DRX have to actually push them out of Bend. You know, there's not a paint shell like Mata had every single time on the C retakes. Yeah, there might be that saturate, slow down out of the waylay. But oftentimes that's being used earlier in rounds.
Man. Let's go. Let's go.
Bit tempered there out of Psalm, surprises me.
Tempered but resolute. I think that was my takeaway from one of the veterans on this team who's been on this stage, who's competed internationally. Aggressor from DRX, they've taken A main control, and NRG gladly just rotate away.
Yeah, NRG move away from the one gun. on DRX. Still need to keep things clean.
Easier said than done. Satchel's out onto the site. Mod is there, turns the flash. Cannot connect, but traded back.
Great cover from Psalm.
He's been a rock for this team.
And yeah, no reason to overheat into the site. Again, very tempered approach. NRG can call these pauses. Sheffield's got a really good grasp. Trust in his teammates there. Slow it down, move back over to the A side. I mean, DRX has rotated every single player they had on to C on an eco round like this. And once again, Ethan navigates his team into an empty A site finish.
Yeah, beautifully read. Even min-maxing, getting Ethan to get the spike down. Will have his Nightfall in this round, presumably to use in the next.
Spike planted.
DRX realize that the rug has been pulled out from under them. So they all try to rotate over. I mean, do they commit into this fight? I mean, I guess why not? Not really the DRX way to try otherwise.
Wow.
And that's going to proc the Nightfall just on the other side of the eye. Yunmin's able to get one. No weapon. Oh, there is a weapon upgraded. Excuse me. Scoob on the swing. And who else but the steady hands of Brock to put one away? But Bane can't continue. Cannot convert. We're tied.
It is dead even here. DRX stole away to a 7-0 lead. And since that moment, 8-1 in NRG's favor. NRG are the comeback kings here in Paris. They did it to EDG. And have now brought it back closed for a spot out of groups on the line.
I mean, the suspense just on the other side of this timeout. If you're DRX, I mean, this is not elimination for either team, but you certainly don't want to flirt with the possibility of it. You want to get through this as cleanly as you can.
I think DRX could have a few ideas. I think right now NRG have avoided a lot of the early gambit fights that DRX have gone for, especially over towards the A side of the map, and that's been frustrating for them. But I wonder if DRX have a chance to maybe get someone posted up in front B in the mid rounds. You know, NRG have slowed down, they've frozen quite a few times, and I think it can be hard to refight into Mound or into A lobby when they're just sitting 4 bodies on that space. But maybe a quiet walk up from one of the duelists, maybe a flashback with an operator in a future round. I'd like to see DRX toy with that possibility, or even have that front B pressure of opening doors so they can refight into Mound by flipping that switch and pinching back through. I'd like to see a world where it doesn't always come down to the retakes for DRX.
Up in the hands of Flashback.
Yeah. Playing the angle towards Bend, and as a matter of fact, it will be that Waylay creeping up front B. Falls away from it though, because there wasn't enough pressure really seen out anywhere else on the map, so I think Hyunmin was perhaps worried that the inevitable pop could be coming, and it's good game sense out from him, because that's exactly what Ethan is heading for.
They're expecting a little bit of aggression here.
Yeah.
There.
Oftentimes, DRX, when they're denied a lot of rounds, they'll try to seize back control themselves with a fast play or a walk up.
Yeah.
They haven't given that to NRG this time. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that Flashback's got the operator, Mata's got the attack op himself too, so both these teams just waiting for an over-eager player. And the jiggle peek, shots fired on the A side.
Yeah, who's the first to get antsy? Who's the first to make a misstep?
It's a pinch into B. Door broken down. Mako's gonna hear it, but it's not nearly enough information. Keep your eyes on Gunman in heaven.
He did not get tagged by that ult. He's gonna have a chance at this fight. We'll buy a little bit of time with the hinder, but the spit keeps the RX back. And now they're gonna flood out.
Mata!
This is their fast, but Mata takes the fight to them. Now they're gonna try to flood in. Can they get past the dam? They've busted it down. DRX looking to take the site back. Bane and Mako trying to do their best, but it's Mata in a 1v1. 30 HP The op in hand, tries to find the shot, but it's just off the mark. Pushes with the shorty, forced to reload, and Mako stands tall.
The rookie versus the vet. It's the veteran who comes out on top in Mako. They're evenly matched. It's op v op, it's pistol v pistol. But Mata didn't have the health. And Mako hunted him down. The utility on this retake, beautiful. The flashes, the hunt. Getting wonderful information over to DRX. But it still came down to that one-on-one moment. And it's in the clutch like that where a player who has lived on this stage for 5 years will thrive.
Remember, we talked earlier in the series about how those moments are often the difference makers when you're talking about two teams of this caliber. Keep that fresh of mind. A lean A from the attack.
So what do NRG do? Slow round in the previous, now it's the gas over towards A. Good hold now from DRX. These Thorns will do well to stall out NRG and bring in the rotators.
Gosh, that Nightfall's gonna hit 4.
That's a huge amount invested right at the start of the round.
Yeah, sure. Plenty of time to freeze, plenty of time to reset, right for it.
But the problem is, over on C, whereas previous rounds, DRX have been quick to rotate, Flashback's operator awaits.
Oh gosh, he's gonna get challenged to hand!
Time to jump.
He blows Ethan's hand right off! And now Flashback takes a quick step back. Mata trying to get a little revenge. Shows a hand of his own, and it's ill-advised. Flashback alone might have won them this round. But we've mentioned it, you never count NRG out. The paranoia through. Spike should get out onto the site. Freeing was there to clean him up. Brock in a 1v4.
Not a chance. So sharp out of Flashback. And it almost feels like NRG forgot how good this guy was back on Corrode. Right in the elbow. Centimeters the difference in this round. If Ethan lives, NRG can scale up into the mound. They can play the round they wanted. Instead, Mata's forced to try and take matters into his own hands. Flashback is there to punish him. So it'll be a timeout on the other side of the map. This time NRG after losing 2 in a row. And the biggest question, now how do we deal with Flashback's op?
It was so much, I mean, there was so much value that he got out of that thing. 2 picks early on, and yeah, you know, maybe you argue that maybe the second one was a bit questionable to challenge, but either way, he found the value, and I do think you're right. That's something they're going to have to solve.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they just got checkmated because of all the utility DRX had over on the A site, and NRG have seen DRX over-rotate so many times in the eco rounds that they didn't want to re-hit A. But you can't afford to go swinging back over into C light with 2 players. When that's going to be there, you're going to need to invest the proper utility to force them off the lines. Actually, looks to me like B is going to be the area of attack for NRG.
Time to work.
But this could get messy. With DRX having 3 players in sand, they could open up the door and pinch back into NRG.
This looks so fast. The flash on the other side. Meanwhile, a fight on both fronts.
Wow.
Mata's the one who wins it out. Weathering the storm. And then they speed up B.
Unbelievable. NRG still have lurkers on each side of the map, too. So the slower this retake is, the better it looks for NRG. DRX must act quickly.
They're going to scale up. Remember, Mata took that aggro heaven fight and won it.
It's all about putting this pressure down. Mata needs to show that force up into heaven to buy time for his lurkers to activate, to regroup back with the team.
Love that nade. Actually drops it back. Trying to take this fight. Flashback. Beautiful flash. Beautiful kill. Flashback gets another. DRX snatched the site out of their hands. The 2 lurkers that you mentioned are going to show up too little, too late. Scuba's going to try his best, but he will fall. DRX get to 11.
Just a picture-perfect retake out of DRX. And it seemed like NRG didn't even know what to do with the site once they had it. It seemed like it was too easy for them to get on there. the speed at which they took it, and then fight up into heaven meant there was no time for their lurkers to go anywhere. And they're both quaking in their boots, not wanting to walk into flashbacks off. Bane with the operator, taking the fight in B main, and we're right back into it. C mount fight.
There's the eye. It's the same look from the previous round. But this time, no aggro Yoru follow-up behind the Waylay TP.
NRG moving back to A. A round they'd have to dig deep. This is the one you can't let slip away. And for DRX to have another chance to make it out of groups, continue that flawless streak going. This is the one to do it. Eyes on Fring, who's now called in flashback, called in 2 members. Hold arm in arm. Here comes the hit.
Fring clearing the eye. Flashback! But NRG punch back, and now they drop a pit of their own. Things slow down.
No, it doesn't. The Waylay ultimate, NRG, hold their ground.
Yeah, but it went towards heaven. They weren't funneling behind it. And now Brock has the Odin. Brock has the Odin. And whenever that's in play, NRG have a chance.
This time, NRG are ready. That quick rotate from DRX. They tried to filter 3 players back into the site. NRG shut it down beautifully. And I mean, even getting the Waylay ult on the other side is just the cherry on top to the round. Because now, in crunch time, we're looking at 11 rounds to 9. We're looking at 4 more rounds to play in regulation. The ultimates are the talking point. And you look at DRX, okay, Omen ult, whatever. We're 1 off of your ult. They'll have 1 big round, but Bane is far off. The rest of the team is far away. NRG have Ethans for the next round. Brock and Mata both 3 off. This is where they can start to string these back to back to back. Build off of these ultimates to win the critical gun buys. Those swing rounds at the end of the half.
Mako had no idea what hit him. Brock's positioning there was just so good. And Bane met a similar fate. And so now a timeout is called from the defensive side.
Yep.
2 rounds. 2 rounds to make it to the playoff stage.
And to me, this round 21 is the big deal, right? We're talking DRX, they've got a bye coming into this one. Very likely it's going to be a Yoru ult versus Ethan's Fade ult on the other side of things. If DRX do not convert onto this, those ults like I talked about are going to start becoming a big talking point. DRX's money is not going to be great either. They need to stop NRG on this round now, or the snowball becomes a very real possibility.
I asked this question at the beginning of the half, and I think it's worth asking once more. Can NRG do it again? Can they pull off another ridiculous comeback? We expect them to crumble eventually, right? Because how many times can a team get away with this? But lo and behold, they're still in a fight. Late in these series, late in these maps.
This is a team that has full trust in one another. The ability to dig deep, have that grit, have that drive to get the job done. And the job's not done right now. This is the round that will swing it all. And Flashback has the operator. Mound has been his domain, but Mata shuts him out.
He had a shot at it too, try snapping up, cannot connect. And now, full gas forward. Prowler out, satchel through, but the paranoia in exchange for Mako might be good enough. Mata gets clocked, clotheslined, and connects with the up. Freeing into 1v3. Ethan gets a spike down. Brock delivers. NRG get to 10.
It's mayhem. What a call out from NRG. They know this operator's been seized. They call for the boost up play. That's not a haunt. He's not playing on information. That is him seeing for just a half second. Flashback on the other side. And then the speed up into the rest of the side.
Man,
Everything
yes.
is working for NRG.
They thrust their star in a position to make a play, and now look at the buy for DRX. It's horrid.
The one saving grace, DRX didn't end up using the dimensional drift, so they'll have that for the next round. But as I said, Raze ult online. They can use it to guarantee this if they must. To bring things back to even.
No real information of what's happening elsewhere on the map.
This is a tough round to call.
Yeah.
NRG have a very close wall behind them guarding their flanks. They tap the door to threaten B. They have no lurk or anything to pivot back to in the round. They were hoping not to meet this same level of resistance on the C site.
And the truth is they don't fully understand what's on the other side.
This is tough. Now there is a C's, there's Prowlers, there's the paint shells from Auto. We saw this against the stack DRX had back on the Eco. This time they're playing more spread.
Yeah, maybe the benefit is that the two Buckies that are on the board are not there. But it's still Stingers and it's still DRX. Flashback has to get out. The rocket not connecting. But they're trying to force their way out onto the site. Mata playing around it. Som fills in. And now it's just the two Buckies that remain. Hyunmin down to 5 HP. The dust settles. And it's NRG in full control. But DRX never counted out. Looking for a free one with the Bucky. A stray bullet. Chance. But it's not there. NRG pull off another comeback. Ender, I can't believe I'm saying this. We're tied.
11-11, the score. And we always knew this was going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams following very different trajectories. NRG on the up and up, DRX bombing out in Stage 2 playoffs. But at the end of the day, these are two squads built around a key veteran. Ethan versus Mako, the IGLs. And then so much fresh blood, young talent. And it's been the young talent that has been stepping up, and it will be the young talent to determine which of these two squads will advance.
Flashback with the op. Hyunmin tries to TP away and he's caught.
One of those names drops in a pivotal round.
But there's another rookie who can step up. There's another young blood who can fill in.
And Flashback has not shown this look. Pushed up into A lobby. He has destroyed NRG when they try to re-clear him. They have not succeeded to do so.
Crosshair heavy.
Cutting through.
Position given away.
He's once more!
You lunatic!
He's nuts!
Punishes Ethan!
He has had Ethan's number all day long.
The only numbers that really matter right now are the four headed towards C, though. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time, but doesn't connect on to everyone. And now the Visol to buy a little space. Green might not have been tagged. Oh, he was. So they're going to get the site for free.
It'll be a 4-on-4 retake, but Flashback has the dimensional drift. He will have full information of where NRG are playing. They will have to fight out against all odds.
He's got a shorty. Pops the ult. Ventures forth. Looking to pick a target. Looking for a name to claim. And it's Bane who falls first, and there it is! Som's the one who falls! NRG still with the numbers advantage. Mako's so far away from the play. It's Flashback on his own. 3 on the round. Scuba puts him out. NRG gets a series point.
They did it in their global debut against CDG. And now, teetering on the precipice. NRG, the surprise team of Stage 2. From disappointing finishes in kickoff in Stage 1, to the roster shuffle, to Ethan stepping into the IGL role, and now to Brock, 27 and 15. One more round is all they need.
Everyone around the world asking, when do NRG die? When have they had enough? When will they fold? Yet they find themselves up around. They find themselves at C once more. They find themselves staring down 3 members of DRX. A full bed of utility. and a tap of the door.
And things aren't pretty for DRX. You see a couple of stingers. You see a judge in Mako's hand. Flashback is the sole Vandal for the team. And he's been the hero. He's in the right spot right now. NRG want to go for another C-pop. And he is here and waiting.
They're committing out onto this. They're doubling down on it. But it's still just a push and pull. It's a pump break.
Only one player actually tagged on that.
Yeah, and now they can speed up. They're gonna have the C side if they go. And go they do. Freeing. Wrapped around, he falls. Mata gets two. The young star looking to push NRG there. Questions about when they die have been, they will continue to go unanswered. NRG prove that you cannot kill what you did not create. For the very first time in org history, welcome to the Champs playoff stage.
A shocker of a map 3 here in Paris. NRG were trailing 7-0 at the start of the game. It looked like they would be going out with a whimper. But in similar form to that comeback against EDG, this team has proven that you can never count them out. And that is a superpower to have on the global stage.
Think about NRG's year. People questioned how they do in playoffs domestically. They walk in 4-1, yeah, but I mean, they have to place top 3 from top 4 to make it. I mean, they've got to find a way through. Was their group weak? They continue to answer the call every step of the way.
It is wild how much the conversation changed around NRG over the course of the year. The roster changes, and now what they have accomplished here, nothing short of impressive, of incredible, what this team has been able to do.
They continue to get away with it. They continue to silence doubters. They continue to silence haters.
You remember this was a team that at the start of the year, in the offseason, they went to Korea. They took down Gen G. They won that offseason tournament. Soup League, we thought they could be world beaters. That was very much not the case. It has now come full circle, taking out strong squad from Pacific in the most nail-biting fashion possible.
And the way they did it, man, they didn't do it off of Mata carrying them all the way across. You think about it's just an unreal run. We're going to throw it down to Lou at the stage. She's standing by with Ethan for the Verizon post-match interview.
Je sont en playoffs et je suis avec Ethan pour en discuter. Ethan, congratulations for this massive win. I'm still shocked. I don't know how you guys managed to do it, but you are in playoffs, so first of all, congratulations. My first question is going to be about those two insane comebacks that you managed to pull out on both Corrode and here on Lotus. So do you want to speak about it? Like, how did you guys keep that resilience, and are you used to being like down in scrims, for instance?
Yeah, I mean, coming from the EDG game, we know anything's possible. So confidence and composure, I think, were the two big words today.
I think this is a very nice recipe indeed. Donc, on a vu que ça a été compliqué pour vous. Corrode, Lotus, ils ont fait 2 comebacks de fou. Donc, d'où est-ce qu'ils tirent cette résilience? Est-ce qu'ils ont l'habitude d'être menés en scrim? Eh bah oui, je pense qu'on l'a vu sur les 2 maps. Il y a eu beaucoup de résilience, beaucoup de focus, de calme aussi. Et c'est ça qui nous a permis, évidemment, de remonter. Second question, I had your mom for an interview earlier on during the match, and she said that she thought you were at your prime. So do you agree with her? How have you been feeling individually, like recently, and also as an IGL?
Yeah, the team gives me a lot of confidence in my IGLing, even though I'm a little new to it, but learning and couldn't do without my teammates.
Of course, and always a nice word for your teammates. Donc, il est passé IGL cette année, Ethan. Donc, comment est-ce que ça se passe? Est-ce qu'il est d'accord avec sa maman? Est-ce qu'il est à son prime? Eh ben, en vrai, oui. Mes teammates me font me sentir archi en confiance. J'aime beaucoup ce rôle d'IGL en plus. Donc, je m'éclate. And last question, which teammate do you want to give props to? If you had to pick like one of them, who are the proudest of today?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
You need to pick one.
Just from today, probably Sam. I think Sam gave everyone a lot of confidence, even when we were down, obviously. A lot of big, we were down a lot, and he brought us back.
Yeah, we saw some good comms also from Sam indeed. Et enfin, de quel teammate es-tu le plus fier aujourd'hui? Lequel pour toi a le plus carré? Somme, il a ramené de l'énergie à l'équipe au moment où on en avait le plus besoin et je pense que c'est aussi essentiellement grâce à lui qu'on a gagné. Thank you very much, Ethan. Congratulations again. Merci de nous avoir suivis. That's it for us on the stage for today. Let's toss it back and wrap it up with our analyst desk. See you tomorrow.
What a ridiculous series that is. In just a moment, we will be joined. A little bit of a homecoming, I think, for Coach Bonka. But for now, I've got Tom here with me. That is not the result I expected after the first 7 rounds.
No, for sure. It was, again, this same sort of dominant start that we saw out of DRX, where it just looked like they were really struggling to face off, especially against Flashback, who had like an incredible game. But once more, you just started to see that, I guess, resilience and some of these like, well, I guess the Odin. Like, I feel like Brock is really making a name for himself in terms of this gun in particular. Sure, he had an operator at the end, but I think that he has proven that this gun maybe should be played by more people. I don't know if I want to say that out loud, but Mitch isn't here, so someone has to.
No, I've been shouting to the roof about this since 2020. But I love it. I love the way they are so resilient and confident, and they trust themselves. And I think this is the America's team, you know, that we always wanted to see, but we expect it from like G2 and Sen. But seeing this coming out of NRG is very, very, very good news for the region, I think.
Well, I think as well, it's more so just, it's interesting that their identity seemed to have switched so quickly. Like having these players brought into the roster, I think Scuba had a bit of a rough map here, but throughout the rest of the maps we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament has been fantastic. And I think ultimately, for that to work so quickly is nice, because it's not like a team that it's not like a team that looks like they have these like inexperienced players or players that are coming up and having a chance to make this road, because it was so late in the day in stage 2 that they sort of started that road to recovery. They basically had to finish within that sort of top bracket if they were going to make it here, and now they are the team that has managed to make it to the playoffs.
Hello. Please come and sit and join us, Bonka. Honestly, not going to be a surprise to you. First of all, congratulations. But we claim you. You are one of us. Welcome home. Welcome home to EMEA. Have you missed it?
I have. The food, the weather, and especially the clean air, I'm not going to lie.
When was the last time you were on this side of the world?
I mean, we did boot camp in Poland for EWC. So we were there for 10 days, so yeah.
Yeah, and I want people to know, like, this is a big deal for us. Because like we covered you when you used to be in IGL when you were playing, but we never got a chance to probably meet you and speak to you. So this is really nice.
I promise we have nicer things to say now.
I always have. Bonka, I don't know if you remember, but the Ascent knife, the Icebox clutch you did is still ingrained in my mind, like as piece of EMEA history.
Yeah, good old days.
Yeah, great old days. But what does it mean to you to be able to make playoffs at Champs as a coach?
I mean, it's fun, honestly. Just being a part of the team, and I don't feel any difference from being like a player and a coach. It's still the same love, still the same energy towards the game, and truly feeling as I'm in the server when they're playing, even if they can't hear me, I'm trying to do my best to make them hear me. But yeah, I love it.
I kind of wanted to ask, obviously, since the beginning of stage 2, it feels like this team really has turned around with you sort of coming back in, having like a bit of a roster change as well. The thing that most stands out to me is the resilience. Like in both maps you won, you were quite far down. How have you managed to instill that in a team that's changed IGL, changed coach, like everything seems to come together at the end?
I think we have really high game sense as a team. Like all 5 players are incredibly smart, so we're very good at adapting throughout the game. I think we adapt a little bit too slow, to be honest. I wish we adapted like pre-game and we had some better plans and those things, but at the end of the day, we're winning the game, so I'm happy with that.
But I wanted to add as well, you talk about like the sort of having to adapt, and I feel like this match was the epitome of that. You're coming up against a composition that I think is super explosive, fiery, and like quite difficult to adapt to, especially when you're on that defensive side. What was it you sort of said to the players, especially on this last map where it's 7-0, it's definitely not going to plan with how they're playing, and then you've managed to, just at the end, make enough of a move to get yourself back in the game?
Yeah, so on Lotus defense, it was more of just play default and play like we normally do. We had so many blunders on defense. like individual mistakes, some nerves, just not playing up when we need to play up, not taking fights when we need to take fights. Like, we were moving backwards all the time on the map, and like when you do that, when you play against good teams, they're gonna suffocate you. So I think that's what happened. So as soon as they started talking, like, just play default, let's play up, let's look for fight, let's be disturbing to the defaults, it was a lot better. Haven was tough. That was hard. That was I've never played it, like, just so different with their comp. And Corrode, I mean, we've practiced that against similar comps and stuff, so it was fine, to be honest. Again, just slow in the start, so I think we just need to be better at adapting early and also listening early, because we are saying plans, we're just not executing on them.
Your map was looking good. It's looking pretty good for this tournament. You mentioned after map 1 that you hadn't seen that comp before on Haven.
Yeah.
And I think it's the opposite the story for them, right? They know your comp. Like,
yeah.
they play against the best team that play your comp. So what's it been like in the scrims over in Europe? Is it really, like, people don't play Waylay Yoru? Like, what's up with that?
We've had some Waylay scrims on a couple of maps, but not on Haven. Haven was just weird, but again, we had a lot of blunders individually. We were throwing key utility when they were executing, when we were still playing retake, and it's like, guys, save your utility if you're playing retake. So it was just, there's a lot of mismatch, stressed, not being on our tippity toes at the start of the game. It's hard to put a finger on exactly why. I think it was a lot of small things and obviously a pocket pick for them, so it's just hard to, it's tough.
It's so entertaining though. I know it's probably stressful for you, but for us it was great. If we take a look at the bracket, I cannot believe I'm about to say this. Pacific, you know, the region that everybody thought the strongest coming here, Paper Rex going through, they've kind of faltered again. And it is not G2 and Sen that qualify from America's first into playoffs. It's you guys. So Bonka, any quick sort of prediction you think in the lowers right now for Group A and C? Who do you think is making it out?
I mean, Group A, Sen. I gotta go with Sen. I think they're good. They just need to find a rhythm again. In
your group, yeah.
Group C, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie.
How nice is it to not be down there? Because look at that.
Yeah, it's lovely. I said to the guys, let's make sure we win today so we get some off days, because I don't want to go down and brawl there again. I mean, I think Liquid is the best team, but it's very hard to play against EDG and DRX because they have very unique playstyles and they're so good individually. And then the other groups, I don't even remember the teams, but G2 in their group is going to make it out for sure. And then...
Bonka, Americas has changed you. You forgot where you came from.
Yeah. I mean, then Fnatic and Heretics as well.
Is there anyone you want to play, like in the playoff
I want to
stage?
play Fnatic.
Why?
I want to play Fnatic. I want to...
Old rivalries?
Nah, I wanna prep against them and go up against their prep, because in my opinion, Boaster is like the best in the world at that. So I want to see where am I, and the only way to see that is to feel it.
That would be a really good game, and I'm glad you mentioned Fnatic, because I hope you don't mind me asking you this, but with the recent news of Leo, I know the fans, you know, love him so much, and you were there when he was Ziz. You know, you were the OG. So do you mind sharing maybe your favorite memory, or speak about him a little bit here and there, because you know him so well?
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's a young guy, but we always joke that he has a soul of a 75-year-old. So when he got sick, we always made a joke that he's in the elder care, you know, in a wheelchair, doing all of these things. But he's such a nice guy, so calm, so mature for his age. And I mean, I still think he's going to be back. I'm just putting it out in the universe all the time. He's going to be back. That's just how it is to me.
We manifest that. That's like music to our ears.
We pray for that.
Yeah, we do pray for that. But thank you very much, Tom, for joining me. Thank you as well, Bonka. Congratulations. Enjoy your days off. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. We won't have a day off because we're going to be back tomorrow with more Valorant action and more qualification games. So make sure you guys have a lovely evening here. Come back and join us, and we'll see you then. Qualification to playoffs, a chance is on the line, and it is the team that everybody expected to be here versus the team I don't think anyone expected.
Already Ara's got himself pretty deep up mid. Something ready for it, turns the flash, and now for contact, he's just too good. What an opener.
The tiniest of openings for GX. The Paper Rex are ready to just flood onto them and get an ace.
Well, ace for the boy, jump, bounds, just like Bambi. Oh, look at what he came for. Pistol round ace for something. Flickless tries to step out, take the fight on his own. Grabinho will be called on as well. Ara on top of the wall, made use of Jing's architecture. Need this spike recovered, but Ara's not going to leave that area for free.
Both GX players on the way. No way, Aris is looking over top. Is that Yang's got the angle. Patman goes down.
West side though, just, flattened with all this. Util and Cloud come to the rescue. These guys, man, they have got each other's backs for real. What an opener for GX here. An upset map win to make the series that much more interesting.
Easton sees with the nade this time. Not going to catch the flash. It's amazing. And Jing collects all three.
Very no-nonsense stuff. Now the Viper ball comes up. GX is defensively set up behind it. Seas comes in. They are decayed down. Easy targets. Patman with the critical utility. Cloud here playing through trees. That door is opening. He sees it. It's Jing toying with him, trying to keep him busy, keep his attention. Catnip away from the fight, and he wins it out anyway. PRX claim the map on an awkward bye. Two Sheriffs, couple of Bulldogs in the mix. Ara and the post up with the off. Dangerous now though. Punished. PRX very quickly spring into action.
Flickless a little bit too eager, and now Cloud caught in the corner by that showstopper.
That's another 4v5 conversion round for PRX. The head of the snake cut off. It isn't a Hydra. Will more grow? It doesn't look to be the case. It's Ara now in a 1v3. Trying to relay ball his way out of this now. Waiting on the other side is something. Waiting for his just desserts. A frustrating map, but there he goes. He's found himself 4. 3 up though for GX. They don't have a lot to work with. Flickless needs the frag. It's going to be Ara finding his, but Patman comes alive. And Flickless solo on the side. Rolling Thunder's there. He can make use of it out of 1v1, but Device swings on in. And finally, GX are forced to succumb. The overpowering pace, shooting power of this PRX team will send them first into the playoffs.
Both DRX and NRG were incredibly impressive in their opening games, winning the games they weren't supposed to win. But here we go, the pressure is on once again.
Yeah, there's danger in that. Tries to spam, doesn't connect, and so he moves on. But the trap lies in wait. Mako, meanwhile, backside, besting the opposing Omen. And DRX lighted up once more.
That was mental, Doug.
Let's go! Let's go!
Amada backside with this operator. Has to be forced out. Fully spotted up, but he gets the kill off the lasers. He's still fighting through this site, tearing apart DRX. Mada finds 4.
Trip gets cleared and immediately utility through.
Look at Freak step up into that cage. I absolutely love it.
Ethan's gotten some high ground, but a classic into the face of a Bulldog like that is tough. A complete stomp on their map pick. 13-4 for DRX. Waiting on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a quick draw. It goes down. Mada spots the shoulders. Fights into the swing. Gets the best of flashback. Gets freeing too.
There's only 12 seconds left on the clock. Energy are moving in.
DRX through. Mada with 3 on the round. Make that 4. Looking for the ace. And Mada delivers.
That's another one. Come on. That's what our NRG do. Force up into mid, but this whole through flashback is perfect.
Remember, they only had 2 rifles. They've already gotten 2 picks, and flashback's getting another. NRG are trying to push their way back out onto the site, but it's another nightmare. It's a flawless round as DRX punch back. The spike ticking away, and now it's on DRX. They're the ones who have to get active. Tap of the spike to force the fight. The spam comes through. Som, Shorty connects. Mako once again a 1v3. Try to keep them alive, and he cannot. We're going the distance. We're going to Lotus. And Brock gets another one. Bane a 1v4. Good luck. That's 2. 9 pulling.
Nice!
Bane does it again!
Who is this guy? They have the Prowlers. Now they know.
That nade is going to be a mess. Mada gets his kill. There's one more there, but he's so weak. A stiff breeze would knock him over. Brock gets 3. It's a flawless round for NRG. They're going to have this seaside if they go. And go they do. Freeing, wrapped around, he falls. Mada gets 2. The young star looking to push NRG there. Questions about when they die. They will continue to go unanswered. NRG prove that you cannot kill what you did not create. For the very first time in org history, welcome to the Champs playoff stage.
I can make it rain on you. I can make your dreams come true.
dreams come true.